says on bridge.
On the he's on the handle.
Wow. Can he handle this? Oh,
oh my God.
I would just lightly hit it.
Oh.
But what do I know? Oh! Booyah!
The National Golden Tee Tour heads to Missouri.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Oh.
Oh! Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes!
Tie game.
Wow, I thought we were in Sussex, Wisconsin. We're in Hole Out City.
The National Golden Tee Tour season nears its halfway mark.
He's like, I can win this. He backspun it though.
Again,
because he knew he was
oh my!
Landon! Are you kidding me?
No, Landon. Oh my!
Paul Anthony Luna needs a hole out to go to continue.
Wow!
And he doesn't have the win.
Must make.
Landon had the win. Luna needs grit. And there it is!
Oh my God!
Keep going!
Wow!
Turn the volume down!
Back to back!
What?
Hole outs!
Could we even potentially see a dark horse emerge in Missouri? We'll find out.
I gotta stand up. I'm standing up for
juicy.
this. I'm standing. Luna.
You know.
With a chance to win the game.
You know. Oh my God.
Let the Show Me State show you some of the best shots in the world.
Chip. He's going to go for the chip.
Make this, please.
He's going to pull back the chip. And he
What?
hit the pin? Unbelievable. Is there any way that this could have ended
No
more
way.
strange? And Paul Anthony Luna is the Sussex Bowl 2023 champion.
Can Paul Luna go back-to-back, or will Andy Haas reclaim his throne at the top?
Who will be crowned the Missouri Open champion?
Take. I'm a good Christian boy, so I don't do that.
Obviously. I mean,
but if you have never watched a Golden Tee tournament live on a Saturday, you are taking a look at the 5-course qualifier kicking off on Petra. Now, Paul, obviously you're playing a ton these days. You're playing well. What are your thoughts on Petra as the first qualifying course. People are typically used to seeing Easter, but Easter is one of the two courses that are not in the rotation here today for the qualifier.
Yeah, no, I'm very pleased with that. Petra is one of my favorite courses for, this year. It has some challenging holes, and it's not that boring. I love it, actually.
Yeah, especially, I won't spoil too much, but I qualified with a couple of people last night that needed to get in, get qualified early. And there's a few looks that even I haven't seen, a couple of tough par threes.
Oh, really?
I'm sure with people like you and Andy Haas and Evan Gossett, it won't be that difficult. But to a player that may not have as many, reps on this course as you guys, it definitely will be a little interesting. All right, so on the left-hand side, sorry, you're going to say that was a rough get, but there by Haas.
No, I was going to say in particular, hole 5 is one to look at on the front that can be challenging. It's the one through the tunnel, and it's coming up here just in a second. But anyway, sorry about that.
No, and that's the thing. So we've got two games going on here. On the left, we have Andy Fox, Al Zarel. I'm not sure who they paid off to make that happen.
Yeah, they paid the.
and then Haddock. So the group of three, and then on the other side, machine
That's
next
a
to
very
him.
good group.
It is
what a chip.
D'Angelo, Andy Haas, and David Key.
Yes.
Andy being out of Ohio, and then Mr. Key being out of Louisiana. So, Paul, I know you're the superstar that you are, being stolen for plenty of interviews. We've got the local media here that are ready to talk to Paul. So I'm sure we'll see you again
I'll be
all
back
throughout the weekend.
Thank you.
But in
Thanks for
Mr. Luna's place, we have a two-time world champion, Jeff Harlow, a mainstay here from Missouri, and always great to see. That's coming out of Luna's his pay for this interview. He just dropped a headset. That's all right. But Jeff Harlow, if you've never met this man, one of the nicest people in the Golden Tee community, the Bagel Master himself. Someday we'll make another appearance at the World Championship. But good to see you, my friend, as always. Thanks for joining me.
You're welcome.
So, I know you don't play as much as you used to back in the day. I'm hoping that before a tournament like this, you're still playing decent amount of games, right? What's your schedule like these days in the Golden Tee world?
I play roughly 6 to 10 in the morning, Monday through Friday.
Okay, so you are still you're playing a little bit more than I thought.
Yep.
That's good. How you feel going into a tournament this weekend? We've got obviously Andy Haas, David Key, Andy Fox, Al Zarel, Evan Gossett's around here somewhere. But it's an interesting tournament because there is not as many top-filled talent as you would expect. I believe we're over 125 people here, but this is kind of like an interesting time for somebody to shine potentially. Andy Haas, obviously very dangerous when it comes to tournament wins. Paul Luna, of course. Andy Haas and Luna, I can't keep track of how many tournaments those guys have won the last couple of years because they've literally just been trading off.
Right.
But how are you feeling going this weekend, especially in your home turf, so to speak?
Pretty good. Like, I actually spent the last 2-3 weeks working on my game, which I typically don't do, but I was actually trying. Not that I don't try, but I probably don't put the time in that I should. And I did this time around. I found the places where I was struggling and worked on it. And, of course, I don't use stouts. I use barrage. So there's a few things that are very difficult to figure out. But
that's good to know.
You know.
That's good to know. I was wondering if you had crossed over to the dark side.
No.
I still refuse to. It's a bad break there by Al, hitting the top of the rock there. Now, the Golden Tee historian in me is going to hate the fact that I'm asking it, but I want to triple check. 2004, 2007, correct?
Just 2004.
I thought you were a two-time.
No. Matter of fact, after I
see,
won,
I gave you an extra title. We'll figure
that's
out.
fine. That's
2009 when we didn't have one. We'll just
I won that one.
In.
I won that one.
I swore there's
No.
But
Matter
still,
of fact, after 2004, I didn't win a single match at Worlds until it was either 2017 or 18, maybe. I had a really good run in 18.
All right. Well, in your defense, really quick, let me just clarify. Worlds took a hiatus between after 2008.
Right.
It didn't come back until 2016. So you weren't playing that bad. There was just like a nice gap between world
Right.
championships. Just I want to make sure that people out there who might not know you, it's not you didn't have that drive or run. It's not like you're the Chicago Bears or something
Right.
or the White Sox at this point. Ugh.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not going to get into it, but no, sorry. Let's tell people more because you were one of those guys. Like I've been in this community, got probably 12 years now, and so you're one of the first people I really met in the St. Louis tournament. The Power Events tournament many moons ago, and I always love. You know what I mean? This is the best way possible. Like the old school guys that are like, you've played in multiple generations. You've won a world championship in the Golden T4 era. Back when I was still a young teen, playing Golden T4 under my dad's name because I wasn't 18 yet.
Nice.
But like the fact that you're still involved in this game, I know you don't go to as many tournaments, and we'll talk about you. I don't want to burn you on the air about not going to Worlds this year, but we'll have that conversation off the air. But I always just love, seeing you at a tournament because it doesn't happen that often these days. People get busy with family and work and all that. And but happy to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here. I will stay away from Worlds this time. I don't know about next time, but it's just not in the cards. There's a lot more competition now, and I like the competition to be easier. I'm lazy,
Hey, you know what? I can't blame you there. All right, I'll make you a deal.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
If you take top 4 this weekend, you got to at least give Worlds a shot.
What do you mean by give Worlds a shot?
Like, consider going to Worlds this year if you take top 4 in St. Louis.
I will consider it.
All right.
I will consider
All
it.
right, we'll consider it done deal then.
And no, I did not eat the old barbecue sauce.
I saw that and I was like, I'm sure we'll get to it at some point.
It's been in the fridge at the Cade for about 4 or 5, 6 years. I don't know how long, but I was
the
like,
picture
well.
of the fridge. Yes, that's hilarious. Gravy Beast, thanks for joining, Stu Fox. Hope
Hey, Stu.
to see him again at a tournament. I know
Yeah.
it's tough. I think is he still in New York these days? I know people have been bouncing around. I wonder if did these guys all stay out too late last night? Because some of the shots that like these guys are hitting, I'm like, what is going on here?
Well,
It's like,
I was watching a few early holes, and it does look like it's not a hard setup, but kind of wonky, like some big elevations, some odd winds that you wouldn't see this early in the round. But, definitely not a bunch of thumbers and gimmies. And probably people staying out a little late. That doesn't help. But,
yeah. Although Andy Haas, I believe he's gotten himself trained to the point where he just shows up like around 11 or 11 a.m. noon on Saturday.
Yep.
And then this man, is there really any doubt that Haas is going to take probably first top qualifier? Oh, there we go. Andy Haas.
After that shot, I don't know. He's going to get cocky now. No, he's so steady. I mean, a blow up for the rest of us is a bogey. A blow up for him is when he birdies instead of eagles.
That's a great point.
He really just doesn't make that many mistakes, and that's all. That's all you need to do is play very, very clean golf. You don't need to play 2, 3, 4 better in a qualifying situation. Just play clean.
Save
that's what he does.
the 2 or 3 betters until tomorrow.
Right.
In match play.
Yep.
Well, another person I know you can give a little insight on because I'm sure you guys play plenty of games here and there. And it's somebody I definitely don't want to sleep on, especially because it is his hometown as well, is, the 2018 world champ, Evan Gossett. And, Gossett, he had like a long few years where he was not showing well at the tournaments. And, he had a couple of bad matches, a couple of bad shots. And it seems like the last year he's really gotten his game together. And he's kind of refocused. I don't know if Paige is just like on him harder, like, man, you were great. Like, snap out of it, babe. Like, get into it or what. But he's another guy that I really expect to see a top 4 performance from this weekend, if not, higher up on that podium potentially.
Honestly, I think he had a bad run. I think a lot of it was just bad luck. Especially in match play. If you just do one slightly dumb thing, you're down 2 strokes and you're in the back 9. I mean, it's hard to recover. It's really hard to recover. I think he just had bad beats. That's all. But I watch him play, and he just makes everything easy. and he smacks at the ball, and he's watching TV or texting with somebody and holing out, and like whatever. Like he's
he's not even multitask. I mean, he's like not even doing like 2 things at once. He's probably doing like 5 different things, and he's like, oh, just hold out again. Like 2 better.
Yeah, I mean, my focus is basically on the game. He just smacks it around. He just knows what he's going to do.
Well, and that's the crazy thing about these guys. I mean, again, even like Greg Kinsler, 2-time world champ, joining us on the chat here. Good to see him last month in Wisconsin. But, you were talking about the run you had a couple of years ago at Worlds. Kins having a couple of good runs at Worlds.
Yeah.
Like, it, again, as like I've like played probably more years of Golden Tee than most people here, although my game doesn't show it. But, like, I know a lot about like the old school stuff. And so it's always fun to see you guys come out here. But even Kins, like you talk about, you guys can make a run after not playing for a long time or not playing as much as you used to. Stenmark, 2017 world champ, rolled into 2019. He's like, oh, ESPN's here. I won't play for 6 months, and then wins the damn tournament.
Right.
Like, and I made sure that I checked every single like possible account under his name that he could have, and he did not play for like that. It might have been 4 or 5 or 6 months, but it speaks to the level. And same thing with like a Haas or a Gossett. Like, I bet you if Andy Haas took a year off, like he can come back a year from now and probably take a podium seat at a national tournament that has 200 people in it. It's
no question.
It's just something that you guys get in a rhythm. Like, you guys have played so much over these years, like it just sticks with you.
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. I think Eversol did the same thing in 05. He really didn't play that much. He dropped off, and he strolls in 05, and he wins. And I know for sure he had not been playing that much. Maybe he just warmed up for the month prior. But
by the way, Andy Haas, like talking about like the automation, like Andy Haas just nonchalantly drops a nice little eagle there on hole 11. So he is now 2 better, I believe, and unless he's made a mistake, which I don't think he has, because we're chatting here. But I mean, 19 after 11. But I mean, yeah, it's like once you have it, like even if you don't think you do anymore. And that's the fun thing about Golden Tee. Like, I've said this in interviews and like with people who might be familiar with Golden Tee but don't know it like to the levels that we do as like crazy fans and players. But for 35 years or almost 35 years, the trackball has been what you use to shape your shots.
Yep.
Whether it's been pixels or, getting into the 3D era of like the 90s or Golden Tee 4, like it's still golf. It's still a trackball that controls the shots. And so like it's something that's very easy to pick back up.
Sure, yeah. It's like riding a bike, typing, whatever it is. Like you know what to do. It's just, and you have to keep up with it. The putting and the chipping is usually the first thing to go. But
yeah,
you know the shots. Once you know them, you retain them.
The courses change every year, and now with like the new tees and seasons and all that, they change every 4 or 5 months. But still, like Golden Tee at its core. It's golf. It's a trackball. There's a flag and a cup. Bottoms up. You got to get it in there, and and that's why I'm saying you're going to get top 4, and then I'm going to convince you to go to Worlds like I did a couple of years ago, and it's going to be great. By the way, Danny Cocker, thanks for joining us, Mr. Pritchard, who has given you some hard times here at Jeff in the chat. Kins said, by the way, 100% on Eversol.
Okay.
That is, yeah.
Miss you too, buddy.
It's now I really love this hole.
This.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Oh, this one here. Oh,
yes,
okay.
The right side. I forgot. I'm like trying to bounce around between the 2 games. This was actually. I had a nice shot on this one. This was. I had 2 hole-in-ones yesterday when I qualified, and they were both on. This wasn't a hard par 4, but the other one was like a pretty tough par 4, and I'm like, wait a second, why? I can't make these par 3s, but I'm like, oh, a tough par 4, like, let's avoid the water and just drain it. That's a fun thing about this game is, you see Haas, he aces a par 3. He's going to get pretty close. It's like the one bad shot, quote unquote, And for most people out there watching are like, oh, God, I would love to be that close to the cup. It's like 35 feet or whatever it may be. But it's, it's a fun thing about these tournaments, When was the last tournament you were at?
It was St. Louis last year.
Was it? Okay.
Yep. And prior to that, it had, well, I guess it was Worlds the year prior. So, yeah, in the last, 4 years, I think I've been to 3 tournaments, maybe something like that.
But like you said, it's just like riding a bike.
Oh yeah.
Now, who are you qualifying with today? Did you hear?
I took a quick peek, but I don't remember who. I'm in a threesome.
Okay.
But they were not names that I recognized. I'm better with faces than names, but
yeah.
pretty sure I don't know who they are.
Now, this hole 15, this setup, pin's tucked a little bit in the left, but you've got that nice wind blowing out. That's a beautiful shot by Haas. Now, my concern, though, is that people that try to get a little cute on this, or even my concern yesterday was pulling it too much to the right and, bouncing it off of those rocks.
Yep.
Now, that's a good shot. You want to get a little bit farther, but again, even that, to me, was like, how do you balance the 11 coming in slightly left and then that right green slope, but also all the rocks that, I don't know how many times you've been down there, but I've been down in that sand a handful, and it's not fun. Like,
it's not fun.
It's tough to get out of.
Well, that kind of look, that's the kind of look where there's so much green to the right. I'm probably just going to come in from 2 right. Just use the green. I mean, if I have a funky putt, that's my problem. But what I'm not going to do is send it into the rocks.
Well, that's the thing with this green. Like, you can have a great shot and still have a funky putt just because of how hard that slope is to the right or left, depending on where you land in the green. But I like that. I like the strategy there. Just play that ton of space to the right and just kind of let it backspin or bite and see what happens.
Yeah, for qualifying, I just use the whole green. I put it on the green. If I miss a putt, I miss a putt. Now, if I was playing Andy in match play or, any of these guys, I'll pick on Andy, but then I would probably try to cut something in and try to keep it tight, knowing that you have to hole out against him or something because he just doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, you got to do it before they do it and kind of rattle their cage a little bit.
For sure.
Well, and that's a good point. That's the one thing. If you've never been to a tournament, highly, highly recommend it. Even if you're a brand new player or you're new to the community or whatever the case is, I heard this for many years before I finally went to my first one, thanks to Mr. Brian Bernhardt, who's definitely a missed presence here this weekend as well. But you don't understand, and now that we have the stream and the videos and social, you get to understand a little bit more of it. But until you get to a tournament and you make friends with people and you spend time playing games and all this stuff, until you get that actual in-person tournament experience, the videos can only do so much, and they're great and they're good tutorials and the streams I do from the Golden Tee Lounge or people like Mouth and others that stream and teach people. Those are great, but there's not one person who's been to a tournament that will not say, "Oh yeah, no, you don't need to go. Watching the stream is fine." And it's my running joke every time I do commentary. Every time I go to a tournament, I meet a new person. I meet a handful of new people, and I always say when I first meet them, "Oh, you guys will get a ton of great experience. By the way, I'll see you in a couple of months at the next tournament." And they go, "Oh yeah, no, I'm sure I won't be able to make it." And then that's Thursday or Friday. By the time I talk to them to say bye, Sunday afternoon or Sunday night, I say, "All right, I'll see you in a couple months." And they're like, "Yeah, I already talked to the wife. I already talked to the husband. I'm taking vacation time," whatever the case is, because this is a big, giant family, and you truly do just get sucked in.
Oh, gosh,
and, I hear players say it all the time, in interviews, and it's so true. And Brian said it when I was still in college and I was interviewing for a Golden Tee piece. He said, I can go anywhere in the country or even up in Canada or even the world, and I will have a place to stay because of Golden Tee.
Yep.
I mean, and you've been around this community for what, 20-something years now, just about?
Yep.
And so you're definitely, you can speak to that as well as anybody, but it's true. There's people that, especially now with social media, they'll say, "All right, taking the wife and kids to Disney, who's within an hour? I'm gonna need a day away. Let them go do their thing, go shopping or whatever. But let's go play some Golden Tee." People make it a destination as part of their vacation because it's not just we're crazy obsessed with the game, which is true, but the big part of it is you're going to see extended family. It's friends that are more than that.
Sure. I mean, how many times have we seen people over the years, they're taking a picture of themselves in Florida or the Bahamas or, the moon or whatever, and they're going, "Where's the nearest place to play Golden Tee?" And, people kind of razz them "Why would you play Golden Tee?" It's well, because like you said, it's not really about playing Golden Tee. It's yes, I'm on vacation. This is nice, but it'd be cool to get away for an hour or two and hang out with somebody that I barely know or something.
Yeah, or people you haven't seen in forever. And, the way to look at it is it's like you're going to grab a drink or grab some lunch with a friend. And guess what? If you happen to use the Find a Game tool and there happens to be a golden tea in the bar or the restaurant, well, I guess we'll probably shoot. It's right there. We might as well go and play it,
Yeah.
But
let's not beat around the bush. We do it because we're addicts, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
all right. But
let's
hey,
be honest. Thank God for technology. But no, but that is like a big part of the fun. I mean, I've been to players' weddings because it's not just like, oh, I've got extra space in my wedding, come visit. It's like, no, these are good friends of mine, and I'm guilty of doing the vacation stuff too, whether I'm traveling for a work event or, with friends or family, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's like maybe I can steal to rent a car for a day and like go out there and get some games in.
Oh, that's
all right.
me.
It sounds like you're being called, my friend. Thanks for chatting with me. We'll talk again soon, and good luck with Petra.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now the thing that's tough about these tournaments is when you on the stream when you see these guys and it's like, oh, I wish I could be there, couldn't make it because of family or because of this, and like, it's like what Jeff and I were just talking about. It's so tough. It's tough when you miss some of these tournaments. You can't be at them all. All right, Andy Haas just dropped a 31, a 2-better. Nobody in the entire planet is shocked.
Color me shocked.
How did you shoot?
Well, I shot with my left hand, and I did it fairly poorly. Ended up with a 25. I heard you talking about, I think it was, the different looks that we'll see on this qualifier, and obviously for Andy, it's a nothing burger. But for us, seeing those long par threes with a lot of wind, it's easy to give up a stroke there. And I focused in, and then on 18 I missed a pretty tough putt. But 25 is okay. I'll take it.
Yeah.
And move on, and hopefully do better on Nihon and the other ones.
I mean, how many years have you been playing now?
Oh, God, I'm old. 20-ish. Yeah, forever.
No, I mean, it's like we were just talking to, like, Kinsler and Pritchard and Critchlow and Harlow and those guys. Like, I was saying, like, it's so great. I give Jeff a hard time because I only see him once a year unless I convince him to go to Worlds. But, I've been around in one way or another in this game for so long, since I could basically stand it. And so, like, seeing not just these names on the streams and on the leaderboards, but like getting to see these guys in person, that was the one thing I think you might have heard as you were walking up as Jeff had to leave. Like, it really is like an extended family for everybody every time you go to these tournaments or travel.
Yeah, and here's another look here on 15, I think it is, where, this is becoming the baby cut their work, but that's actually a hole. But, I mean, that baby cut or a full, making that decision in a qualifier with your score on the line, that's a tough decision to make for the level of player that I am, 26, 27, 28 handicap. These guys at the 29 and above, I think they have all the shots in their bag, but that's a real gutsy shot depending on where you're at in your score.
Well, that's a good point. And the other thing Jeff said, too, he's like, for the qualifier, I'm going to use that big green to my advantage.
Yeah,
versus, like, if I was playing Andy Haas head-to-head, I'm probably not going to go for as close of I'm probably not going to lay up. I know Haas is going to dial it in, so I got to be just as dialed in as, with the shots.
No, I agree 100%. And that actually was the adjustment I made. I think I was trying to be a little too fine. And then, like Jeff said, the greens are huge here. We all know how to putt. Put the ball in the green and make a putt, man. So
and honestly, like, even if in the tough situation that you miss a long putt and you take a birdie instead of eagle, it's much better than chipping from the sand up against a rock for birdie, knowing damn well you're probably not going to make it. All right, real quick, CJ, with the hole out on hole 1 of Petra here. Somebody on Facebook, the all Minnesota stream, we're trying to lose viewers. That's actually pretty funny. It is full of Minnesota people.
I mean, I'm Ohio. It's Midwest, I guess. I'm not doing any better, I suppose. But
yeah,
we're
that's
trying.
all right.
Yeah, this setup here I thought it looks really nice as we see Andy Fox here on 16, but it is a nice little baby cut. You obviously have a lot of trouble on the left. It could be a real difficult shot. The guys he's playing with are both at 21, so this is a real important hole for them, and we'll see what they do with it.
Well, and that's the thing. You think you have all the room in the world to the right, but if you don't, I mean, these guys obviously going to hit an 8-wood, but that's a great shot. Although he's not happy that he wants an ace,
Of course he does.
But
he's Andy Fox.
But again, like those are the kinds of shots like in qualifier, you're happy with that. You're going to make your 20, 30-foot putt for eagle. But tomorrow, the game changes, and like, you know, there's definitely still the camaraderie and the friendships and all that, but things get not heated, but they get more intense very quickly because people that, you know, today is just the qualifying score for the gold and silver brackets or purple bracket, but like tomorrow is when the big money's on the line, and like you see Andy Haas and Luna with their headphones on, and like people are just laser focused, and any mistake they make they know it could potentially cost them.
Yeah, and you know, for me, I don't usually use my headphones. Great shot here on 16. I don't usually use my headphones until Sunday, but because I was a little bit kind of not with it, I wasn't playing where I want to be. I put the headphones in, I focus, I get back to where I need to be, and you're going to see these guys really dialed in on Sunday. But like you said, a mistake here to get into the main bracket for guys at my level, your level, 1 or 2 mistakes on these courses, and all of a sudden you're in purple.
Yeah, especially with how scoreable these courses are. You saw Andy Haas, 31, again, 2 better. And he had a couple of close shots that didn't drop in. Tough break for Gordy there. Chris said, I think you have everyone from Minnesota who went to the tourney. Yeah, that may be the case. It is a Minnesota stream. Now, CJ, he's got the whole lot on 1. I talked to CJ briefly earlier. He's a guy that he's hard to read in like a good way because, he's one of those guys who could have a long, fun-filled Friday night, and sometimes you can read it on him, but like the first time you see him on a Saturday, he'd be the first to be like, no, I'm good, man. I'm feeling good. And then, he gets into the front of the game, and he's one of those guys that can get focused. Now, he's still newer to the game. He's still newer to, the stage, so to speak, because he's a good player, and he's going to be one of the greats down the line. But it's tough when you have a field, even like this, of 120-something people. It's still a big field. There's still anybody in this room could win a couple of matches in gold. That's and right. Really, we've seen it. We've seen like the Foxes and the Zarels and the Wranglers getting knocked out by somebody unexpected.
Yeah.
Because it really is anybody's game.
Well, one thing that you mentioned there with the smaller field, I think the easy assumption is, hey, look, it's a smaller field. There are less people that I have to beat. But in reality, the chaff is what is not going to be here. You're not going to have the lower handicap players, the 14, the 15s, the 16s. A lot of people here in this 120-person field are very, very good, as opposed to a 200-man field like in Nashville, where you're going to have a larger amount of people who really are just playing to have fun. I mean, they certainly want to do well, but everybody here, like you said, is very, very good. I've been playing with a number of new players. That's one of the things I try to do, and everybody I've played with is very good, or is going to be very good. I played with a young man here, just new to the game, and he really does have a really good future ahead of him. So we're switching up the names here on machine 2 or 3. I don't know. Well, it's mostly 2 because I'm on 3. But we're switching up the names here, it looks like. Fox, ready to tee off here on 18. I hated that look to the left, so he is going to go around to the right here. Oh, maybe I lied.
Yeah, it's always – I don't think I go for that left look that he's staring at now.
Well, you have the wind to deal with here, so if he does put an 8.5 up or 10.5 up, I think he'll land the patch of grass easily, but then you have the wind to deal with on the shot coming in, and it makes it just so difficult to make a good approach here. As he continues to line it up, CJ hits his approach here on 4, and he's going over to the left. And I'll be interested to see how he deals with that wind. I know for him it's not a lot of wind, but it is a lot of wind, and the tee is left, so there's a lot of danger there for him.
Yeah, that was a hole that I struggled on yesterday because I went right, and you're going to end up with a super long putt.
Yeah.
But I wasn't happy to miss it, but like I wasn't like, oh man, like so hard on myself because it's tough.
Yeah.
That pin is set up in such an interesting spot. It's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't for both setups, because if you go this way, you've got to get a really solid and almost lucky bounce off the rock a certain way to get in the middle of the green with how,
That's right.
That wind's blowing great. I almost, for like 4 seconds, considered just trying to blow a 5-wood over and just like not even play the rocks. But I'd never done that. I was like, Kevin, how many times do you tell people don't try new stuff in qualifying? And then I'm just like, I'm going to try the shot that I don't ever do.
You're going to try, a full 0 bird and see what happens for you.
See, like, why not? And that's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
And the tough thing is like the overhead view, that ball looked like it was zooming close to the hole, and then you get to the other camera, and you're like, wow, that is
Yeah.
That's farther away than the camera makes you believe.
You have down 30 from 50 feet away. You know,
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one. But I was going to mention here, one of the things I think at Andy's level, Andy Fox's level, he knows that if he hits the right shot here, he can get close. Where it is more of a luck shot when you go right and you're trying to play the Plinko game down the rocks, you are relying on a little bit of luck. He knows he hits a good shot here, and it looks like it's going to get there. It does very well. He's got now an easy eagle.
And the tough thing for Al there, he got a big giant bounce, but he almost gave him too much because now that down 10 that you see Haddock playing with now, that's going to be like a left 9.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly, left 9 there, and that's. No, I actually thought that was going to be short. That's just anytime you get like past 4 or 5 left or right, especially at that distance, it can get tough.
Yep, and this is for a 29, which I think is par for this course. 29, I think that was what I counted.
I believe, yep.
Yep, and he hits it. So nice round by Andy. El Jazz really came back strong, got a 26. He must have had some trouble early in the round I didn't see, because I think a 26 for him is a little disappointing. But
yeah, he had again. It's like one of those like weird, silly mistakes that affects and you know, all of us at times.
Yep. So we see CJ. You know, one thing that I've liked to ask these guys, and I'll probably be sitting here again and can ask them. He's playing with a group that, you know, they're talented, but he's clearly cream of the crop, let's call it. And what does that mean? You know, when you're the superstar of the group, and you have two guys who aren't. You know, the Andy Haas, when he's playing with two guys who are, let's say, they're solid 24, 25 handicaps. How hard is it to stay focused? Because it might be hard. I mean, we saw Andy Fox playing with El Jazz, who's another top player. Is it harder when you're playing with a couple of lower handicaps or higher handicaps?
Well, and it's interesting for those guys because those guys play Golden Tee together all the time. But again, playing Golden Tee at your local bar or bunker or whatever is so much different than playing tournament golf, even when you're playing with your buddies, because you got the stream going on, you got the lights, you've got, 100+ other people. It's not just a few of your buddies at the bar playing. It changes the way up and you play a little bit. And then you saw that with Al. And I think Al's actually going to jump on in a few minutes here while I take a quick break. But that would be a good thing to talk to him about. It's like, how is it different playing in Minnesota together all the time, and then you come to a tournament and you get random drawn together?
Well, we have to have somebody else from Minnesota on the stream, so it makes sense that we'd have Al jump on. We can't have a non-Minnesota to stream at any time.
Exactly. We just got to keep it rolling.
Keep it rolling. Oh, going in this direction. I don't usually go this way on 7. CJ shoots it out to the right instead of left. So we'll see how he does. Elk Addict, not familiar with him. Seen him around a little bit. See which direction he goes. I have never played over to the right just because I don't know the look, but everybody seems to like it here.
Yeah, I played a couple of games before qualifying yesterday, and I failed miserably. Like, I had my worst showing on this hole because I went left instead of right. And I think with the new tees that came out a little while ago, like, you definitely see more and more of that.
Yeah, and this was one of those silly mistakes we talked about. I went left. I think I undercut it or overcut it, ended up with a birdie. And again, we talk about on a course like Petra, really any qualifying course, birdies are not going to be the end of you. It's going to be the pars and the bogeys if you get them. So it's important, I think, to focus on where you miss eagle but still come out with a birdie. We see here where this player here, I don't know if that's Brown or Elliott, is going to have to make that decision because I don't think he's got a chance at eagle. I lied. That was a good shot. Great shot. Really straight on shot. I think he got lucky there.
All right, well, I'm going to step away real quick. Mr. Al Fox, Al Jazz.
Al Fox.
Al Fox. All the Minnesota players are being merged together.
One super player.
Yeah, Al Zarell is going to jump on and chat with you guys for a little bit. So thanks for having me. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks, Kevin. And I'm John O'Donnell. We don't have a camera today, which I think is fine because none of us have a face for camera.
You stole it for other.
I understand completely. I have a face for radio. I love it. We'll get Al Jazz here fired up. Here's your headphones, sir. Al Jazz just coming off the qualifier. Take your time. With Andy Fox. I saw your score. What were your thoughts? Maybe not your round. I don't want you to relive that, but the setup seemed a little different, a little tougher. What were your thoughts?
I don't think it was tougher. It was different-ish. It's not why I shot bad. I just shot bad.
It happens to all of us, and I think if I could shoot a 26 bad, I think we'd all take that. So you got 4 courses left. I'm sure you'll bounce back well.
Yep.
Hey, I had a question, and Kevin and I were just chatting about it. We see it here with CJ's game, and I know you've probably had this experience too. You're the top qualifier in your group. You're qualifying with guys that are good, but maybe not top level guys. Is it harder to stay focused when you're qualifying with guys who may have a higher handicap that maybe just are going to take longer, they're going to hit more shots? Is it hard to stay focused when you got that kind of setup?
Yeah, I think there's two different ways to look at that. It's weird because like sometimes it's comfortable with better players, but you're watching them and then you try and recreate the shot, and it doesn't work out. And then when you're playing with higher handicap players, I feel like, all right, I don't need to watch anything. I'm just going to play my own game.
Right.
So I think it depends on the day, honestly. Like.
Now, you and Andy Fox play quite a bit together, probably in Minnesota, correct? So you guys probably have some experience together?
Yeah, every single day.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's probably a comfort level that you guys just have with each other. Not one, because you're also both very good, but you also but then you bring it here too, a more high pressure situation. Does that change the dynamic playing together in Minnesota, your home place, home bar, versus here at a tournament? Does that have an effect?
No,
on you guys?
I think playing with him is absolute. I mean, that's the best.
Environment notwithstanding. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, great.
But my point was if it was just a player I don't play with all the time, it was, I was trying to learn something off of, let's say like an Evan or a Paul.
Yeah.
Then it might cost me a couple strokes because you're trying to follow them.
Right. Well, I think the example, and then you know Andy, but Andy went to the left here, and we have a comment here on the comments about never seeing. Oh, he left on 7, but even left on 18 there. That's a tricky shot, right? And obviously, Andy, you probably had no desire to copy from him, but that's the kind of thing where they're going after a different look that you would usually go after or would go after in that round.
Yeah.
And have a little impact on whether you choose that shot.
Yeah. Andy, I know what he's going to do. I don't even have to watch him. But yeah, no, there's something to the. Like I said, it depends on the day. Like some days it's great to play your own game, and some days it's great to, like, let me see what this guy does here.
Yeah.
I still watch, but when I get caught up in following, that's when I get in trouble. But you still can get hints from watching and be like, because they can hit it not as close to the hole as you would like to be, and they're like, okay, I can adjust off of that.
A shot like this too, where we all know kind of what the shot might be, but distance and wind and things like that. Watching somebody go through it, you may gain. And I say this, we're talking about the hole 6 here.
Yeah, that was weird. That hole 6 was.
I don't know that I've seen it set up.
I think there was a few of us yesterday when we were playing. There was an elevated box like that, and we all thought it was the first time we had seen it.
Yeah.
And then, sure enough, here it is again in the qualifier.
Well, and then I think it's 15 there, the par 4, where that low tucked pin it was a baby cut, or if you could make a full out of it, but that low left pin is something that I've seen more of in the last couple of days than I have since the new tees have come out. That's that par 4. Usually it's in the upper right corner. Yeah. You guys have both handled.
Yeah,
it
the
very
low
well.
left. The low left is obviously it's probably the most vulnerable pin position for players. Like you can, or the most missable.
Yes. Yeah.
You hit it short, backs off, overcut it, hit the rock, comes off.
I hit the most excellently planned hole-in-one on that shot last night, drunk off my butt. When I hit a full into the left side, it bounced off the right side and right into the hole, just like I planned.
And you planned it.
Not at all like I planned. I wish I hadn't planned it, but it was well overcut, and it turned into a hole-in-one. So those are the ones you just take and move on.
Stephen makes a good point here, but I think that only matters in match play. But that is a good point.
We have the Graham Jusic match where there's. Oh no, I don't know.
Steve, who's doing that?
Yeah. If you're seeing that on a stream, you'd like to know.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Well, we'll find out, but we can find out quicker if they comment.
Well, I've seen all 4 since that comment came up. I thought I saw.
Or maybe he's just asking the question.
Yeah.
Could be too. I don't want to blame anybody for something they're not doing.
Yeah. See, CJ was the one that kind of made me think about.
It wouldn't shock me if CJ did it.
He says Gordy.
Gordy. Okay. Can you hold?
Yeah, sure.
Right back.
Yeah, please. Yeah, no problem. Yep, I got him. Yep. As LJS goes to investigate. Thank you, Stephen. Thanks, everybody, commenting on the stream. I'm John O'Donnell. We don't have a camera, so you can't see who we are today, but I'm John O'Donnell. And Yeah, and it's important to note that the camera is not here for two reasons. One, we have a face for radio, and number two, we are putting together some really great interviews for the Road to Worlds. So lots of wonderful things happening on the media stream. And welcome back, LJS.
Yeah, Chris, I didn't even make it over there. I saw it. It's on. And CJ's is on, too.
Chris Anthony is a commenter on the live stream.
Yeah.
That they wanted to know if the shot meters are on. It's hard to see them. Sometimes they pop up and go as soon as the shot's over. So we can totally understand.
You're not going to see them on putts.
Ah, yeah.
Which is interesting. I kind of wish I would see it on putts.
Just to kind of see the angle which came off.
Well, then when you miss one, you can be like, oh, well, now I see why I missed
I push it left. I
Yeah.
push it right, yeah. I hit it 14 instead of 18. Whatever
Yeah.
it is, yeah. So, your thoughts on the venue? First-time venue here? What are your thoughts as we get used to the Funny Bone and the Jazz Club next door?
It's not the worst venue I've ever been to. Thanks. It's not the best venue I've ever been to. It's fine. I'm surprised there's no music.
Yeah, very quiet.
Oh, well, yeah, but there wasn't any yesterday either.
There was on the other side. Was there?
Okay.
There was a jukebox on the other side, and we had a bunch of iPhones, just kind of ambient noise. But you're right, there didn't seem to be any organized sound over here.
Yeah. So Gravy Beast makes a great point here. I told Fox when we were coming here, I said, this could be my big break. There's going to be a stage. It's a comedy club.
It is all
and
of that.
I told my wife, I said, I might not be coming home because it might be Funny Bone straight to a residency in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, you're in.
And I said, I'll move them out there, but I might not be able to make it back. Yeah, so, but, me being a professional comedian is probably
not in the cards.
Well, it probably is. Probably have the same chance of that as getting all these people to like the stream, because it feels like we never get as many likes as we get views.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. You have to like the stream.
It's such a simple thing. It's like just
there's like a button for it. All I could do is press it, and all of a sudden you like us.
Yeah, especially if you're like a person that wants to grow the community or expand the community.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy to just hit a
the button.
Little hand,
thumb. I think it's thumb. I mean, subscribe. This isn't rocket science, right? I mean, this is an algorithm. Everything in the world's an algorithm nowadays. And look, everybody on the stream obviously likes the game of Golden Tee, and please like the stream that is the game of Golden Tee.
Help us out. Help Andy Coleman out. Help IT out.
Yeah, Andy yells at us less when you like the stream, so that we like that too.
I think sometimes the problem is when you have the video up and you have the live chat up, that option isn't there. And I think a lot of people they're like, or, a little lazy or whatever. They're a little reluctant to just take the chat down, hit like quick, and then pull it back up. But that's what you have to do.
And we'll be here. We're not going anywhere. You can go there, you can hit the button, and we will still be here.
How you doing, Kins? Kins is telling me there is a shot meter on putts. And I guess I've never noticed it. Now I'm going to be looking at it every time I putt. I'm probably going to miss the next 15 putts looking for that meter.
Interesting here on this machine with Jusic. I've played with him before. He's a good young player. He holed out the hole before and then bangs it into the wall on 12. It's the ups and downs of Golden Tee in a nutshell, right? You hole out from the fairway and then you bang your tee shot on the next shot. It's easy to do.
That's a good point.
I do want to give a shout out to Gravy Beast. We miss him here. I like seeing him at tournaments, and a great guy, and sorry I didn't make it today.
I don't want to jinx anything, but I haven't looked at it in a couple days, but I am assuming that Gravy Beast will be qualifying for Worlds this week.
He was well ahead last time.
Just like I predicted. 2 weeks ago, I said that first one he's going to get in.
I want to thank Rizzo Pay TV for like and subscribe. See, 2 for 1. Oh, Andy already thanked him, but I feel like I need to thank him too.
Yeah, so
JoJo is here. JoJo is playing. I believe he won closest to the pin on Thursday.
Yeah, and Gravy's confirming that he's 100% in. When he passed CJ, I was like, well, I mean, who else is going to get to that? I think CJ had 246. Maybe Gravy can tell us, so I don't have to open my phone, but he might be at 246 with more shotties, or even 247.
My favorite thing to do in these tournaments is when I get drunk, I try to steal the little towel, microfiber towel that Gravy uses to clean the ball before every shot. So I go chase him around, try to steal the towel. So I don't get to do that today. So it's too bad. I'll have to find a new hobby. So
no, this towel's not here.
No, it's not. So we've got the two.
So yeah, you're right about 15 here. This is this is the diciest of the the dicey. The wind is good though, but if the wind was going away, this is away from the rock. This is a big deal. But man, when that thing is back right, that's when you start licking your chops.
Yeah, up in here, yeah. I actually, this was one where I was struggling a little bit in my qualifier, so I took the get it on the green strategy, and I ended up high green, but I made the ridiculous putt, which is nice. You have players cards? I didn't know we had players cards.
Yeah, no, the reason I picked it up to look at it is I didn't see my name on it, and I noticed they moved it here.
Oh, okay. I was told we weren't getting players cards
That's
today.
an interesting thing there, and I like that.
Oh, very cool. I forgot my card at home. Actually, my 8-year-old son kleptomaniacked my card at home, so I need a card. So.
Yeah, I've saved them all. I actually have I have a 3-ring binder with sports cards.
Yeah, and just kind of slide them in the.
Yeah, and
cool.
I've got I've got like 50 of them.
Wow, this is my second PEGT tournament, so I have 2 of them now.
Been doing this for a long time.
I just never had the, I've always played. I've played 20 years, and I've enjoyed it. I actually learned to play in Akron, Ohio, off the same person that originally taught Andy Haas. And
so that would be Johnny D.
Yep, Johnny D and Jerry Arney as well. Both of them played with us a lot there in Akron. Back then, there were 5 or 6 bars that had a lot of good machines. And I never got nearly as good as Andy, of course, but I love playing. And young man that I play with out of Findlay, Ohio, he's up to a 28 handicap, really wants to start going to tournaments, and figured it's a good way to get away from the hustle and bustle of the home and spend some time with some great people. So I've been doing that now the last couple of years.
Yeah, I hope you get to more. It's a good time.
I do enjoy it.
I think you probably just said this, but I was reading comments. But I feel like I met you in Nashville.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, we met in Nashville. I think we were on the stream a little bit there as well.
Yeah. So. Hey, Kryptonite. Hey, everybody that says hi that I haven't said anything to yet.
Yeah, one thing, too, just made me think about it, because when we were in Nashville, I noticed.
We've got a hole-out situation from your check.
He's all over the place. It's funny because he's been hitting the hole-outs and then hitting the walls, so he's making up for it, but that was a great shot. One question that Kevin and I were talking about is the difference in intensity between qualifying and main event, right? I mean, it's clearly you're playing for the tournament on Sunday. It's different. But in your words, could you describe kind of how you go through from Saturday to Sunday? What's your mindset? How does that change? What's the difference in approach, if any? I
try not to change it at all, but clearly that's not working. I try to box out my vision and just tell myself I'm at home or I'm at the bunker, because really it's the same television, it's the same deck. You can just overthink this thing so much, you know. And I think most of my failures have been, there's been some bad luck, there's been some bad shots, obviously, but I don't feel like I can ever attribute anything ever happening in the qualifier to nerves. Maybe in match play here and there. But the difference is here is you're not on the same sleeping schedule. You're not on the same drinking schedule.
Right.
And when you're at home, you tend to be in a habit.
That's right.
And you're just constantly like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You're in the fucking, excuse me. You're in the hamster wheel.
Right.
And you just, every time, I think you guys know what I mean. But I think that's what gets people at these places is they're not in their same routine. They stay up later. They get up earlier. It's just.
Yeah.
And you don't think that, you always think, I can play through stuff like that until you can't. And then you're sitting there watching everybody else play.
Right. Yeah.
You
No,
know what I mean?
it's a different. I mean, for myself, I play at home a lot. We don't in Findlay, Ohio. We don't have a lot of commercial machines, so we play at my house or the other gentleman who has a home machine. And it is the same. You're in Hampshire, same guys, same courses, same order even. And then you come here, and it's nice to play with a whole bunch of new people, but you are drinking differently, which we mean more, and staying up later, and it's just a different rhythm. And this venue is different. For me, it was the lighting.
Yeah.
The lighting is very dark, which again, the machine's the same, but I always find the room being dark to be a little off-putting.
Yeah.
For myself, that's just me personally.
Yeah, I come to these things, and I try to do well, and I just try and do the best I can. But I'm here to hang out with my friends.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I think most people are doing that. I think you could even say that about Haas and Luna. Because even if they have a bad weekend, they have a good weekend.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
I do. Not everything. The weekend is not dependent on what happens on the machines. And that you're hanging out, meeting people.
Yeah.
I'm talking to people who I haven't seen since Nashville, who I met, formed friendships with, or people who I've known for years, who I just don't see. It sounds like you may be up, Al.
Yep, I'm watching it.
Oh, okay.
All right, I got to sign off for a little bit, I guess, and then I'll just sign back on in like 1 minute.
Yeah, we'll see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Great chatting with you. And that
All
was, Al Jazz going to shoot hopefully a 2-better on Nihon. This is my machine. I'm almost on as well. Yep. So Al's off. I will be off here in just a moment as well, as my group has hit 18. So I'm sure Andy's going to recruit somebody even better than both Al and I to take the microphone. Oh, stop it. We'll get Andy on here himself to tell you all the wonderful things about Golden Tee, the best of which is the live stream, which is why you should like and subscribe right away as I die choking here. So it's so good, it's got me all choked up. So Richard will not be making World. Sorry to hear that. And I need to sign off as well. So, again, I'm sure Andy will find somebody to replace it, and we'll leave the live stream up for your enjoyment.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Missouri Open 2023. I had 10 minutes to spare while I'm waiting for my machine to open up, so I figured I'd come holler at you guys. It's Matt Van Hoosier. We got Andy Fox, Al Jazz, and Terry Haddock on your left side. Joey D'Angelo, Andy Haas, and David Key, Mr. Double Pistol himself, on the right. We're playing Nihon Yoru, our second course of the qualifier. We had Petra, now Nihon. Eastern Hollywood were the two that were eliminated today. I had heard tales that this Nihon setup was not the simplest. I haven't played it yet. Couldn't really say, but we'll give it a peek as we travel through the holes here. Left side run pretty early on. That's hole 3. A little par 3. And those guys are a little bit ahead of that on hole 6. Sometimes drivable, but not today. I'm hoping they already said this over the stream, but all weekend long, make sure you share, make sure you like the stream, like it on YouTube, like it on Facebook, whichever one you're looking on. Spread it around, get everybody to watch, get those views up. The pure thumbs of Andy Haas do what the pure thumbs of Andy Haas do. They put the ball in the hole. Way to lay it for points, Andy. And he makes Joey D'Angelo's putt without looking. Par 5-7's going to get up towards the edge there. There's no route to get all the way to the other side on the fairway there, so you got to get up close to the edge of the fairway and get your 10.5 type driver, maybe a 9.5 driver, whatever you got there, to the green from there. Left side, just got to get it right on the building. Playing on the right side because the pin's on the right side, and you got that back tee box. You can't really go do too much damage on the left side of that fairway, so they're going to try to just get on that little bump on the right side. Richard Swindell, good to see you. Everybody needs a little lurch in their life. Greg Kinsler, you too. Why didn't you come down, buddy? I assume you kids said some stuff. Saw you guys did the color run. Congrats on that. Brady looked the most excited. There you go, David Key, 9.5, little bite. You just got to miss those rocks, guys. That's all you're looking for. There's miss those rocks in the front side. That'll send your ball into the water just about every time. Joey D'Angelo, same thing with the 10.5. Didn't see Andy, so know why he's there, but it won't matter. So, Andy, what do you think? That's my producer, Andy, here. What do we think the over-under on the number of putts Joey D'Angelo and David Key have to actually hit today is? 5 rounds times 18, 90 holes. I'm going to guess that between David Key and Joey D'Angelo, they hit 12 putts. More than 12? You think because they're going to be too far away from the hole? It's possible. If Andy is a one better like this a lot, and he's not going to want to move off that machine, I bet we see some long ones go in. Oh no, Andy, how many is Andy? Or how many will they have actually hit of their own putt? There we go. Sorry, I probably didn't word that very well. Oh no. That's probably a bigger number. You're right. We're gonna get Andy in here for the discussion. I think he's got some good input here.
All right. Yes, indeed. So I think these guys will be hitting in more than 14 of Andy's putts because he's going to be all over that hole.
Yeah, just of their own putts.
But of their own, yeah. I think you're pretty close. 10 to 12, I think is pretty.
Pretty good number.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, and he's definitely been known to. Yeah, I don't know. He once he gets on a machine, sometimes too, he plays it a certain way, and he's.
Yep.
You can tell he's not only in rhythm with the machine, but in harmony with himself as well. It's a crazy thing to see once he regardless of how many beverages he's had, sometimes it just doesn't matter. He's got that. He's got that that synchronization or whatever.
For a lot of players, once they kind of find that spot where everything's comfortable and correct, you don't want to move off of it. And that's why for a lot of folks that play games by themselves at their home places, they get on that spot and you start playing well, you start playing comfortable, and you come to an environment like this where you got to move constantly. You're on the machine, you're off the machine, you're on the machine. It's really hard to reestablish each time.
Yeah, you can't get your own pace, and that's what's the thing about coming to these events too is that it's a lot easier to hit some of these shots in your basement, your garage, in your living room, but then when you have dozens of people around your machine and even potentially being on the stream machine, it becomes a whole different beast than hitting it at home where you're very comfortable with it.
Andy's very upset he didn't hit that 1 yard farther, so it went in the hole. Kind of caught that front bounce.
He was. That's Andy in a nutshell, though. Like if it's not in the hole, I feel like he's not happy. Like the hat is just moments from being thrown.
It's right. I think part of that is he can see the shot. Okay, if I hit this one, it's going to go in the hole.
Yep, absolutely.
So then it's just a matter of execution.
Right. So kind of speaking to that vein too of like players kind of getting on a roll or getting kind of getting hot, catching on fire. Obviously, a guy like Andy Haas is someone that you got to mention as being someone who like plays out of their mind. Obviously like a Paul Luna too.
Yeah.
Before we have our co-caster for us joining in, I'm just going to serve that question up to you. You can answer to it, and I'm going to step out. Thank you guys for joining the stream.
I would say those two obviously are good picks. Some of the better heater modes that I've seen played, the two names that probably come to mind are George von Kirchenbar, who's not here. That guy, when he starts holing out, you can just look out because he's probably going to get 5 of them. And then the other one, as we saw last tournament in Wisconsin on that Easter round, Mr. Mouth, Mark McClevich, if he starts going, just look out because the ball's just all over the hole. So those would be two players that I would say that really come to mind as far as heater mode engage goes. But it can go the other way too, right? You flip a couple around, gets in their head, they get off that rhythm, and maybe it's not 1, it's 3.
Yeah, the heater guys are amazing to me because it's just one after another, hole out, hole out, hole out.
Yeah. The guy sitting next to me now who just chimed in, Mr. Jason Elliott. How are you, sir?
Hi. Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Speaking of heater mode, if we're not talking about holeouts, but we're talking about points, I'm going to bring your name into the game. It seems like every time I see you hit a shot, you're around the hole.
I use bite way too much. I should really use backspin or let it go or release or something to try to hole out more. But Jim operator.
My goodness. He likes the cut of your jib. Maybe that wasn't a sailing thing. Andy's amused by something.
So Andy shot 31 under his first round.
Oh, okay. Well,
and
off day.
Two better on Petra. 2 better on Petra.
And I saw something scroll through earlier. It said he had parred hole 2 on this one.
Okay, so I saw that I think David's.
Corey Neely, that is an unforgivable sin. Do not forget to like the stream. You know better, be better, do better. Like the stream, share the stream, be the stream.
So if we're watching the Haas key and who else is?
That's Joey D'Angelo.
Okay, yeah. So all right, they got the back pin location. So there's the option to.
You got a lot of runway there.
Yeah, he bid it. There's
some runway there.
It's scary to try to run it straight at it because you can easily go in that back bunker. That guy's afraid of nothing, obviously.
He knows his distances pretty well. Yeah. The other tricky part about this one is that green is slightly elevated, so it does tend to roll out a little farther than a normal shot.
Absolutely. That is
and that's
right
why
at it.
That's why you will see a lot of bite. You'll see a lot of bite. It takes the danger of behind out.
Yeah. No, I play bite on it a lot because, of course, I'm scared.
Well, and with the rollout there, it's still, even with the bite, it does go a little farther on the ground than it would otherwise.
But it's nice to use the bite because we know that it'll settle.
Yep.
And you'll get more Basically, the ball will be on the green longer as opposed to
Yep.
like skipping and everything with the backspin.
Going full town. Quite a setup there, actually. High five full town, somewhere in the vicinity of 10 feet.
Yeah, and he thought
Walk
about
off and drink your
He
high
thought about
noon.
it for 2 seconds. No big deal.
David Key says, that's cool and all, but I'm going to do something completely different.
Well, and you gotta
play your game.
You gotta play what you're comfortable
Gotta
with.
play your
and,
game.
And there's nothing wrong with leaving it on the fringe right there.
No, not where he was. You know, a little farther back, maybe bad. Oh, get in
we
there.
go-
Good shot,
Aljaz,
Aljaz.
almost in.
You got 2 pair, though, so that counts for something.
It does about a couple blocks away.
Oh, whoops. Wrong game.
Just a
Makes
good run
at
there.
it, yeah. Joey's a good player. Out of Kansas City area. Been around the tournament scene for a couple years now.
I had a great time playing
And-
with David last night. David.
Oh, well, you're going to have a good time playing with David
Well,
most
yeah,
of the time.
yeah. It was also late in the day, and I said, "Hey, what time do you start drinking?" He said, "Airport, 5:30 a.m."
Yeah. If he came in yesterday, yeah, I believe that. And he's one up on the group, thanks to Andy's par.
Now, if you're looking at the Fox Zaril Haddock match, I saw David play a shot earlier on this hole that he actually landed it short there. If you're looking at the screen on the left, he landed it short and in the fairway and played a 4-wood.
Played that little cutty in there, yeah.
I had never seen that shot before.
Well, I'm going to take my leave. I have got to go play my qualifier. Jason, I'll see you again later.
All right.
To the
Riding
crowd out
solo.
there, likes, shares, get it done, guys. Get it done.
So yeah, I'm actually up and about. They're on. So I'm actually qualifying on number 14 there on the right screen. So they are on hole 14. And right there. Man, that was a nice hole run. So if you're looking at the screen on the left, as they hit their approach shot here, it's a really difficult hole to hole out. I mean, you got a lot of good looks there, and you run it by it, but man, one of the best things about watching these things and having them on live stream, and whenever you got the great players on there, you know, like Fox and Andy Haas, is that it's effortless, and they make the right play 99% of the time, and like it's not an easy setup here on 15 on the right screen, and they're going to cut it into the wind. I mean, it is nice that you have it into the wind, because if it's going with the wind, you're going to cut it and you worry about hitting that fringe there. And that fringe, you can't touch it. It's going to roll in the water every time. Oh, you miss it. And actually, David got lucky there with it holding up there. I apologize for my hello friends voice, but I'm a little worn down from last night. No problem there. And Haas knocks in that putt. So what are we looking at here? Oh, they're all 22 under. Through 15, we're looking at so if you're lucky, I mean, Neon's at 28. And so they're all looking at possibly hitting 27. So they're all one off. I can't remember what hole it is. There is one that is somewhat drivable, but I think I saw them earlier, and it was not actually reachable. David lining this up. There's there's a few comfort zones for people. You kind of pick what club you like and where you want to go on this, with all those bunkers there. I kind of go towards the left side, not far left. I try to kind of land between those bunkers, but usually there's multiple options, And whichever one you pick to go with, which you think is your best, you really just got to stick with it and really refine that shot. As that's something Mal talks about a lot whenever he's trying to figure out shots, and he's like, you are looking for just repeatable shots. And even with Key in the rough over there on the right, he was able to, get on there easily. Not going to be the easiest putt, but I would take that. I would take that putt all day. They're back in action. Fox Earl, Haddock. And this feels like a Haas hole-out hole. He loves thummies, putting spin on it, and he just barely missed it. He's pissed. There's nobody that expects to make a hole-in-one on that hole more than that guy, and he is pissed. All right, so they're finishing out 17 here. David rolls it up. So they're all 25. 25 going into 17. And what do we have? All right, so they are tucked behind the tree. It's a little bit closer, so I struggle with this one. I do a high 5 or 6 a lot, and it's since the bunkers have changed, you can't really roll through them. Now it's like one bouncing out. Like you used to be able to just kind of roll through them, and it makes it a little tough. So you actually have to cut it like he did and carry the bunker. And if you landed on it, you really just want to cut it around that and land it just over the bunker to actually have a shot at this pin location. Sometimes it's tucked up in the back left, but really with this setup, any other location besides back left, you are just trying to barely. He caught it a little bit. If it was another foot, it was in pretty good shape and a lot easier putt. Now he's going to have a lot of break in that. David going with a different cut, and it's actually looking really good. Great shot, David. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. I'm going to hop off here. I'm up next on the right screen. Jason Elliott playing his Try Harder. And who we got coming up? John O'Donnell. John O'Donnell's hopping on. And I got to go and play my next match.
Two better. We'll get two better. Nothing worse. Reasonable expectations. That's what this world is all about. John O'Donnell here, and as you may not know, or as you may know, I don't know, we do not have camera here because we are doing interviews for Road to the Worlds. So a very important project, and let's face it, I have a face for radio. So we've got 2 streams up that I can see. Andy Fox and Al Jazz over here. And Haas, looks like he may have just finished his round. So just jumping in here, looking at the comments. Looks like we've set the over-under at 256 likes. We have been implored by Andy to say, like us, subscribe to us, love us. Not all of that, but please do like us. It's an easy thing to do, helps the stream get lots of attention. And let's face it, if you're watching this stream, you probably like Golden Tee, and maybe other people will too. So please do that. So I'm looking over here at scores. Oh, wow. Just noticed El Jazz and Fox shooting what appears to be one less than par. But, again, just kind of jumping in here, seeing what hole they're on and everything. CJ getting ready to start on the other showcase machine. And we'll see here as that game gets going. I just got done playing Nihon. For those of you who don't know me, I'm not very good at this game. I'm a solid player, 27.5 handicap. Played Nihon. I thought it was a pretty fair setup. I missed a stupid putt, and I had another error that put me at 2 worse. So par is 28, and, a pretty easy setup. I don't think the pros are going to have any trouble with this setup. We see Andy having to go around the right here on hole 13, usually set up either left or right. This is a pretty easy setup. We'll see how he handles it. Pretty soft baby cut, flows in, it'll go back towards the hole. With backspin, you know, one thing I like to share with players who are just kind of learning the game or may want a tip here and there is I try, and again, try the operative word, to hit the ball such that the ball is moving back towards the hole when it makes contact. And so that's understanding the green a lot. A lot of players look at the green, they say, okay, it's up 4, right 5, and they aim for a spot on the green that's going to make the ball head towards the pin based on the green. But don't forget how important spin is. I think the second thing people understand is spin. You know, roll, release, obviously going to move the ball forward, backspin, bite, going to move the ball backwards. But the last thing that you'll see these really good players do, and if this is something that you don't do, you should focus on, is watch the angle of the ball as it hits the green. That will determine a lot of what direction it goes. Does it go towards the hole when it hits? And this sounds simple, but every ball that you get going towards the hole gives you a better chance to get a putt or maybe even a hole out or those really coveted great shot points. So looking through here, Richard says, Andy, par 2, hold on another. So that's the old turn a 2 better into a 1 better or, versa vice or vice versa, whatever that is. So Richard, again, great point. You know, when you come to these tournaments, you see things that you won't see in your local bar or playing at home. So good to see a lot of people in the comments. Richard, I don't know you, but I know you're well thought of. And sorry that we haven't seen a tournament in a long, long time, but thanks for joining the stream. Looking over here at El Jazz, this is a shot where I'm sure, he's thinking this is a makeable shot. I will say that I think for players with a little higher handicap, this is a dangerous tee box. The person I was playing with struggled with his tee box. It's easy to go short if you're trying to make it. A little high tee thumbs, and it will roll down, but not good enough. And they have the hole surrounded, as I like to say when I play with my friends. We're coming to you from the Funny Bone. I think there's another jazz club associated with this place. There's 2 rooms, kind of a different structure. I have to say I like the layout in terms of space. There's a lot of space. For those of you who have attended tournaments, it can be a little bit of, let's say, butts to elbows, and you can fill in the word butt as you deem appropriate. Here there's a lot of space, a lot of good seating. I'm in the main room. I haven't been over to the other room, but I played there earlier yesterday, and I found it to be spacious as well. The staff here is fantastic. They've taken really good care of us, and we really appreciate them. I can't tell you enough how important it is to have a good venue, and it is dog approved. Not only do we love it, but canines everywhere do as well. As you're seeing here, this is the second room that we're playing in. You're seeing it on Spaz 30 speed, but we really want to thank the producers that sit behind me as we do this. I've been doing radio and video for 20 years, and I have to tell you, this is the second tournament I've been to. They've let me put the headset on. Really great crew. You'll see the setups there. We just passed 2 GT PGA versions. Really spacious bar. Like I said, if you've come to tournaments, you know it can get really crowded. That's not the case here. As Sean Tickner walks by, there's hugging, there's loving, because this is Golden Tee, and what is Golden Tee if not hugging and loving, really? So they're great comedians that have been here. That was Frank Caliendo on the wall, I believe. There's a great mural of Chris Farley out front. I've seen a number of other pictures. I think the Funny Bone is a national chain, so I had the opportunity to meet Sean, who's one of the managers here, and also from Rochester, New York, which is where I hail from. He kind of explained to me in drunken English, as we had both had a few tasty pops, the history of this place. And now in the main room, or what I call the main room, what's really cool, and we're up here, that's one of the elevated machines. I thought that would have been a great showcase machine, but I think now we're over to where the actual live streams are. We've just passed them. That's where we are right now, streaming this to you. When I say we, it's the global we, because it's just me at this point. We are moving right through qualifying. Again, if you come to tournaments, you know qualifying can take forever and a day. Really not a big deal here today, as we are speeding along at the speed of light. I will be playing my 3rd course. For those of you listening on live stream who may not know, we have jettisoned Hollywood and Easter. So the 5 courses today, left to right: Petra, Nihon, Nordland, the new course Eagles, and then, of course, Champ 99. I tend to think Champ 99 is going to be the one that's kind of the make-or-break course for a lot of the purple and main bracket divisions. I think that Champ 99 is a course a lot of people don't play a lot of. And it's a low par, meaning it probably sets up for a par of about 24, 25, maybe 26. But again, it's going to be a low par, and it's an easy course. But the holes that are challenging are challenging, and I think that's going to be the line of demarcation. Eagles Peak's a very popular choice because Eagles Peak is a challenging and difficult course. But for those of us who have played it a number of times, I think you can take a little bit of the teeth out of the course. I think you can play the difficult holes in a way that allows you to maintain birdies or safe chances at eagles and still shoot a good round. So enough about what I think, because what I think doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Let's look here in here at CJ as he tees off on the 4th hole of Nihon. Again, the 3rd course of our qualifying today, or 2nd course, excuse me. He puts it in the fairway. El Jazz just about holes one out here on 16. I thought 16 was a pretty tough look. A lot of wind coming in, so you've got to land short in your favorite little landing spot there. But then you have to hit this shot into a 15 cross. We'll call it 5 o'clock, 430 wind. That's a challenging shot, so we'll see here. There's a 3rd member of the group. Haddock basically puts it in the hole, makes me look stupid because obviously it was very easy. I just don't know what I'm doing. And Andy will come in to finish here the round or the hole for the group probably. Back to CJ, his approach on 4. Kind of slapped at it. CJ is a really interesting player to watch. And we'll just pause for the announcements there. CJ is an interesting player to watch. As many of you know, he's one of the top young players in the game, top players in the game, period, but one of the younger of the group. And he plays in a style that, especially in qualifying, almost looks like he's in a hurry to get somewhere anywhere but here. You'll see him hit the ball very quickly. He doesn't line up a lot of shots. And I think the reason for that is he's seen every shot, and so it's certainly not that he doesn't care. He does. But I think he's just trying to get the ball to the hole and move on. And, Sunday you'll see a different CJ. And you'll see a more focused, a more deliberate style and pace. And so I think it's interesting to watch. So I'm looking at some comments here. Kev Gret says, thanks for the great commentary. I watched to listen and learn as a relatively new player. Thank you, Kev. I'll assume your name is Kevin. Thank you. I've been doing this stream for the 2 tournaments that I've attended. I love doing it. I will talk on a microphone as long as they'll let me. And I think that I, too, love to learn here. And I am not a relatively new player. I am old, and I've been doing this since Live came out. So I think everyone can watch these great players and really get a lot out of it. So, again, I will stop saying what I think because, again, it doesn't matter what I think. I see Jazz shaking his head. He wasn't happy about something. You see Andy with a 24. A little surprising low score here in qualifying for him. I think this eagle becomes pretty important for him in terms of seeding. I don't think there's any chance that he misses the main bracket, but we'll see what happens here. CJ putts in his putt, and they move on. And let's see. Eights are crazy there on that machine. I believe that's machine 2. If not, doesn't really matter because you can't see him. Actually, maybe machine 13, but I'll just call it whatever machine number I want. Haddock flies this in. Another tough setup. He handles it pretty well. Goes in that far side bunker. El Jazz here with a 26. Really the only danger for him is to get wet. Hopefully he does not. As he lines up his shot. CJ also lining up a tee shot, which just set him up with a pretty easy approach. This El Jazz's shot really the more important one on the screen here. He fires in a 6-wood. Little half full, bounces out, and needs to stay up, and does. That could have been dangerous, and he'll have a chip for eagle. And if you are new to the game, Kevin, I would encourage you to watch El Jazz's chip here because that is a skill he's good at, and it could be a stroke saver. Big shot here for Andy. An 8.5 low. Fires it around, aggressive line, big hop, and does not come out of there. You can see the look on his face. Not a great round for Andy, but again, I mentioned before, really not at risk of missing the main bracket for the main reason that we don't have a ton of the top players here. A few of the top players had to kind of pull out or didn't make it to this tournament. So GVK not here in attendance. Of course, he would be a pretty much automatic qualifier, as is Andy. But the top of the main bracket is going to be names that you've heard of a lot because we're really missing a lot of the other top players. So we see here Haddock lining up for his chip. Exactly the chip I had as well. Exactly what I did with it. I went one to the right and just flopped it out because I didn't have any better answers. Curious to see here how LJS handles his chip. He should be next. And again, if you're looking to improve your game, watch this chip. I think he's going to fire this thing in close. It is a very difficult chip, just to be very clear. It is a right 10. The water is not really a risk. I think it'd roll off into the fringe for an easy putt, but this is a hard chip to be aggressive with. I don't know how much AJ or LJS thinks he needs it, but I really do think this is a fun one to watch. Another good shot to watch is going to be CJ's second here on the 7 as he puts into the fairway safely, and you see he putted that. I'm a little surprised that he putted that ball. Maybe he just didn't think he had a line of the chip. So I think he was happy to take his birdie. So there was nothing to learn there, and I was totally wrong, which is not a unlikely theme here, as I'm usually wrong as we go through this. You'll learn. I'll be here a lot. So CJ's lining up in the fairway after this shot, I think, as one of his competitors. And I do apologize. I don't know which one is Elliott and which one is Brown. But this is the shot that I'd say to look at. CJ's going to fire off a 10.5, whips it forward, gets a good action, safe. And we're down to 1 feed now. And again, I have already thanked them, but then I got yelled at and told to follow the tour of the Funny Bone. I do want to thank all the producers and all the people. You can't see how busy they are back here. And as I'm talking, they're doing stuff and dancing and really just great energy. And here comes LJS back in eventually. He throws his bag up to reserve his spot. And I'll look forward to asking him about that chip, whether he thought about being aggressive on that chip or just felt like the safe play was to take his birdie in 27. Looking at the comments, and while we have a pause again, I would ask you, please like the stream. Please hit that little thumbs up button. And, it has nothing to do with me. I do one of these a year, maybe 2. But these guys work so hard to put this stream on, and as many of you know, it's really high quality when I'm not around. And I really think it'd be great if you could give them the credit they deserve. Like, subscribe, share. I think Golden Tee is a game that's been around for 20-some years and is still growing. And if you can tell me and show me a hobby that's like this, grown men putting a lot of time and energy into it, there's not a lot. And the sense of community that you see in the Golden Tee community is pretty unique. I know personally, you can go up to Paul Luna, you can go up to Andy Haas, you can go up to any of these guys, say hi, get to know them. They're normal people for the most part, absent. I wanted to make fun of somebody, but there's really nobody here to make fun of today. But no, they're great people, and it would have all been in fun if I would have made a joke. So we'll say absent me. And so as CJ and his group finish up their hole, we see our second featured group featuring Chris Usick, I believe is how you say his last name, and Graham as they get fired off. Usick out of the fairway. Just going to fire a little 9-iron. He had a really nice round. I think he finished with a 1 better. I talked to him after his round. Real nice young man. Looks like he's 14. He's not. They ID'd him. He's legal to drink, but a great guy. And kind of an up-and-coming player on the scene. So interesting to see him on the feature machine. He deserves it. And CJ here just throwing this setup really easy. For those of you who play Nihon, this can be a difficult shot. It really was just a straight bang right down the middle there. And the approach with the pin where it is was pretty easy, so not a difficult shot there. See LJS getting mic'd up. I have a question immediately for the young man when he puts his headset on, because I have a question for you about 18. As you came in 18 there, I know you weren't happy with your approach or with your tee shot. You ended up in the fringe. Yeah. I told everybody here, I said, you watch and learn, because you're going to see LJS go out with a chip and really get aggressive and go for his eagle. It must not have been there, and you thought the par was the birdie.
That's a chip all day. It's a chip all day, like on in a regular situation. But that chip could have gone long, and then it cost me another one, so I just took the 27.
Right, par 28 on it?
You probably saw me and Fox talk about it a little bit.
We did. We even talked about it here because we have microphones and stuff. It was fun. Fox had a challenging round. I wasn't here to see kind of his hardest part of his round, but he had a challenging round for him, and will affect his seeding. I'm sure he's going to make main bracket, of course.
Yeah, he one bad shot, and that's probably the most challenging hole on the course, so I don't think you can take too much away from that.
They said he parred 2, so.
Did he?
Well, I think it said Andy parred 2. I thought that's what it said. Maybe parred, maybe it was the second hole. I'm not sure.
Wow. Then Richard, it was more tuned into that match than I was, or that wrong than I was. I didn't know that.
So so we've got CJ here.
No, I know he didn't hold 2 because I think we all hit 10.5 backspin.
Just got in there. Well,
nobody made that.
No, hard 2. I thought so, but you said he wouldn't have been par either if he got in there with 10
No,
backspin.
no, I mean.
Yeah. Well, again, he had a, for him to see a 25 on a course like Nihon was a little surprising. So.
You know, Richard, tell me what you're talking about because now I'm trying to recall.
So we've got Graham and Usyk over here.
Thanks, Kev Gret. Welcome to the community. Keep banging.
Play more, get better. Isn't that what the kids say?
That's right. Rizzo, if that happens, you have to go up and we call it the walk of shame.
Oh, Haas part 2. Wrong Andy.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
My apologies. Thank you very much.
And Haas did. Now I know what they're talking about because I saw it hit the stone, come back, stay in the sand. And then I went and talked to Andy right after that shot, and I said, you know, if that was me, I said, why when I do that does it always go in the water? Yeah. They do get the stroke back, Rizzo, but it's not that simple.
There's not an easy button in this game. You don't just say
you have to go up and talk to Steve and tell him you missed the putt after he spent a half hour telling you, do not take other people's putts. And so you can imagine the reception on that kind of comment.
Yeah, Steve
at the counter.
Steve's real reasonable about that. He likes those conversations.
Yeah, he gets a little, you know, like James just said, you know that red face emoji?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, there should be steam coming out of the ears when it applies to Steve, but no, I certainly am familiar with it. And so this is the second time that we've been together. We talked a little bit about Nihon, but I'm really looking forward here. Nordland, really kind of a toothless course, but Eagle's going to be the 4th qualifying course, first time in a tournament. Talk about the challenges that course really brings out, and what we could be looking at here in the 4th qualifier.
James is right. That's a veteran advice right there. You just keep, and right now, James, right now would be the time to do it. We have Paige at the computer. Oh, man.
If anybody misses anybody's putt, go now.
Yeah, so hold on a second. Let me make an announcement.
Yeah, right.
It's officially time to record or to go and let people know about your missed putts. You probably have 3 minutes.
Steve has left the building.
Yeah.
Get over there now. So, Eagles Peak, what's some of the challenges and some of the things that you find about that course? Is it's the first time in qualifying here in an event?
Well, I don't care who you are. Like, you play that course and you're going to be – there's challenges. But you know what? So this is the first time we've had in the qualifier, and I'm really interested to see today. I'm hoping for a really, really difficult setup because I really want to see how these guys handle it. Because you could probably see a lot if it was really difficult, depending on where they already are in the qualifier, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be interesting because I'm wondering if people are going to lay up on things that they normally wouldn't, because that's one of those, those 2 holes that we both know which ones they are.
Yep.
Where it's not just one stroke if you screw it up.
That's right.
Right? It can be 2 or 3. And do you just take the 1 stroke loss?
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
I have 2 thoughts on that. I just want to get to Jeremy's comment there. Where is this at? We were at the Funny Bone. I don't remember the suburb we're in. Maryland Heights, maybe, of St. Louis.
It's or Creve Coeur. It's one of the 2.
Well, we're about 20 minutes outside of downtown St. Louis, the Funny Bone Comedy Club. There's an attached blues club, so we have 2 rooms. We just did the tour here at Warp Speed, but Jeremy, that's where we are. We're in St. Louis. We're at the PEG Tour Stop 3. And there's about 120 people competing and qualifying today. To your point, Aljaz, one of the things that really gets me about the 2 holes we're talking about is, and it's true of anything, because I went through this in the qualifier last time at Nihon. When you lay up on a hole that you don't usually lay up on, that can present some challenges, not to somebody at your level, but to somebody with a higher handicap where they're getting themselves into a position on the course where there might be a slope towards the water they're not familiar with because they've never played that. So it's something that even laying up can present its own set of challenges. I do want to address, for me, I will be laying up on those 2 holes absent, I'm really feeling it, and I want, and it's a look I like. I'll be laying up because I'm looking to hit maybe a 2 worse or a 1 worse on my way into my qualifier.
If I happen to do that, like in a match or a 1 through 5 game or a qualifier, what have you, I'm going to do a lot of math before I hit the shot.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to probably, depending on the hole, I'm going to try and set myself up to a number that is a thumb number.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So you're almost.
So
like,
I don't. If you're going to do that, I just wouldn't willy nilly like, oh, we'll just pound it out in the fairway. You kind of you do have to think a little bit more about that. Even though you're probably going to be okay no matter where you go, but if you really like, a lot of times you can lay up to a number, it's safe, and then give yourself a really good chance to hole it out and still make the eagle anyway.
I think that's a great example on Champ 99-16.
Yeah.
Where you've got that isthmus that you can try to land if you want, but you can set yourself up with wind and distance.
Full vocabulary on display today.
Isthmus? That's a bit. Hey, I saved those.
I know what isthmus is. I just.
God, it makes one of us.
You don't hear it every day.
No, only on the PEGT live stream, which is why you should like and subscribe and share it, because you're going to hear words like isthmus and other dictionary words, which we're sure to pull out as we get further along.
So when I was playing, you probably saw me open my phone up, a time or two.
I did.
And I was checking to see the like situation.
Okay, how we doing?
It was okay, but there was a little to be desired.
Okay, so that's you guys out there. Let's go.
So I'm hoping we can get a few more of those, especially, like we got so many hardcore guys that normally come to the tournaments. That should be a lock for the likes, right?
I would think so.
It's trying to get the guys that are just checking in every once in a while, the casual viewers. Man, if we could get those likes too, that would be great.
Yeah, we've been yelled at by Andy, and I think he's just putting up
and
numbers.
Don't worry, if you like the video, the algorithm's not gonna inundate you with Golden Sea stuff.
Because not a whole lot out there.
yeah. So, it's safe. We're not asking you to subscribe, but that would be nice too. That would be a super bonus.
All right. You'll still get your funny cat videos. You're not going to have Golden Tea 24 hours a day. You'll still get your funny cat videos.
Yeah. Just subscribe and turn your notifications off. You'll never even know what happened.
That's right.
That's
right. It's like a hole out that nobody's watching. Did it really happen?
But really, we would like you to leave those notifications on.
So watching these go through, not really anything surprising so far. Usyk is this is an interesting look.
Usyk, is
that how you say that? I don't know how you say that.
I call him Juszczyk.
Juszczyk, okay.
Steve calls him Jusiks.
Oh, jeez. I'm clearly wrong.
So my theory here on this guy is there's a guy that plays for the 49ers, spelled the same way, and they call him Juszczyk.
Yeah, Juszczyk. How Juszczyk?
And I'm like, so I said that to him yesterday, and he said, "You're not wrong. That's how you pronounce it. We just don't say it that way." And I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "I don't know."
I don't know. Kyle Juszczyk. Well, I will adopt that. I will adopt the LJ's approved pronunciation of his name. And
but he's been alive for whatever it is, 25 years now, and I'm sure he's heard just about every single different.
Yeah, right.
It's one of those names that nobody's going to get it right the first time.
No, my name is John O'Donnell. You could not have a more meat potatoes name than that. And
well, at least it's not John Johnson.
It is not John Johnson.
Because then we'd never be able to find you in the phone book.
That's right. Do we still have phone books? Is that still a thing? So yeah, watching him play. I do enjoy watching him play. Whatever.
Okay.
Please.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, no, please.
Pives 97. So if you take the chat down, you put the phone vertical, right? Not sideways. Put it vertical. Take the chat down. You can hit like. You'll see it on I think it's the lower left of the video. And then once you do that, bring the chat back up, turn it sideways. You're back in business.
I will take the question from Old Splashtory. That seems about right. Mouth is not here this tournament. He didn't make it to this tournament. So, for those of you wondering, he's not here. I did mention that we're missing a couple big names. Mouth among them, GVK among them. Some of the big names didn't make it.
McCook is in Ponte Vedre Beach,
McCook's
visiting his parents, I believe.
But 120 really good players, and I think I was talking with Kevin.
All right,
please.
Pipes. That's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Look at you. Well,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
saving
it.
the stream one like at a time.
One like at a time.
I was talking with Kevin about this. One of the things when you have a smaller field, a lot of people think that the field is easier because there's less people. I think it's more condensed. I think the people who are here, there's a lot of skilled players here, you know.
It's never easy. But, I mean,
yeah. I mean, you know, I think I've played with probably 30 different people, and they've all had handicaps in the 24 to 27 range. I haven't seen a lot of 16, 17s hanging around, which you will see in some of the larger pools.
Yeah. Well, in this, maybe a little. It's weird. This. It's just weird how everything's evolving. Because this is historically the highest attended tournament.
Oh, really?
Because this is where PEGT is based. And St. Louis might have the largest player base in the country. I think they actually do. And now that's not what's happening. Because I think what's happened is we have these high attended tournaments, but they're in
Nashville's a big one.
They're in desirable weather locations. Like Florida is kind of blown up, you know.
Okay.
Texas gets a ton. Texas has kind of a double whammy.
Right.
It has the year-end tournament, and it's in December, where it's winter everywhere else, you know, and you go down there and it's not winter, you know. So, but 5 years ago, this was it. This was the big daddy. Like, you know, of course, always the Texas one is the real big daddy, but this was the one where like you knew this was a guaranteed 100 before we were getting hundreds.
Right.
And now it's, you know, I didn't hear the number, but I'm guessing it was like 125.
Yeah, somewhere in that range. I think 121, 120 was the last number I heard, and then a few walk-ups, of course. Nashville, a big one. I mean, one of the huger ones now, and that's because it's Nashville. People go and enjoy going to Nashville. I know my wife and my traveling partner's wife like to go to Nashville, so it's easier to get them to agree to let us go, and they come with us, and it's a go-to destination, and it's in a nice weather town during a good season during the summer.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
And Sussex doesn't have the best weather. Sussex it's right in that spot where it's a wild card. It could be 70 that week, or it could be 35 and snowing because it's when spring is breaking. But man, that every year that tournament gets more people, and there's no mystery as to why that happens. It's just like that tournament is just. If you've been to all of them, you haven't been to that one yet, you better get there because, man, that's fun.
That's one we missed, and it's within driving range for us. We're in Ohio, and we didn't know it was so close, and we didn't find out until it was too late, but we will be there next year because that's when it's within driving distance for us. Carolina, tough for us to make, but
you are going to be thrilled.
Yeah. I like Wisconsin. They have good cheese.
You don't – not a huge fan of Wisconsin.
Not a huge fan. Are you?
But I'm a huge fan of Texas Bowl. And I've got some friends in Wisconsin that are okay. They're okay.
They're fine.
You know. But, yeah, obviously kidding. I love those guys, and I just love going over there. And I wish I could get to the Latte Lounge more often.
I noticed you were drinking the Busch Light here, so you're a Busch Light drinker, so probably a lot of good options for you while you're up there.
Heavy
Busch
Light drinker.
Heavy Busch Light, sorry. Well, get the right adjective out there, my bad.
Yeah.
So it looks like Andy Haas will be lining up for the next feature match. As that match concludes, you and I will probably be required to exit stage left or right.
Oh, God, we are already up. Jeez.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
Looks like it's 18 on my machine, so I will be signing off.
All right. Well, Andy Coleman usually tells me when it's my time to play, but luckily I self-policed
He's got a lot going on over there.
Yeah. All
Thank
right,
you for
we'll
listening to
let you
us.
guys
We'll
go.
see you soon. Yep.
Yeah, we'll get you some.
Right. Hello, friends. Kevin Lindsay here, back. We are taking a look at Norderlin, Andy Haas, David Key, and Mr. D'Angelo taking their crack here at the snow-filled course in Norderlin. How you doing, sir? I'm doing very well. How you doing? Oh, hold on. Oh, good. How you playing today?
So far, so good. 30 on Petra, 27 on Norderlin. I just missed 18, so.
You say 30, so.
Yep.
You say 30 as if it was like a nonchalant 30. As Andy Haas, speaking of 30 unders, Andy Haas just almost on command, hole one, dropping it in the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, I mean, Petra definitely set up kind of weird, right? Because it was preferring like that right tunnel on the one hole, and then it was that really high elevated par 3. So there was definitely some less common looks, I guess you could say.
I mean, honestly, I had that conversation with multiple people because I qualified last night. I thought Andy was going to go back to back. No, it was good. There was a couple of guys that needed to qualify early, and so anytime I could jump in and do that, it's nice because then it gives me Saturday to do either nothing or all the things, depending on how busy we are. And it's also nice to be able to sit here and just kind of talk through these setups with some of these guys.
Almost.
That's a beautiful shot with David. I actually just was outside chatting with Mr. Key, one of the Louisiana fellas. He was talking about him and his posse, so to speak, getting ready to go to Las Vegas July 14th through the 16th, downtown Las Vegas, specifically for the 2023 Golden Tee World Championship. So if you guys haven't made your plans for it yet, do so. We're going to have a couple of qualifying spots on the line Friday night, just like we always do. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be at Notoriety. I don't know, maybe a 10-minute walk from Fremont Street. So what could possibly go wrong with 200 Golden Tee players, downtown Las Vegas, Fremont Street, and a lot of alcohol? I don't know. Probably a lot of good times.
Well, and last year there was more spots than last minute, right? There was a handful, so we had a lot of people, I think, in that close to the pin. Was it like 100 players?
Well, so I was just telling somebody about this. In 2019 at Orleans, we had 123 people show up for the Friday night. I want to say we were pretty close to it. It was at least 120. It was 120 last February for the 2022 World Championship. Also, if you hear Steve in the background, he's promoting the deli across the street, which I don't think you're going to drive here after qualifying started because of the deli across the street, but it's actually pretty amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in walking distance here, too. I mean, there's a bunch of hotel blocks right in the area, so you don't have to Uber much if you stay close. And then there's so many restaurants here, too. So it's really actually a fun location.
Even though it's Saturday and it's qualifying going on, there's a lot of people. I walked in and people are already doing shots, which, of course, it's Saturday qualifying. You got to have fun. Some of these days, even only when you have 125 people, the qualifying can still get long. Somebody was trying to buy peanut butter shots or something earlier, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to walk away from this. It's too early to deal with this right now. And then
it's a marathon, not a sprint, right?
No, exactly. And believe me, a lot of us have been there. We've done you know what? I'm not playing so well. Let me just have 13 drinks on course 2. It's going to be wonderful.
Then it's going to be fun Eagles for you.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, especially with Champ 99 and Eagles, it's not. But I think so far everyone's been pretty responsible. But we've talked about this plenty of times, and because you've been coming to these tournaments for how many years now?
About 4 years, yeah. Started playing around 4-ish years ago and just started tournaments right away. And I think that's the way to do it. Like, there's a bracket for everyone, so.
And I'm pretty sure, especially when I was doing the streams from the Golden Tee Lounge and whatnot. Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Andy Haas just 2 better after, 5 holes? Andy Haas doing Andy Haas things.
Yeah.
4 holes. But the point I was getting at is, like, you tell everybody, until you come to these tournaments and actually experience them, you're only going to hear about how great and wonderful they are. But once you get here, you just, for in the best way possible, you get sucked in.
Yep.
You just get sucked into the friendship and the family and the camaraderie.
Yeah, it's a community. Like, none of the Cedar Park guys where I play out, outside of Austin could make it this weekend. But, that didn't stop me. Like, there's so many people here that you see a lot and that community, like you said. And so it doesn't matter if you show up by yourself. Everyone's so cool and welcoming. So.
No, and that's the thing. Like, every time you go to a tournament, you're going to meet new people or see people who have almost come back from the proverbial Golden Tee graveyard, like Todd Pentecoff standing next to me. I don't know the last time I saw this man. Minnesota player. Sounds like he's not playing so well today, but for not playing Golden Tee in 5 years or something like that. But this is how people come back. I was talking to Jeff Harlow, former world champ from back in the day. You can take a couple of years off from a tournament, you show back up, and it's like you're one of the family again. Like, now there's just a ton more people that are involved, and it makes these tournaments more competitive, but also more fun at the same time. Like, you're going to qualify in the gold bracket sometimes, and sometimes you're going to have a rough couple of days, a rough couple of games, and you're going to end up in purple or even the pink bracket, which there's plenty of top-tier talent who have been in purple or pink the last couple of years, because once you hit 200 or 200-plus people,
you can still make money.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. You don't have to be a great player to come to a tournament. As long as you get out and have fun, that's the important thing. And another guy who we're missing this weekend, Richard Swindell. I was talking about peanut butter shots earlier, and I think he said, Team Louisiana. No, actually, Team Louisiana is behaving pretty well. I think because David's on the stream and he's playing. I think him and Haas are playing on the side too. Haas will probably drop this. Oh no! All right. After
so he's not
6
3
holes,
better after 6.
Yeah,
he's not on his nine better pace now.
Yeah, he's 2 better after 6. Does he end up 3 better, or even dare I say 4 better?
So, I mean, it could come down to, 16, 18. So you might just play it safe, but, attack what's there. I'm wondering, right, if 10 is there. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know if it's a 29 setup or not.
It is. Oh, that's a good shot there. It's not a very holeable setup, but it's definitely the drivable eagle setup.
Yeah, like sometimes you get this one, right, where it's like 40, 60 yards, 70 yards, where you could shush.
Jason Lociavo, also known as Jackie's husband, because his beautiful, lovely wife Jackie is an amazing member of this community. He's probably taking care of more Golden Tee players on a tournament weekend than most have taken care of themselves.
Yep, Golden Tee mom right there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. She probably the most responsible person in this entire room, outside of maybe Paige Gossett, who is also super. The fact that Paige is still around is actually pretty amazing, because, shout out to Steve Sobel, Russ Layton, Paige Gossett. I saw Matt Van Hoosier. He's here this weekend, too, the Power Events crew. The team here at Funny Bone in Maryland Heights, Missouri. Not a typical location for a Golden Tee tournament, comedy club. But I'll tell you what, they're doing a damn good job, and they've taken care of us. I heard it got, just like a typical Thursday does, it got pretty, rowdy in a good way. And these people, you're used to hanging out. People stay for a show for a couple hours. I was talking to Steve outside, it's a little bit of adjustment when you say, hey, there's going to be 100 to 200 Golden Tee players, and they're going to be here constantly, and they're going to want constant drinks and shots. Yeah. Do you mind opening at 8 instead a.m. instead of p.m.? Because they're going to want to get in and play their games before the madness ensues. But wonderful new partner. I know Steve said that they approached him last year. Oh, look at that. Al Zarel getting some I know he's down some strokes, so he's catching up here, or trying to on Nordlund as well. But yeah, I mean, you'll hear it throughout the weekend from myself and the rest of the commentators that jump in. But these guys and gals have just been doing an amazing job. And when you have a location like this that it's their first tournament and they're already doing a rock solid job, it really makes you excited for years to come, because they gave us both spaces here, and it really isn't that crowded here.
It's a lot of space.
I almost forgot there was a second space.
180 probably, yeah.
Yeah. So plenty of space for people to sit down and relax and have lunch and have their drinks when they're not playing. But wonderful location, and of course it helps that there's hotels within walking distance, or for some stumbling distance.
But I always wonder, with this being the first tournament here this year, right? What the owners think when they're like, hey, can you open at 8 a.m.? And they're probably like, what do you mean? There's going to be people here 8 a.m. after playing 12 hours
after we
Friday.
kicked them out at 2:30 or whatever on Friday and Saturday. Well, and actually the funny thing about this, oh, shoot, I jinxed Andy. He just missed a chip. So he's now down to one better, unfortunately, which I know is very tough for him to swallow. No, so I believe the owner is a Golden Tee player. They do have a house machine here. So I think, especially after going to the tournament at the previous location last year, I think he really understood it. And I have yet to have a chance to meet and talk to him, but hopefully we'll get a chance later, this weekend, just because you always want to make sure you show your appreciation for those guys, because, again, like you're just saying, they're not used to doing 12-hour days back to back to back to back.
Yeah, and it's a grind for all the workers, but, I mean, from what I've heard, they, make a killing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the one thing I will always give the Golden Tee community credit is they take care of the waitresses and the bartenders and everybody that allows us to do something as fun and quirky and crazy and just unique as travel 6 to 8 times a year and play Golden Tee and, have fun. Maybe for some of the better people like Andy Haas, make a little money, but just get to see, 150 of your, closest friends that you don't see that often.
Yep. I thought Haas was going to get his 2 better back there.
I still think he ends up 3 better.
Okay, not a super easy look on 10. Definitely there, obviously, but you're probably going to have to cut it or hit a full in here or something.
Yeah, I think I cut it in, and I want to say I either almost missed my chip or I missed my chip.
And they just went straight at it, but decent putt from there. I'm going to guess Haas hit some sort of full in or maybe like a cut, but
yeah, it's not a terrible look. It's just that pin, and even though the wind's only an 8-mile-an-hour wind, it's still a little tricky.
This is where it's fun too, right? Because they hit 3 different shots on this hole. So there's, yep, he hit his full, just sent it out too far. So on the left, what do we have? Al Jazz has 1 better still.
Yeah, and honestly, with the second par 3, I expect a lot of these guys to get close, if not hold him.
Yeah, and it's a good setup for that plus spin there. He's going to probably just thumb it and have a chance to snap back.
Oh, he pushed it. Yeah, he pushed it a little right. All right, so Andy's still 1 better, but because Andy missed, screwed up his 2 better, David Key now taking the lead on the game here. And again, a lot of these holes on Nord, even 16 was not a bad setup. It wasn't easy, but it was definitely not. It was not the top-down tee box.
Right, and for World's qualifying commercial last week, that was up top a lot, and I think that's a good, chance to like learn the hole, I guess you could say, and kind of figure it out is playing those games and getting into it. And I think that's home edition qualifying this week too, right, Norland?
Yep. Kinzer go. Not even going to read it, but that's hilarious, Kins. Now, I know Andy's talked about this on the stream before, but I wonder what he's listening to right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And also I wonder how he feels about, going last. Like, you don't see that very often. I wonder if he's kind of watching and learning from the other shots or just doing his own thing.
No, I feel like Andy Haas could literally wear a blindfold for his entire game, and he would probably maybe be 1 or 2 off par. Now, you know what? Actually, this hole 12, this par 3, again, not a super tricky setup, but you have a small margin of error with that pin. But this is one of those where you can't get too cute, especially in qualifying. If you're in match play against Andy Haas tomorrow, by all means, pin seek. That's what I was talking with Harlow about earlier. You pin seek against like a Haas or a Luna or a Gossett. But right now, again, it's a smaller field. It's 120-something players. It's not a 200, player of the year, end of the year tournament. So you've got some room, as Andy Haas is just collecting GSPs. You have some room to just play smart. I'm not saying go out and play, learn new shots, but just be smart with the way you play.
Kinsler said chipper for the win. Yep, talking about Nord 16 on top. I know a lot of players switch to that, which that club, when else are you going to use it? 16, it can work out pretty well there.
All right, so since Kins is here, I got to ask, as of this moment right now, with the way you're playing, you finishing on the podium this year at Worlds? Jade, thanks for joining us. Hopefully you're still actually getting some work done. By the way, for those of you that are watching, make sure that you share, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch. Share that stream and hit the like and subscribe button depending on where you're coming from.
So Haas going to hit the 3 in there.
I really like that shot. I hit the 10.5, and I kind of just, not softed it, but I was too worried about overhitting it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting play with Haas on the 3-wood. Again, he's using stouts, so he's getting half of the win, but still.
And he's just trusting that he's going to get that 140s. Otherwise, he's short, and so you bring that danger into play, but it's Haas, so.
Yeah, I feel like with Andy, there's not a lot of danger, Oh, and this hole, I think a lot of people are going to probably get their ace here. This is a really fun setup.
So I wonder if that's a good shot. I think Haas is just going to thumb the 10.5. We will see, but.
I think Haas gets his 2-better back here.
What do we think? Over, under 110 shotties? 110,000? He's at like 84 right now, I think.
I'd say over. Rizzo, thanks for joining us. That's a good shot by D'Angelo there. Andy going high 3-wood. Interesting.
Okay.
Not a huge fan of that, and I don't think Andy was either, but he's still on there. He's taking his eagle. That's the important thing.
Gave it a run past the hole at least, He knows what he's doing, so
Yeah,
I can't really say that's a wrong shot,
Every shot that we could say is the wrong shot for one of us is like Andy Haas just, 9 times out of 10 is going to drain it.
So I think Haas is used to it, but for some people, getting on stream and playing can definitely add a little bit of nerves as people are watching you. So I think that factors into it too.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if you're not used to being on that stream machine, whether it's Saturday qualifying or Sunday head-to-head. Oh, he's got a... All right, he's okay. He's not going to have a good chip there. I don't know. Kins, you still playing 80 to 100 games, 120 games a month. That's still dangerous for most people in Worlds competition. I like the 8-5 here by Andy. He's probably wishing that he did a high tee there, but that's okay. Now the thing for D'Angelo, he's got to be smart in the sense of now is not the time to get like too aggressive with this chip. You can chip it and try to get that eagle, and that's a perfect chip.
Great chip, yeah.
But one of the mistakes I made a couple times yesterday when I qualified was Norling 18. I lost like I don't know how many strokes because I tried to go for a stupid chip, knowing that I had maybe a 20% chance to make an eagle chip out of the sand on 18, and instead I got a bogey out of it. So those are the mistakes that, you know, if you're playing with your buddies at the bar, it's one thing to make those, but you don't want to make those during qualifying.
Right. Yeah, like if you're going aggressive and playing with your friends and
Oh, beautiful shot by David.
you know, you have a bad shot here or there, you might still make a buck or two, but a little bit different stakes here, obviously.
Yeah, it changes the game a little bit when you're qualifying in a room, or in this case, 2 rooms full of people
Ooh.
playing Golden Tee. Now, I did not like the high tee there. I almost would have rather hit the 5 bird with bite.
Yeah, and the right 10, the wind is going right, so you kind of want to cut it in, I would think.
Yeah,
and
and
he's going to cut it back.
that's what I really like. I did a very similar shot. I hit the 3 hybrid. I knew I could probably hit the 5 hard, but man, this hole you don't have a lot of wiggle room to screw up on.
Yeah, that was a good putt too. You don't see a lot of, you know, left, right 11s, but that's one of those there. So they're on 10 now. Let's see what they're thinking.
All right, so Andy's got a couple holes left, 2 holes left to get his 2 better back.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a dry spell now, huh?
Sorry, he's got to save. He's still got a few courses left. It was a bad thumb by David. Oh, that was a bad thumb.
Yeah, that actually read a bit right on him. Obviously, probably wasn't looking for that, so. Yeah, and it's interesting too. Like some people like the the 9.5 or the 8.5. I know it used to be on 16, you'd want the 9.5 a lot of the time, but I guess it's preference at this point.
Yeah, it really. I can see there being some advantages. The 8.5. I'm just stubborn and I'm too lazy to change my driver, so I just keep the 10.5 and the 9.5. Although. I was playing with somebody yesterday. I can't even remember who, but they had all 3 drivers. The 10, 9, and the 8, all the halves. Now, I can't fault David there because, again, he's thinking like we were literally just talking about it. It's qualifying. Take the par. It's not an intense tournament where you need, you know, you need a 140 to qualify. Like a 130 something's going to get you up there.
Yeah. And he's... Yeah, and he's still, okay, yeah. So he's going to be 1 off if he gets this. Oh, this is a fun 18 here. A little challenging win and everything and pin.
Yeah, this one I forgot how difficult this was, and I think at that point I was just happy to be in a good position for Nordland. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to hit it, and if I have a long putt, I have a long putt. It's an interesting shot by Andy. I like the bite because you play with the backspin. It gets a little difficult. Because then you're flirting with the water, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I think Haas was just thinking there, get on top of the hole, get a putt. Someone's on a plane.
I appreciate that they're either paying for Wi-Fi or they fly enough.
All right, I'll try to talk a little louder for you, Facebook user. Tonk's got a long putt here.
He almost might be better going the 1-click right and just hitting it a little bit straight.
Oh, pro side. Yeah, he rocked that out there. And he was fringe. He could have chipped it, but are you really going to do that? No.
No, it's not worth the potential struggle. New Jersey, thanks for checking in, Savicious. All right, so as these guys finish up 18, I'm gonna bounce around. I'm gonna see if I can grab somebody else to do some commentary. I'm sure you may be up soon, but you're in charge of holding the fort down for a little bit.
Fair enough.
Playing as MB1ABJ. Who's waiting? Who is that? Is that Brandon? All right.
CJ's group going quick there. They're on Norderlin. I'll be up on Norderlin after the left machine finishes. Got Al Jazz playing like a turtle, like always. So far the pars have been 29-29. Not sure what the cut prediction will be. (29, 29, 29), I think. I am commentating. I am RAR. I don't know. It looks like the camera might be down for the commentators. It's frozen with Luna and Lindsay on my screen here. Yeah, I think most people are going to hit the 10.5 here on 13. Safe, just put it on the green, get a putt. You don't want to mess with that one. Wonder where Jason LaChavo is. Could use him here. He's always a fun person on stream, obviously. No problem with the Turtle players. They play well. It's the Turtles that's been forever. Yeah, that's fair. Take your time if you're going to shoot your score, whatever it takes. I always just give them crap, so. I think I just naturally, oh, nice. Elk just hold that out on one. I normally just play a little faster because if you're sitting there and looking at it for a long time, I think you can overthink it, so. Helping in here?
I'm trying.
All right. Yeah, stupid game.
Okay.
But we're here.
All right, John O'Donnell here joining Mr. Juszczyk.
That's right, yeah.
Wow, look at me go. Yeah, I'm terrible. Terrible at this game. Thank God I'm good at drinking beer because that's about what I've been reduced to after just a hideous round on Nordellan. You would think, being the home qualifier for the past week and playing 85,000 games, that I'd be good at that. I'm not. So, moving on. What have I missed? What's going on here?
So, Elk just hold out one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. On the left here, I think they're all clean. El Jazz might be one better. Trying to see the scores.
Well, I'll probably show them there. Oh, no, they hit the button so fast here. So quick. Quick and
and it's a little blurry here on our look. It's not the best TV, so it is kind of hard to see.
We could give Andy a hard time about it, but he's not in the producer's booth. But you're right. Actually, El Jazz is 21. The rest of the guys are at 20. So, sounds like a one better for El Jazz.
Yeah, I think he got like 3 or 4 that uphill par 4. He got a double league on that.
And
almost got that one, too.
He nestles that very nicely and closely. You and I have not had a chance to sit together and talk on the microphones. I know you're one of the better up-and-coming young players, and maybe you're already up-and-coming as a player. You're very good, and I've enjoyed watching you play. And so let me get your thoughts here, as I think your Nordellan's up for you next, correct?
That's right. Yeah, and I'll be up on this left stream machine after them.
Some of the challenges and some of the things that you focus on when you're playing a course like Nordalen, what are you looking for there?
To not make a mistake, obviously.
Isn't that a little bit like sky is blue, water is wet? I mean,
well, like 13 or 18, those ones I think could be compounding mistakes, right? Because if you water 13, it's not the up top look, it's the down low look.
Right.
But then you're going to be kind of on that buried dirt shot where you probably won't make the chip. And then 18 is kind of a gnarly pin and win, so you're just looking at.
So you watch my round when I put 18. I tried to cut against that wind with an 8.5, just trying to draw it back down, and just didn't get enough curve on it, and ended up in the abyss, as it were. So frustrating round for sure. The good news is we're sitting here drinking beer, meeting new people, and some old friends as well. So very happy to be chatting with you. CJ, I haven't watched his round here. I've talked about how when you watch him on a Saturday, it almost looks like I don't want to say he doesn't care, but he does have a very informal style about it. He's just trying to get to the next shot the Sunday, and he'll look a lot more focused come Sunday. I find that interesting.
Yeah, he's got a definitely relaxed, smooth play style. Just, hits his shot. He knows the game, so.
I do see somebody asked a little bit who's commentary. I'm John O'Donnell, and again, it's Chris Juszczyk, as I screwed up the second time.
That is the technical pronunciation. Is he still on the 49ers? The fullback, Kyle Juszczyk?
Yeah. Yep. Any relation?
I say he's a third cousin. I had Jason Lachavo convinced on that for about 3 years. It's not true, but he wanted to believe it because obviously he's a big 49ers fan.
Gotcha. We had a fan that we had a stream comment that said you were his cousin, and I didn't reference it because I didn't want to do it until I talked to you.
Yeah. I told everyone that for a while, and it kind of makes sense because you don't think there's a lot of Juszczyks out there.
Now you say it with a little bit of a different.
I say with the J. Technically, it is Juszczyk, but it kind of blows a lot of people's minds that the J is silent.
Yes.
But Juszczyk.
Right.
But it's funny because Steve Sobel will say it 10 different ways every tournament, and I don't think he kind of gave up on getting it right. But what is even right? So
I mean, my name's John O'Donnell, and he'll get mine wrong just for funsies. So, but no, this is a lot of fun. First time in this environment. I don't know if you've played Missouri before.
No.
What do you think about the accommodations here? My take on it is a little dark, but very spacious with a lot of room for us to kind of get together, and that can be a problem in some of the other venues that are a little more compact. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, this venue, I could easily see 180 players comfortably because you kind of have 2 rooms spread out. So you kind of got this room, which is quiet, dark, and then the other room has got music going. So you kind of have a party room over there, and then
There's music over there. I haven't been. Okay. Yeah, I've been in here since we announced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that seems more of the fun room.
I don't know. We're in this room, so I'm going to call this
9.
a fun. Oh,
almost ace there.
Wow. This hole also got me. I really, I played a good round. I actually hold 1 from the fairway. So, I started out well, and I just, like you said, kind of like how you said it, compounding mistakes. You go off here, and obviously the chip is almost impossible. So you're, par, and that's just not going to get it done. So.
I like that cut 8. I know people are hitting 3 hybrids in there, 2 irons, but that's just a nice cut, safe. And got a chance to bite in there with that right 10 that's going to funnel down to the hole.
One of the things I talked about earlier when I was on with Aljaz is I think a lot of the players who are new or just don't play a lot or don't have a lot of experience and they haven't had a chance to play with experienced players. As you and I both know, we learn from playing with experienced players and being taught, what they do and watching what they do. And I think green and spin, I think a lot of people understand how that works to get the ball towards the hole.
Yeah.
But the angle of these cuts, the fact that it's moving towards the hole as it comes into the green, that's a big deal for a lot of these difficult shots. And I think we saw it there with that 8-wood.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing about tournaments, too, because you could play 100, 200-plus games a month with your local crew, and then you'll come to a tournament and learn a new shot or a new club that you haven't seen on certain holes. So definitely helps. And a lot of people that have never been, once they go, they immediately get so much better afterwards.
And so you've been around for a little while here, but how many tournaments have you played? Have you played in a whole bunch of tournaments, a handful? How much have you played in?
Yeah, I've been playing tournaments about 4 years, and probably am averaging around 2 to 3 per year.
Gotcha.
So yeah, been to a lot of pegged events. Been to a couple local Houston tournaments, things like that. So
is that where you're based out of, Houston?
I'm in the Austin area, so I play with
Okay.
all the Cedar Park guys who are lame, and none of them are here. Too many W's, yeah, excessive amount of W's. No, I'm not. I haven't turned 18 yet.
Wait, that
one day.
doesn't make sense to me. Hold on. I can't do the math on that one. So too many W's from you. Well, there's almost 18 W's in that name, let alone. So Jordan Cook passing by the audio booth here. Nobody knows who Jordan Cook is, but he's my traveling buddy, so I want to give him a shout out.
Okay, so Al Jazz is going in here for a one better, and that is a great shot.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's going to be happy with that. That was an excellent shot.
Yeah, that it's kind of like a harder shot almost to go straight at it because you have the wind going, and you don't want to go left, and then if you go a little bit right, you're going to have a tough
putt.
Tough putt, yep.
Yeah, the famous, right 85 that you'd have to hit there. I guess it'd be left.
Well, I'm about to be up, so I'm going to hit the bathroom, and I almost got that one too, so I will hand it off
Great chatting with you, yep.
Yep, all righty.
And that was Mr. Juszczyk, who's going to go and shoot a two-better, we hope, so great talking to him. I'm John O'Donnell. I've been on the stream a number of times here, mostly because my machine is Machine 3, which is right by the booth, and I just kind of walk from there to here. So you're listening to the live stream on Golden Tee Peg Tournament, and really would love to have you guys like, and if you want to, subscribe. The likes are really what we're looking for. We want to see the stream get more attention, and that does a lot to do that. So please, it takes 2 seconds. Please like the stream. If you like Golden Tee content, which you probably do because you're here, and as LJS had said once, you won't be inundated with it because, well, there just isn't that much. So it really is, there's no harm in doing it. So got some advice from Too Many W's for you. It looks like somebody had asked the question, Rizzo Pay, what are the traits to go for when buying balls and clubs? And the advice that he gave Rizzo, or she, I suppose, is to play stock till you average a 20 under. Then you'll know what you're looking for and won't waste money. Let's see. Looks here, Chris Anthony, if you play stock until 2020, you'll easily 25 or better with the Titan styles customized. It's an interesting question. What are the traits to go for when buying balls and clubs? I think there's, when it comes to balls, the stouts are by far the favorite of the pros, the average players, the above average players. They do reduce the wind, which is why some people do not like them. They'll be called cheater balls and things of that nature. So I think the balls, the stout, because of the wind reduction, is really a no-brainer. As it comes to clubs, that really is a personal selection. You'll see a lot of different bags up there as LJS has joined us. A lot of people carry two drivers. A lot of people will carry different woods. I guess since I have an expert and pro sitting here, before I ask him about his amazing shot on 18, I'll ask him, what goes into your bag, your thoughts on making your bag as we respond to the comment from Rizzo.
So you play the course, and then you play the course, and then you find out that you need different clubs, whatnot. The balls, there's two balls you can play. That's it. So there's not a lot of...
the Titan being a second choice?
Yeah. There's not a lot of selection there, but do yourself a favor and play stouts. But yeah, the Titans have their advantages too. I mean, I'm not going to just sit here and hate on the Titan players, but especially if you're a thumber, like you gotta play the stouts.
I mentioned the stouts reduce the wind. I think you were getting your yeah. I think that's the biggest thing is they reduce the wind without much giving up much distance. You know, they can be hard to cut. I transitioned from Titans to stouts about a year ago, and getting the cuts kind of used to cuts.
Yeah.
That was one of them. But the Titans, I think, cut more consistently, maybe a little harder.
But you got to use the arrows on the PG. Oh, there's James. PGA courses, it's arrows for sure, because there's a lot of 180s. And if you guys are in here and you don't know what I'm talking about, then I don't want you to waste money on it, but if you have a home edition, go play Arrows and hit 180s and tell me what you think, because those things go a mile.
And a 180 is a straight pullback and a follow through that is on the same line as the pullback. That's what we refer to when we call it a 180.
And what's nice about it, when you cut them, they just turn into regular balls.
Right, so you're not losing an additional penalty of distance. It's just having a normal ball. So we got to get to this. You hit that shot on 18, man. And that's a tough shot with that wind coming across like that.
Yeah.
You can't go left, obviously, because there's the abyss.
Yeah.
You go right, you have a left 85 putt to make.
Yeah.
Great shot. Any thought of cutting it, or was that just, hey, nope, I know this shot. I know how to play this wind.
I would never cut anything like that in the qualifier. Maybe, in live play, but when I see a win like that, I've already resigned and said, oh, well, I'm probably not going to make this one. And actually, it was makeable, but it was just left edge, hit it straight with bite. Because I'm not going to give away the green.
Right.
So when I hit that shot, I might have went outside of it, but not on purpose. But I just said, I'm just going to go left edge, and I'm going to let the wind do the work. And I didn't expect it to be that close. I thought it would actually blow it farther right than that. I was pretty happy with that.
We watch up here, and I think your machine mate there, I think he almost holed it out as well following. So you both hit really good shots in there.
Which one? Because
it wasn't Andy. It was,
okay, yeah. Cam, or not Cam, I'm sorry. I was talking to Cam while we were playing. Terry, and, we talked about it. He'll tell you the same thing. Like, he got the fringe bounce because he kind of whiffed it. And that's why it almost went in. That wasn't his intended shot. And then he's like, oh, I almost feel bad for shotting that. And I said, don't ever feel bad when you make shotties, because all the times you don't get shotties when you're supposed to, or you think you're going to get them. I shouldn't say supposed to. But all the times you don't get the shotties that you think you're supposed to get, it makes up for it when you get shots like that. You know what I mean? So,
like when you get one that just misses the hole and ends up 6.1 feet. Yeah.
At the end of the day, you play 10,000 rounds. You're probably going to get all the shotties you were supposed to get.
Right, exactly. And so, again, you mentioned the fringe bounce. What that does, of course, is it knocks off the spin that would have been on the ball had to hit the green. It gets a little dead bounce, basically, straight forward, and that's what resulted in the shotties for your machine mate there. Whereas if it hit the green, the spin that was on the ball would have reacted differently and probably pulled it away from it.
Well, if he would have carried another, yard, he might have. I don't think he would have bit off into the crap, but he might have been in a chipping situation or a fringe putt situation. But you hit the fringe there, you get that extra forward oomph.
Forward oomph, the technical teaser here. But no, a lot of these things that we've played, as you mentioned, you play 10,000 rounds, you get the shots you deserved, and you see a lot of these different things, fringe bounces. We talked about where I unintentionally got a hole in one by bouncing it off the rocks. I mean, these things happen in this game. You play a game that has
you get a lot you don't deserve, but you get the ones you do deserve too. So it ends up evening out.
Notice CJ on this machine here at 13. CJ is at 17 through 12. Seems low for him.
Yeah, so this one, you probably saw us discussing this quite a bit, and this one it's a hammer 3-wood backspin, right?
I have 3 shots. When it's top like this.
No, this particular one.
Yes, this is where I hit it. This is where I hit a 3-wood hammer.
This is you go there, you hit a 3-wood, and you hammer it.
Yep.
And we all kind of knew that, but we all.
Right at it. There's a fringe bounce.
But we all were like, let's just play it safe. And I went first.
Yeah.
With a 10.5 from here, and I told those guys both wanted to hit 3-wood, and I told both of them, I said, you guys, I think the safest play here is back of the box, hammer 10.5. But really, in a live play situation, you'd probably hit. This is the 3-wood setup where you just smash it. You're probably going to shotty it.
Well, you saw CJ right there with a 3-wood went short.
Yeah, but he missed that. That wasn't like.
That wasn't the shots. He just hit the shot.
No, he missed. He came up ridiculously short. So it wasn't like he just barely.
That's correct. Yeah.
Didn't get there.
Yeah, he did have a. And then you see him cleaning the ball off. And
Yeah.
Chris Anthony.
He is next level pissed.
Next level, another technical Golden Tee shot
is what we like to call it right now.
Chris Anthony saying that 3-wood from CJ was a 120.
Chris is our analytical expert, and I love that he comes in with comments like that because I didn't see the speed, but I knew that he missed it. You've got to catch that good.
So now Eagle is next for you and I, and we talked about the challenges that course presents, and I had asked you.
This is a thumb 10.5. This was probably the best look on the whole course.
This was a good look. I shotted this.
I don't even move this, Gordy. Thumb this thing straight, bite.
And you are using your powers of telepathy to get Gordy to line this up. He's lining up. You didn't want him to.
As soon as he does a pusher. Okay.
A little offline.
I know CJ, we do have a different game, but I really think that he's going to do what I just said. I think he's just going to walk up there and thumb that 10.5.
So you've said not to move it. We've seen both of the players that have tried this. Yeah. He does thumb it.
Well, I've also played it. They haven't played it.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yep.
So.
That shot right on line.
I really think he's going to do it. No, he's moving it. He's going to do it. He's just doing the win thing.
And he flinks it out, looks a little bit left. Oh, comes right towards the hole, almost goes in.
What would have happened if he would have just left it
I believe he left it there, would have gone in.
I think you're right.
So, really good shot, but of course.
But again, he hadn't played it either, and I didn't talk to him about it.
Right, and of course, he's thinking to himself now, man, if I didn't move that, it probably goes in the hole.
That's exactly what he's thinking.
So, we are at the Funny Bone near St. Louis, Missouri, in one of the suburbs. I think it's Maryland Heights. Joined by Al Jazz, and this is our third time in commentary. We are in a loop in qualifying where we end up here together, so it's been fun talking with you. I was on the other side. There's still music playing over there, and of course here because of the microphones they're not. But it is a different atmosphere over there. It's a little more lively over there than it is here. So
I've heard I heard the second I got here that the Jazz side is the good side, which no surprise.
Right. I mean, it goes with your name. I feel like
when somebody told me that, I'm like, duh.
Yeah, I feel like they missed an opportunity. How come you're not over there?
My boy Dustin Anderson checking in. Love this guy. Love him. We will always have something to talk about when we see each other. And one of the better up and coming players, honestly.
From your neck of the woods, or
nope? Oh. He's from Nashville.
Okay.
But he gets it. He's patient. He's willing to listen. These are all things that you need to get good at this game. Arrogance will never get you good at this game. 5 posts prior.
I think we're past that, unfortunately.
2, 3. Hey, Andy, can you scroll down on the chat a little bit?
As we reach out to the voice of God, as Andy will try to see if he can get the 5th prior comment to see what it is.
Or I can pull up my phone.
There's that. Craig coming in with some Golden Tee history. The fringe bounce to points was coined the Kins bounce over 22 years ago. I thought that was Birdie King, but maybe Golden Tee was around by then.
Yeah, so he has the Kins bounce, and I'm sure he's aware of this, but if you, let's say you hit a shot and you can't putt it directly into the hole, like
a lag putt?
No, like the fringe is in the way, or
right.
rocks in the way, or you've hit the wrong section of the green. We always call that getting kinsed. Oh, I got kinsed.
Yeah.
I can't make this putt.
Right.
I have to putt out.
Which is a frustration of mine that I can't handle, how we cannot chip off of a green when we are landlocked, is what we reference it as, when you're on one side of the green. And we call it landlock. And, in real golf, which, again, it's a video game, I understand all of these different retorts, but I think you should be allowed to chip off the green. But what the real response is, play more, get better, and don't get in that position where you are landlocked or kinsed.
All right, read 5 posts prior. 1, 2.
Jazzy saying, Crop Dustin saying, thanks to Al Jazz for the love. And we are missing a lot of players here. I mean, we have 120 great players. It's a great atmosphere, a lot of energy. Would love to see more next year if we are here. This is a great venue. I do think it's been a little dark, but I think I've gotten used to it over the course of the last day or so. But it's certainly quite a culture shock when you go outside. It is very bright outside after you've been in the dark room for so long.
Yeah, well, it's funny being my age and hearing you say stuff like that, because like this is what 90s and 2000s bars looked like. They were dim.
Sure.
They were smoky. It's not smoky here, but I don't know how old you are, but it's crazy to me to think that people have to adjust to this, because this is I feel like this is how I learned playing the game, in these dim lit,
no, that's a good point.
Smoky rooms.
But
bars aren't like that anymore. Places aren't like that anymore.
No, you're right. They're more wide open, a lot of glass.
Yeah.
Where I learned to play, at the Windsor Pub in Akron, Ohio, a very dark room like this with a lot of red lighting. The lighting had a red tinge to it, and
almost like a what do they call that? A dark room?
Yes, like a dark room, yeah. And back then you could smoke, and it was interesting when Ohio got rid of smoking, and the difference. You walked in and you just thought to yourself, man, this is like a totally different place. Lights off, music up, AC on. Best way to play from Chris Anthony. Well, we've got the lights.
And I have evidence that he enjoys that. We have a bunker cam, and I'll check the cam, and Chris is not afraid to play with the lights out at the bunker.
So we see.
And I do it, if I'm there by myself, I do that too sometimes.
The bunker, for those of us not familiar, I'm guessing is the location you guys play in Minnesota. Is that the name of the place?
That's where me and Andy and me and Fox and Will Sandstead and Chris Anthony and Crispy Lynetta, which is Mike Sorrow, or where the fuck you want. God, sorry. Too many swear words again. We have 9 machines there, and we have about 15 players. Wow. It's a great time. And we call it the Banger Bunker, and that's been shortened up to the Bunker.
Gotcha. Yeah, Banger Bunker could have some connotations you may not want to have to navigate around.
That is correct.
So,
let me see here.
Just going through the comments. Gravy Beast, the soon-to-be newly minted World Championship qualifier.
This is the Banger Bunker.
Oh, I'm going to take a look here. That is pretty cool. And this is located outside of Minnesota, I'm guessing? Or in Minnesota?
No, it's actually in Minnesota.
Oh, is it? Oh, very cool.
Not outside of it.
Wow, that's beautiful.
The Latte Lounge is outside of it in Wisconsin.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
It's but I know what you meant. It's outside of the city. But it's a close, very close suburb. Sir Wah. I always say, Danny, I always say Mike Cirrhosis, but he's not a big fan of that. So I kind of had to stop doing it.
CJ finishes his round. Gordy, and then, of course, we'll see Andy Haas now on the feature machine.
The winner of the first course is Andy Haas, 3,100.
Oh, in an absolute shocker, we just found out that Andy Haas won the first course, which I didn't even know was possible. How did he do it?
It's interesting. It's interesting that we find out as we get ready to start the fourth course that Andy Haas won the first course.
Yeah.
Again, we mentioned before, if you have to report a missed putt, you want to do it when Steve's not here. Steve's back. So.
Yeah. And I actually saw it. I was walking right next to Steve as he was coming back, and I'm like, okay, you're back.
No more missed putt reporting.
And I said, I have already reported all my missed putts. He's like, who did you tell? I'm like, I told Paige.
Because she's nicer.
Yeah. This B group that I'm playing with, they are at breakneck speed.
Yeah, they're flying.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, you're almost up again.
I don't even know what time it is, but the pace that we're playing at,
yeah, you're gonna
at least on my machine, is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Now let's see if they do. Let's see if they do what I did. So to me, it was. I think I went back right straight.
Now Chris was sitting here when you.
I don't like this.
Hit that
shot.
I
thought he was going to thumb it. I thought.
Hit
so
shot.
Chris was sitting.
He was sitting here watching you do it. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he's going to learn a lesson from you. But yeah, he watched you do it.
Nope, he's going to rip a full.
Of course.
Jesus Christ.
He watches you do it and then rips a full. So.
Yeah, but you know what? That's because he's comfortable with fulls.
Yeah.
Like that.
was a safe shot.
He knew exactly. He's like, oh, this is the yardage. That's where the pin is.
Yep.
If I fold this, it's not going to hurt me.
That was a safe shot. I mean, for him, that was a safe shot. Yeah.
Nice game, Chris.
Yep. Solid.
Well, Juszczyk does it again. I think he's well on his way to making a cut.
Oh, easy. Yeah. He's had some good rounds.
Yeah.
And you're gone again. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you got here after I sat down, and you leave before I get up.
I'm gone again, off again.
Yeah.
You know,
Look at my group's into some sort of dark hole, so that's probably not a good sign as I'm on this machine right here.
Yeah, this guy.
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't think I've ever met the guy that I'm looking at as we speak.
That's not where you want to be, in case you're wondering.
What's his name? His name says.
Hard to see it myself.
Rick. All right, I'm gonna figure out what it is, just because I know that there's probably people listening that know this guy.
So CJ's machine, almost all ripped fulls at it. Yeah. I tried a full and didn't get around on it enough. So for those of you who have asked, we do not have a camera today. It's because it's doing very important things. It's doing God's work, really, as they're recording pieces for the Road to the Worlds.
Typical Jeremy.
Typical Jeremy, that's the name of the player.
That sounds like a name that.
It's like a band. Could that be a band? Typical Jeremy? That could be a band name.
Well, it just sounds like a name that you use when you've hit a terrible shot.
typical Jeremy.
And he probably goes, oh, that's typical Jeremy.
Everybody's waiting on pins and needles to find out what the player name is.
It's typical Jeremy. And I don't know if that's why it's his name, but that is what I say to myself all the time. I hit a terrible shot and I go, typical Al Jazz.
Yeah, I say many more four-letter names.
All right, well, I'm going to check out. I'm going to use a little time to get ready for this. I think I have a little bit, and then maybe I'll be back.
All right, we'll see you soon. And working with Al Jazz has been fun today. We've had a good combination there. And I see the Arab has asked, what is a
RB?
Of course it is.
Hi, RB. Nice to see you, buddy. All right, I'm checking out.
Yep. And so we're getting answers to the question, what is a full? And too many ways for you, responding full A or C, then straight to two. Full. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I know who Danny Boy is. Yeah, I just didn't know what his handle is. So Al Jazz helping me out with some of the translations of the names to people. And Danny Boy is a well-known commodity in the Golden Tee community and a very, very knowledgeable person. So great for him to weigh in here as Araby comes in with his question on what is a full. You will see fulls hit a lot. Probably one of the top-level player that uses them the most being Paul Taylor, known as Holemaker. He uses fulls a heck of a lot, and you'll see fulls a lot on this hole. Hole one is Andy Haas has begun his fourth course of the day, Eagles Peak. I'm looking in on mine, and I see people are dropping things and picking them up. We appreciate them for that. That looks like it belongs to my microphone, actually. So we thank them for that. Danny Boy feeling the love. As again, one of the things about this community, and I've played Golden Tee for over 20 years myself, didn't get outside of my neck of the woods much, but do know a lot of the top players and know a lot of the other players. I mean, I really consider top players all these guys in this room. Joe Macera has won second course. So first course went to Andy Haas. Joe Macera gets the second course. And see here from Boise Cowboy, Pullman, Washington. Wish you could have been there. We wish you could have been here too. Not a lot of West Coasters here. Seen some Canadians floating around. A large majority of players from Missouri, or a large contingent of players from Missouri. We have myself from Ohio and a large number of players from Ohio, different parts of the state. So we watch right now one feature machine, Andy Haas's machine. They are starting the A group, starting their fourth course. For those of you who don't know or haven't heard, the qualifiers are excluding Easter and Hollywood. So Easter and Hollywood are gone, and you have left to right Petra, Nihon, Nordland, Eagles, and then Champ 99. So we'll see here. Gravy Beast getting the follow-up question to what is a full, to what is a full. Fool, excuse me. and is looks like we're going to be joined here by Paul Luna. Maybe I don't know if he's. Yeah, come on in. I actually have to take off, so I will be stepping away. I think Paul will be joining you, and I'm sure someone will come up and take my spot as we do a little shift change. So, John O'Donnell, I have to get going. I have to play. Yeah. Again, thank you very much, and I think Paul will be joining you and filling in. Bye.
Hey, we got Aiden.
Clearance. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear me in the back? I want my lawyer.
I'm right here.
I don't know if we're on yet.
Oh, okay.
I think we're waiting.
All right. Well, it makes for good comedy either way. Oh, okay.
Welcome back to the 2023 St. Louis Open, featuring, let's see, the two featured qualifying machines. We have Andy Fox, Al Zaril, and Haddock.
Terry Haddock.
He is he Maryland?
Oh, I have no idea. He's
good. Really good. A great player. Actually played him at the Worlds last year. This is Paul. Sorry, I'm Paul Luna. This is Aiden Cleary. How are you shooting so far?
Not so well. I decided that instead of a putter, I was going to use a sand wedge to hit it in from 6 feet, and I put it about 80 yards past the hole. And other than that, not bad.
Yeah. Okay, so are you done with 3?
Yeah, I'm done with 3. Just finished Nord.
Okay. Terry is North Idaho.
Oh.
Idaho. I'm in Idaho.
There you go. Boise Cowboy. Thank you.
Boise Cowboy. Is that Cowboy One Bird? Like, could be. Right? Yeah, he's in Idaho too. Yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah, him and Terry are you don't see a lot of Idaho players.
You really don't. But this has been.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Who's that? Tickner?
Hey, Gravy Beast. How are you? Oh, yeah, David Key. Yeah. So, I need Andy Haas to go on the water like 5 times. We have a.
You have a bet?
Yeah, we have a qualifier bet. I'm 1 better through 3, and he's 2 better.
Okay.
Going into this.
We can cheer for that.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew. I'm 1 better through 3. Easter and Hollywood are out of the rotation, so.
I just qualified on Hollywood a week ago. Played probably 150 rounds.
Did you? Oh, for Worlds.
For Worlds.
Yeah.
And
nice.
and I was really looking forward to playing it because I'm like, I know this course.
Yeah.
Of course, that's one of the 2 that are out, but that's how it goes. There's Haas.
I like that one too. Ooh, this is over.
Ooh. All right. Well, maybe you got your one back there.
He's a pretty good chipper now.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hey, Richard Swindell. Good to see you. I mean, good to hear. See your typing. I mean, switch hitter Stu, my boy, one of my favorite people. New York guy.
If the cut is 137, I'm going to be very.
And there's Danny Boy.
Upset. Oh, see, you're tied. Look at that.
Nice. I like it.
I mean, I wasn't cheering for it. In case he watches this recording.
No,
Just
he
makes
would
it more
never go
interesting.
back and. No.
Yeah, I'm
he's
sure.
not that vain.
No.
Or is he?
Yeah, just to watch himself win. I'm sure you do that all the time. Okay.
No, I don't ever go back and watch.
Never? Not even to see what you could have done better?
Okay, I do. I watch it all
Okay,
the time.
yeah, me too.
Gravy Beast says, "How is Josie? She's actually, she's good. First night, so we left her at my mom's. She's babysitting her.
Hey, Corey.
And
sorry, go ahead.
sorry, no, you're good.
I was just saying, I saw Corey up on the leaderboard on Home Edition this week, and I'm cheering for him. Great guy, great player.
Oh, for the Home Edition qualifying for Worlds.
Yes, for Worlds. Sorry, I should have been
Nice.
more specific.
Yeah,
but-
no. That is going on. This is the first week, correct?
I believe this is week 2. Maybe. No, I think it's week 2. I could be wrong.
Yes.
I don't know. But, I mean, Corey's going to get in whenever he wants to, but just it was nice to see him take the lead earlier this week.
Yeah. Nice.
There's Jason.
Yes, Stu. I miss you. I miss you a lot. Aren't you glad you didn't follow your dream to Brooklyn? Man.
I don't know what that means, but I assume it had something to do with you singing.
Yes.
All right.
It's no sleep till Brooklyn.
Okay.
No,
Got it.
I don't.
It's a riddle.
And another one of my favorite people of all time, Adrian Westegren.
Yes, he's awesome.
We miss you. How are you doing?
I haven't seen him in a tournament in a long time. I saw him in Vegas last year. That was it.
Yeah. I mean, we can't get enough of that guy.
Yeah.
And we also have too many W's. That's Danny Boy, who we don't get to see a lot at all. Maybe he's I haven't seen him on the world leaderboards.
That's because he's not trying yet.
Yeah, are you going to play? Anyway.
What do we got going on here in the?
Oh, as a hot dog vendor, yeah. Arib. Hey, there's Greg Kinsler. That's him. We qualified at the last Worlds. It was we had a really good group. It was me, Greg, and Robert Washburn in the qualifier.
Said Luna for Presidente. What is that?
Marshall, is it? Marshall, is that you? It could be. Let's see. Hello, Sir Bennett.
Does Kinsler come to tournaments anymore?
He was in Wisconsin actually. Yeah.
I missed that one. I had a wedding, but.
Yeah, you kind of. You took a little break?
I took a 6-month break. I just started about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Trying to get back into it, but this is.
Yes, because you had a baby, right?
I had a baby and switched jobs and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not doing like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing any of that anymore. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah. No, I had big life changes in the last few months, but
nice.
Things are good.
That's that's awesome. Oh, I mean, you
awesome.
say it's
yeah. No, they're good.
Very good.
And if they weren't, I would still say that.
How are you?
Apparently, I'm about to get up.
And 2 holes. Okay, gotcha.
All right, I'm going to go over there and stretch out a little bit.
Okay.
We didn't really
gotcha,
provide much commentary, but
yeah, sorry, we're just saying hi to everyone.
I'm more focused on.
Yeah. I mean, this. Okay, so this is like one of the more. Well,
thank you for the congrats, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, if you have to sign off.
I do, and I'll see you in the finals.
Absolutely.
Of purple. All right. Good luck.
Okay, you too. Shoot them well. All right, guys. So let's see. We have Aiden just left. Danny Boy. Marshall, yes. How about the Masters? So, yeah. And then someone said, go Phillies. That's very rude. Man, if only there was, what's that? If only there was a World Series that, was just recently played between the Astros and the Phillies to see, who the better team was. Then we could, maybe talk about that. Oh, there's Will. Biggest scam of the weekend so far is the roulette table that I played last night. Yeah. I didn't hit any. I got scammed. So let's talk about Eagles Peak for a little bit. This is the qualifying round that we're working with right now. So I think this is going to be the swing course for get out of there for the weekend, qualifying wise, because after this we have Champ 99, which is pretty straightforward. Oh hey, Sean Gervais just showed up. He's gonna come up and hi Sean, how are you?
What's up, Luna?
Nothing, just taking a little break, doing a little commentary.
Nice
to see you.
You
We're
too.
talking about Eagles Peak.
Yeah,
How do you like this course?
I just played that. I shot a
Must be nice.
29 with a water ball and 11.
11. Is that the drivable par 4 that's kind of like you have to either hit a high tee or you can skip like a low driver?
Correct.
Off of the,
I had a high tee 3-wood that did not turn.
It didn't turn. Gotcha.
My gut told me to hit the driver, and I didn't go with the gut.
Okay.
And I watered.
That's noted. That way I will not hit that because I haven't played it yet. So thank you for telling me that.
You're welcome. Nice 31.
Thank you. And I assume number 1 isn't drivable because I
made a 106-footer.
Really?
On 1.
And you, let me guess, you'd hit a C3 on
A1 always.
A1
Bounced
always.
On. Bounced
Gotcha.
on. No tee, no nothing.
Okay. Well,
you're welcome for all the shots.
I'll be hitting that. And then on number 2, what did you do? Because I don't like. No, I'm kidding.
I hit a driver skip off the water, off the back water, and then skipped back on.
Oh, very nice. Eagles Peak is the John Gervais. Danny boy, we also miss you, at these qualifiers.
Said no one ever.
Stop. No, we do. We love you. So as you can see, there's a lot of water balls going on right now. So looks like Andy's gonna have a chip, which he's actually become a pretty good chipper. And yes, I am trying to jinx him because we do have that side bet, like I said. Biggest scam, Fox and Al Jeans qualifying together. Yeah, that is. Get out of there! Oh, damn it! You made it. Yeah, that is kind of a. It is kind of
what is he?
He said, "Loon for the win. Buy Uncle Fester a drink from me, please."
Uncle Fester's not here.
Uncle, yeah, is that? I don't know.
Is he 2 off? He's 2 off. Haas is 2 off.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's not usually 2 off.
I was 16 at the turn. He's 16 after 10.
And Jason Allen, would hit. Oh, that's in the water.
Ooh, that's good for you.
Oh, now I just can. I'm gonna lay up on that hole and then take birdie to gain a stroke there. Kidding. I've never laid up on that hole. Jason Allen said, Eagles Peak, my J.R. Patrick Ewing course. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm guessing. I'm gonna guess it's something not good. Gravy Beast says, please don't bully Gervais.
Yeah, no bullying.
No bullying, guys. We
Be
don't.
nice.
We really don't like that. unless it's. Oh, that is not
So,
good. Oh, I think they're actually. I have to go. I'm sorry. They just finished. Unless that's the front nine. Is it the front nine?
where?
Okay, never mind. Never mind. It is the front nine. Sent you the pick. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh my. Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's very mean. I don't like that.
Yeah, so
That's
good.
very mean. Let's see. The course I love to hate. Yeah. It's a course that's, it can be challenging. Obviously, it's the hardest course this year. Eagles, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
So this is going to be I feel like this is the right. If you had Eagles last, it could be kind of a weird situation. But since it's put right here, I don't know why I said that. That doesn't really make any sense. I apologize for that. Don't listen to me. I have been drinking. Is everyone using stout balls today?
No.
Not everyone, but, all those smart people are. I'm kidding. That's literally a joke.
Probably
but
about.
Not really kidding at the same time.
I know of at least 5 people that aren't. And the guy that's qualifying with me is actually using Titans. And his score is reflecting.
Mm-hmm. Now, someone that showed up this weekend that we didn't expect to see, Todd Pentecoff is here. The one, the only, Todd Pentecoff.
Very drunk already.
Yeah, no, he's hammered.
Very, very hugging.
He's hugging and get in. Oh my gosh.
That breaks my heart.
It breaks my mother effing heart that did not go in. Like I said, we do have the
It's so cute. They're just hanging on the lip.
Yeah. Sorry, Andy. That we were really pulling for you on that one. Oh! Yeah. Because that was a 4-incher. That was 4-incher.
Did you see how far it went over?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And that is actually going to count for, I'm not giving him that stroke.
Now he has to take the walk of shame to go tell Sobel about the rollover.
Oh, my gosh. This is not
Did
gonna...
you see how far that went over?
Yeah.
Like, you just slapped it.
Well, it was 4 inches.
It was 4?
4, yeah.
I didn't see it.
The rare 4 inches. Yeah.
That was great. I'm glad I saw that. That was funny.
I'm not going to see it. I wish we could take like a camera and go videotape him going up there and telling Sobel that he missed a putt for Andy Haas. Get in. That'd be funny if he aced it right after he did miss that putt. Let's see. Vision Soul. That's Will. That's Will. Send my love to Pentecoff. I heard he recently became a great-grandfather. Oh, great-grandfather. That's I don't know if that's. Is that real? I don't think that's not real, is it? He's not a great-grandfather. Can't be.
Can't. Maybe a grandfather.
He's only like 40 years old. Hey, guys, we're trying to. Oh. So he hit a 6-wood. Let's see what Andy's going to hit. Oh, I like the 4-wood here.
I actually birdied
it's
that.
It's going to be a low 4-wood.
So I should have shot a 32. Then
you shot a 31?
No, I shot 29 with a birdie on that and a water ball on 11.
Oh, no. Oh, he's got to chip it. Oh.
I had a putt, but it was right on the.
This is actually
It was right against the thing, and I missed.
The slope?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was right up against it and just yanked on me.
Mark Stone, yes. As far as the qualifier is concerned, he does get the stroke back. As far as our bet, our side bet, I'm not giving him that stroke. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
He actually loses an additional stroke because of it.
Yeah. Jason Elliott is here. This is his first tournament in maybe like 3 or 4 years. He's an Indiana Evansville guy. He was actually on the oh, he made it. Wow. What the F?
I have not seen your pants, Jay.
Jay where? Oh, they're probably on the casino floor.
They might be
like
at the blackjack table.
Yeah. Jay Ware did pretty well on blackjack last night, from what I heard. Please don't go in. Please don't go in. Thank you. Jason Elliott came up here, and I would like to give a shout out to Bachelor Nation. Jason Elliott, who was on The Bachelor, actually The Bachelorette, he was in JoJo's season. But we like to just give a shout out. Moving on to, this is pretty easy. You just hit a high 9, 8, 7 wood over the top. Over the top like Lincoln Hawk. Oh no. That was.
David Key looks hungry.
He looks hungry?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Christine just got here. Steve Sobel's wife. Very great. Very nice. Andrew Russell says, oh, Jay says, I'm getting out of bed soon. Wow. Oh, Greg said hi to you, by the way.
Oh. Hey, what's up, Kens? I didn't even see that.
One of my favorite, when I first started playing, one of my favorite videos was Greg Kinsler hitting the, making the double eagle on Enzo on hole 17 of Glacier Ranch. And then he eventually ended up winning that to become world champion. And as the camera pans over to the crowd, you see Sean Gervais doing a little clap. But it was a half clap because Enzo was his best friend at the time.
Still
best friend, and it was just kind of funny because
Enzo's still mad at me for clapping to this day. 16 years later.
Oh my God!
That was back in 07, I believe. 07?
07? Yeah. That Glacier Ranch was.
Yeah, Enzo's still mad at me to that day for clapping.
It's funny.
He said I shouldn't have clapped.
You got to clap. I mean, that was an
iconic moment.
Yeah.
Do it anyway.
Yeah. Danny Boy in the background. Do it anyway. Go.
Yelling for 5 minutes.
Yeah. So it's one of my favorite moments.
Had a very nice swerve here.
So this is Andy just went in the water on the other.
That's the one I watered.
But he went through the gap there. That's kind of weird. I didn't think that was open.
It's not, clearly.
Looks like Aljaz wants to hit a full 10.5. Let's see how this works. So I might want to do that. Oh, cleared it. Oh, wow. That's a perfect shot.
That was a beauty.
That was a beaut. A crested beaut. Justin Wilson says, "What's up? Hey, I thought you'd be here. It's only like 3 hours from Michigan, from where you're at. Babe, I really can't. Rachel came over and is trying to hand me a shot, but I'm really not going to do that. Cheers. Cheers, y'all. Okay, that one was significantly stronger than the other ones that we have done. No more shots for me.
You're welcome, kids.
Yeah. That was back when Sean had hair still.
No, not really.
Just kidding, he didn't.
Still didn't. I did not have a great... My goatee, I actually had a goatee back then, and it was not gray.
Oh, really?
Go back and look. That's it. I mean, get wet.
Those were the good old days, honestly, man. Well, I don't want to get too into it, but I loved playing those old courses. Maybe it's just nostalgia for me, but I just loved the design of those courses.
Plus, there was no stouts back then.
No stouts. I mean, yeah. Ortiz.
Correct.
But anyway, guys, I'm about to play. I go play. Did he? He said, did Haas just get a stroke back from me taking that? Yeah, maybe more. Could be like 4 or 5 strokes. I don't know. We'll see how I do. So Andy shot at 27. Oh, okay. That's
got one
wide
coming,
open.
though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as the qualifier is concerned.
But one coming.
Yeah, for the qualifier, but
28.
not for our bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to sign off. Are you going to stay?
I'll stay for a minute.
All right, guys. Good to see you. I mean, good to talk to you. I love you. Bye-bye.
Looks like I'm going to pick up a couple strokes on Fox here. That's good. We also have a side bet on this cycle. Aljaz, 12 after 11. A struggle. Nick, I shot 29, 27, 29, 29 so far. No cracker pizza, shy. I don't eat that stuff. It's gross. Nick, remember you said one wasn't drivable? I made a 106-footer on one. Thanks, Richard. I have one course left. Should be up in a few minutes here. The venue is, it's not bad. It's very spread out. There's 2 rooms. I think there's 18 machines in one, or 17 machines in one, and I don't know how many in the other. It's very, very well spaced out, though. I like it. It's an interesting layup on one. $121-footer missed by CJ.
John O'Donnell joining Sean, who's doing a fantastic job.
What's
I'm sure.
going on?
Not much. How you playing, sir?
So far, so good.
Excellent. Are you through 4?
I'm through 4. I have 3 29s and a 27.
Well, that is fantastic.
the lone 27 on Nihon.
Oh.
I clipped the tree on 18 and didn't get wet. Made birdie.
Okay. Still very good rounds.
No hole outs.
Just
business.
business.
Cruising along.
Hey, great. And what do you think of the venue? I saw the question. I wasn't here for the answer. What do you think of the venue?
I like the space.
Yeah, lots of
It's
good space.
Very open. Being with 2 rooms and stuff.
The
like
dark coloring. No
I
lights.
don't mind it.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't mind the darkness. It's not that bad.
No.
It's better than being like super bright.
Right. Yeah. No glares to worry about.
Yeah.
2 rooms. I haven't been to that other room today. I was there yesterday warming up.
It's like a party over there. Right
Yeah.
now.
Right.
The music's blasting over there.
I heard they had loud music and
Yeah.
So.
I went over there for like a few minutes and just came back over here.
So you played Eagle already.
Yeah.
And first time as a qualifying course. What were your thoughts in terms of the challenges? It might not present to you, but to your regular players. I mean, there's some pretty tough holes on that course.
No, I'm by no means automatic on that course. On 11, I've said this a couple times. I've already watered. I watered it because I didn't go with my gut instinct. My gut told me to hit the driver backspin skip shot off the hill, and I didn't do it. I tried to hit a high 3-wood, and it hung to the left and watered. But other than that, I don't know. I hit the green on 14, but I was right up against the
ridge.
The ridge there, and the putt just went dead right on me. I didn't feel like I had any shot to make that at all.
The speeds on the tiered greens, not only on Eagle, but on a lot of these tiered greens, has been referred to as turbo putts.
Yeah.
The fact that they go super fast, the break not as much of a factor. Have you noticed that, and how do you adjust, dealing with that as to a normal green that might be a right 4 versus a turbo green, which might be also a right 4?
You almost have to play like a degree less because of the turbo-ness.
So
Like
there's math.
sometimes it just shoots with that turbo, and sometimes it doesn't even do it. So it's kind of weird, actually.
Looking at some of the comments, left to right 1 putts, hardest in the game. Certainly, I think and I don't even want to say high handicaps, I think the 24, 25 handicaps, I think that's true. I know I would, as a 26, 27, I'd much rather have a straight putt than have to adjust just a little bit over 40 or 50 feet.
Yeah.
Still not hard, but certainly something that you could just easily mess up if your hand hits the wrong way. You've played a lot of rounds. I've myself played 9,000 rounds, but a lot of these players who are high handicaps, 24, 25, they don't have a ton of rounds in them. The muscle memory may not be there. So the 1 putts.
Yep.
Watching here, the action here, this has been a fun group to watch. Fox and Aljaz and Haddock go at it. They've been a fun group to watch. Gordy and CJ over here on this one.
Just getting started.
Yeah. This was a longer than normal setup here. I actually just palmed a high 8.5 and landed it right by the hole.
That's what I hit.
Probably one of the few times you and I will be on the same page in terms of shot making ability, but no. And this was a different look too.
It was a longer.
Yeah, longer setup.
Yeah. I had to pop the 8-wood.
I have a 9, and I don't want to say I flicked it, but I hit it 130 high just to kind of drop it in. My mistakes is typical. A good, not great player. I just missed the greens. That I should hit, and not 11 and 13, but greens I should hit. I just didn't make it, and that'll kill you. At 18, I went over with a 9-wood by an inch, trying to just bounce it and drop it. But again, the important part of this, at least for me, and I think for you too, is the community here. I mean, this is a great group of guys. I really appreciate you've always been very kind, just chatting about the game and learning a lot of things from you and the other great players. And the community is a big part of it. And whether you shoot good or you shoot bad, and whether you win on Sunday, which I hope you have a great shot at doing, or you don't, I'm sure it's just going to be a great event, and hopefully you have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom Shaw reaching out to me. Yes, it is Big John. I don't know how they came up with that nickname. A little weird, but Tom Shaw out of Kansas City. Good to see you. Was hoping to see you here, my friend. I saw Patty McLaughlin was here, and miss having you and Justin and the other guys there. So thanks, Tom. This shot pretty straightforward. Any thoughts of going further than just at the gooseneck there? I mean, is there any
Not anymore.
benefit at all?
No.
When you say any more, when
I did at the first when the course was first released. I tried to hit it up there in that bottleneck and watered it several times.
It said the heck with
And
this.
then once I figured out to lay back and then just bomb the driver with roll or release, it just took me a minute to figure that one out.
The challenge of that green, of course, is that the fringe slopes heavily to the right. So when we have a right-sided pin, you won't want to be too aggressive because if you're right at all, you will go off and have a very difficult chip. So something to remember. Eagle is a newer course. I mean, a lot of us have played it now enough to know it, but these little nuances, they can catch you real quick. So, MOP or MOP, thank you for the commentating compliment as I stumble through that. The stream has been great, as always. And Sean, I know you have to go. Thank you for joining us.
I'm up on my 5th course, so.
All right. Hey, no 30s yet today, so I expect one right now, okay?
That would be nice on
Champ.
On Champ.
That'd
Yeah.
be a big
I think
score.
I might win that one.
All right. Good luck,
All
my
right,
friend.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care. So that was Sean Gervais signing off, and really great qualifier so far. 29 3 times, 27 once. So we'll see great things from him, hopefully on Sunday, and as he takes on Champ next. I'm John O'Donnell. I've been lucky to have a microphone here quite a bit. Many of you have heard this. You'll hear it again. Get out there and please like the stream, subscribe to the stream, share the stream, be the stream. We really do want to get as many likes as we can so Andy will stop yelling at us, and because it really does help the content that these guys work so hard to put together. You hear my voice, and you hear Al Jazz, and you hear Luna, and really you hear some really great people, but it's the guys who you don't see and you don't hear that do all the work. So I really want to give them a shout out. We're at the Funny Bone here in Maryland Heights, Missouri. We have no video because they're doing some amazing things for Road to the Worlds that you'll be seeing soon, some great content, and looking forward to that. And quite frankly, nobody wants to see my face on camera, so that's good. Going back to the action, because that's the most important thing, we have Haddock here on hole 17 lining up. This was a fun setup, I thought. He lays it up on that top ridge. It will not come down despite his pleas and prayers, pleadings. Oh, and a call for player cards, as I didn't know we were getting them this tournament. Looking forward to picking one of those up because I don't have one. We'll move over to El Jazz on 17. Similar with bite. This makes it down the ridge, and he gets shotties, as the kids say. So, and Tom Shaw, whatever Tom, as his gamer tag, saying we've been great. Listen, I appreciate the compliment, but I'll say again, one, it's the players playing on the stream that are great. We just get to call the action and talk to some really great people while I'm sitting up here. For me, it's an honor. I really enjoy talking to these people. I've been doing video for 20 years. This is a great community to be a part of, and I enjoy doing it when I can. And, again, it's Andy and his team that really do an amazing job getting us here. So thank you. Question, hey, Steve, how's Fessick? Don't know who Fessick is, and I'm John. So no Steve here. So we are going to have somebody I don't think I've had the pleasure of commentating with. So we're going to just do amazing things together because, that's how it works here. So welcome.
We are going to do amazing things. Facebook, YouTube, amazing things about to happen.
So I am John O'Donnell, now joined by
John O'Donnell. I'm Matt Van Hoosier. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, no, and I was just telling everybody here, as much fun as it is for us to do this and talk to great players and watch great players, people behind us that put all this together, that we're just lucky to be able to sit here with the microphones on our head.
Oh, they make this pretty easy on us.
Yeah.
They make this pretty darn easy on us.
So how's it going? How are you playing? What's going on?
You know what? There's certain things that you want to talk about sometimes. There's other things you don't want to talk about sometimes. We're going to go with the second one. We're going to do that.
I love it. I love it. How about the venue? Have you enjoyed the venue, the place?
I have. I'm from around here, so I've been here a few times when it was a comedy club and since then. But no, yeah, it's worked out quite well. The two-side thing I was a little bit worried about when they announced it, but it's worked out just fine. So
interesting, the dichotomy of the two places. In here, it's business. It's business, man. People talking Golden Tee, cut this, full that. Over there, I think they're doing, the Macarena, and there's dancing going on over there.
Yeah,
it's
a little different environment.
It's a Soldier Boy Will Survive over there, so it's a different different over there than here. We, of course, have the microphone, so the music would be an issue. But it is funny to see the difference in the two sides.
Yeah.
You're over here on this side?
I am on this side over the corner there. And interestingly enough, most of St. Louis players and most of Indianapolis players on the other side. So the fact that it's going to be a party for all those guys, not too surprising. Mark Gomez, you fired up a Hollywood. I went in. Are you going to shoot another 3-better against me? First question.
Mark Gomez, another great player.
I take it back. I'll play around with Mark Gomez anytime.
Yeah, another great player not here today is the Dog's also just running amok here.
He's on the leash, but he's just hanging out.
It does raise a question of who let the dogs out. Waters.
This is a terrible spot to be. I've been there before. His tee shot landed there. It got kind of a funny little hop, and it's really a trick to get up over the top of that thing.
So I'm not familiar with the game, Matt, so please excuse me. I assume you're a good player, 28, 29. Where's your handicap lie?
That's where I should. Yes, I am about a 28 handicap.
Okay.
I should play about that. Today has not been an example of my play quality, but
Well,
that's all right.
Here's cheers to that, because I have played solid purple golf today, which is not my goal, but you know what? It happens. So
not with the 100 and whatever people in the tournament, not everybody can make Maine.
That's right. And purple's got advantages. So looking forward to that.
I know better than most.
So again, John O'Donnell and Matt joining you. We are here at Funny Bone, and there's another community or another room over there. And you mentioned you're from here.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I've noticed, I'm playing with a young man, Steve. His last name escapes me.
Celeste?
Yes.
There you go.
Great young player. I've
Nailed it.
enjoyed getting to know him. And really, there seems to be a lot of Missouri players here. Talk about the community of Golden Tee players in this area and kind of bringing the tournament here. I know it's been in the area for a long time, but just the community of Golden Tee in Missouri and kind of the level you have.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a strong Golden Tee community here for a very long time. I moved down here in 2002 and had several players down here. Obviously, now that we're on the PGT Tour, that is home base in St. Louis here in Missouri, so that helps out a lot. And obviously, with any tournament, you're going to have a lot of local names on the board because you don't have to pay the travel costs that you would have to pay to go to a foreign city, if you will. So that all contributes. But, yeah, we do have a good player base here. You probably see Scotty J blowing up Golden Tee Fan on Facebook with 900 handicap tournament posts a week. But that works out well. It gets guys out, go hang out, shoot some rounds with some competitive rounds. It's a handicap tournament, but there is definitely a lot of competitive golf happening there.
Have you played? We're on hole 9 here.
Hole 9 of Eagle.
Have you played this setup yet?
I have.
So this is to the right here. I'm surprised they're not going that direction because that was very open.
Oh, way over to the right.
Yeah. It was a straight shot forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
straight. That's not one. That's not a spot that I've played with too much, and maybe others haven't as well.
Right in there. I think he's looking at it. CJ's looking right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Right over on this side, and then just a shot over.
Yeah, that is not a shot I've fooled with too much. So that was my excuse. But I will believe you. We're gonna find out here real quick. CJ looks like he's thinking about it pretty hard.
I learned it from Steve. He had gotten the tee box, and he did this.
Oh, okay.
And then I fired it over there and had a nice, I think it was a 4-wood in. So, again, St. Louis contributing to Golden Tee greatness as I learned a shot from young Steve Celeste.
There you go.
Yeah.
So whereabouts are you from, John?
So originally from New York, upstate New York, near Rochester. Lived in Cleveland for a very long time. Was taught the game about 20 years ago by a guy named Jerry Arney, who was also teaching another young player named Andy Haas something.
You may have heard of him.
Yeah. So moved from that area. Now I'm in Northwest Ohio, near Toledo.
Okay.
Small town called Findlay, Ohio. And I did not play tournaments. I played 20 years. Young man there in the black hat that is bad radio, but right there, that young gentleman right there, he started playing 2 years ago and got real good real fast and wanted to get out and play tournaments.
That is a neat thing about this game is that initial improvement can happen very quickly, especially if you're partnered up with the right group. And so that really gets people hooked in there pretty quick. And then that last little bit at the end is the really hard part.
Yeah. I'll let you know if I ever get to that really part. I've been 26, 27 for many, many years. But young Jordan there flirting with 28 and really.
Two players on that right machine trying that thumber and just can't sneak it past the trees there, both of them ending up short in the water. And they're trying to chip for their
thumb.
birdie.
Was it a 3-wood or 3-iron? Did you see what
I didn't see what the club. It had to have been higher than that. But they were trying to thumb it around the edge there, and it just didn't quite have the clearance.
So tough shot. This whole course can be tough.
This one gives and takes in crooked numbers. There's no ones going around here. This thing takes in 2s and 3s.
That's right.
Which is part of the beauty of it. Honestly, it's just it's not a course like anything we've had in Golden Tee in the last 4 or 5 years.
I want to get to that point. I can see there's something brewing over here in the comments, though. Something about the balls. I'm guessing this has a stout argument here. Is that what we're getting
There's
to?
no argument at all. I'm not saying anything.
So again,
I'm sorry. I can't even defend my position today. That's how bad it's been.
we have learned two things in the 5 minutes we've been together. There are things you talk about, and there are things you're not. So balls, both golf balls and other varieties, will not be chatted about.
Not today. Not today.
Not
Other
today.
days.
Not
CJ
today.
sent that way long. Wow.
Yeah, I saw that.
4-wood was aggressive. I saw a lot of 6 and 5 wood on that play, even from stout players.
I
trying to
shot
carry that up there.
I shot a 4 cut. Bounced off the false front and just got into the
maybe
fringe.
maybe that's what CJ was trying for and just hit his line too.
I'll have to
That's
give him
kind
some
of a
lessons
baby
after
guy.
this game.
Oh, I'm sure he'd be willing to. I'm sure he'd be willing to partake.
You know, he would love to listen. He is that kind of guy. And then he'd go, "Yeah, John, I'm really good at this game. Leave me alone." So looking over here.
I don't know if you know this, but they made an enormous hat of mine. If you saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I did. It looks like my group is just flying through here. I'm playing here in Machine 3, so right
that's
by
easy sights then.
It's great, yeah.
Ryan Bennett, good to see you on the stream, buddy.
So we've got
John Jansa. Okay, yeah.
LJ has just got off, and he usually wanders on over here. So
He is a wanderer. That is 100% true.
I have enjoyed the time, Matt. I'm going to take off.
All right, go
Hope
hit him
to
well.
see you around, and
Hit him well.
take care.
That's right. You guys are all stuck with me. Now we're going to talk about some Titans. No, I'm joking. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. This Eagle setup was relatively tough. I'm sure you guys have seen a couple of them at this point. But it was a very good setup for a qualifier. There was plenty of holes on there where you're like, yeah, it's just between enough where I could mess this up, or I could hit a great shot, or maybe I want to lay up. So I think probably on the stream you've seen a whole lot more going for it because that's who we put on the stream. And Stephen Spencer Band Stouts Lamau. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. I'm with you. I love it, but we're going to just face reality. They're here to stay. They put them in the PGA. They're here to stay. Good putt by Zeke. Roar put it reasonably close, actually, for that one. So here we go on the right side. He's going to deal up and go for it. And it's just it's so tough to get that. He had the fullest of cuts he could have on that, just a little bit out to the left on his forward swing to make sure he could clear those trees on there, and it didn't miss by about a yard there. Tennessee Titans. I haven't paid attention to the draft. We've got another one going to try it out here. Gordy's going to try it out too. This is what happens if you need the strokes. This is a shot that you kind of think about. Whereas if you're on the edge, right, you might just lay that up. Gordy actually overdid it and got it in the fringe on the right side, so he still has a chip at the dang thing. And that's the thing is with it is a pretty big green, but even if you get up there, you're not guaranteed just to have a putt, right? Even if you have a putt, you're probably going to have a 60-footer or whatever. CJ clips the trees, but it's safe. Yep. So it's a birdie. That's okay. He's not happy about it, but it's at least a birdie. Yeah, there's 3,000 trees there, CJ. You have no idea which one you hit. It's okay. None of the rest of us do either. Watch him eagle it, just cause. But hey, look at that birdie. If he laid up, it's the same spot. He got aggressive, and he still made the number that was the low risk number. Jason Elliott trying for birdie. And Gordy, let's see if we can find one eagle on this hole. His elk ears are in his way. Let's see here. John Alamos, thank you for that. YouTube, place to be. Love it. Whichever platform you're on, make sure you're liking. Make sure you're sharing as able. Let everybody know that we're out here. Let everybody know what's going on. The more viewers, the better. Good little run there from Gordon. You can't get too super aggressive with that chip because there is the drop-off behind there if you really went running at it. And you're pretty much dead back there. So more or less the appropriate amount of aggression from Gordy. Everybody's struggling on that one, it looks like. I saw 15 after 11. It's probably about it's still a few less, but you'll have to remind me, Steve Spencer, 2012. If that was the Royal Cove year, I will disagree with you. But there's other ones that we could talk about. I think it was probably the Royal Cove year, though. I mean, Royal Cove, Auburn Glen, Tundra, and you'll remind me of the other ones, I'm sure, in the chatter. Very, very tough year. John Elmo. John O'Donnell, he says, I can't read. This is not my office.
Boys,
Yeah,
here I am.
You're good. You're good.
I could not. I could have sworn they were around 18. They were
you
around
said
8.
I saw 7 maybe.
I drink a lot. Maybe I need to drink
Alcohol's
more.
a hell of a drug, guys.
I even left my man. I am just. A
And you
wreck.
left your drink.
I'm a wreck. You know, maybe it's just.
Maybe it's a better
Jordan,
place for it, right?
Grab me a beer, please. I don't know whose they are, but they look good. It's mine. Thank you, sir. Jordan Cook with the assist. He says I'm number one, and I believe him.
Well, I mean, you talked him up like that, and that's the kind of response.
I'm telling you, it's the future of the game right there until I hit him with my truck.
Whoopsie.
Oopsie doopsies, as my 8-year-old would say.
Gordy's he's a little worried about that tree, but I don't think it's going to be a problem, honestly.
Watching, I love the low T. Wow.
Whoops.
Chris Yushik.
Too soon.
Just goes.
He's going to cut that in there. He did.
Into the water.
Gordy did the make sure cut there, but make sure it got to the right of the pin, which is fine. He's playing. He's for 15 after 11, right? You're in a reasonable spot there.
Well, watching Chris Yuchek over on the other machine, he has had an up and down day. I literally
Bit of a roller coaster over
3
there?
holes. Hole out from the fairway.
Uh-huh.
Hits the wall. They were playing Petra. Hits the wall, pars. Hole out, next hole. I mean, he just watered this, so I would expect him to hole this one out.
Of course, he makes the chip just for good measure, right?
He's a good young player too. I enjoy watching him.
Yes, yes, he is.
A little bit of an up and down player. Have seen him in a few tournaments now, and by a few I mean the 2 that I've attended. And I've seen him go up and down in his gameplay, but really, really talented. CJ at 15.
It's a. We just said it right. It's a setup that's going to get some people. It's not wide open, but the shots are there. If you really want a big number, and a lot of these guys in CJ's position, or the other courses are going to be things that they're not going to really struggle too much with. Yeah. If they're going for that top qualifier spot, you really do have to go for some of those between looks.
Let's see.
Dean Sapp, howdy from Maryland. Hey, good to hear from you. Appreciate you joining in. Nick Cornelius, I didn't realize that Scotty J had a main bracket guarantee, but if he did, I think everybody would have taken him up on it. Now, that's not to say Scotty J can't make a main bracket. It's just to say that he never has.
I think it's exactly to say that he's not going to make the main. That's a definition of saying he's not going to make the main bracket.
Is that what I just did there?
Let's see. Is there a way to mute one of the people speaking? Not you, John, but the other guy.
Tom Shaw. I used to be your friend.
Whatever, Tom.
Whatever,
Tom.
I even congratulated you on a world spot, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a world spot.
You know what? I take that back. I hope you face you in the first round.
Wow. See,
Again.
You started talking about Titans. See what happened? You started talking about Titans.
I didn't, right?
Oh,
I
I don't
stopped
know.
right when you left.
I wasn't here.
I stopped right when you left.
So,
Funk Bone from Indiana. How you going? Indiana's close enough. You should have been here, Funk Bone.
Yeah, no excuses.
There's lots of excuses. CJ or Gordy here is going to looking down the 2-iron Skippy shot. This was a tough setup on a 14 on the right side here. This was a total tweener for people that want to play that high shot. Gordy's going to look at the high shot. This is a pretty good setup for a layup, too, if you want to try from hole from the fairway. I mean, there was a lot going on in this setup.
Good shot out of Graham there. I've done radio for 15, 20 years, and the thing you're not supposed to do is talk to somebody off mic. And
Right,
I've been doing that for the last 5 minutes. So
or hey, had that guy in the gray hat over there?
Yeah, I'm really good at this thing, really. Oh.
True professional, is that the word?
Chris again into the water.
So he's 13 after 9. That's pretty darn good. I think it's 1 off the pace, and then water 10. This course, man, it just requires all of your focus.
Thank you.
Gordy looks like he's talked himself out of this. No, he doesn't. He's stuck at the 9. What's he going to do? Yep, he's talked himself out of it. He's going for the eagle from the fairway approach, which, again, saying it has a pretty solid round going.
Just reviewing my new Golden Tee 2023 Missouri Open Players card.
Well, everybody on the radio can see it. So
I'm reviewing it with my eyes, and I'm going to describe it to them.
Now that you've admitted this, I'm going to hit on it every single time. I'm sorry. Apologize.
Don't apologize. That's what we're here for. Beautiful view of the arch with the moon in the background, so very cool.
Oh, wow. Zeke, I don't know if you were trying to bounce that up there, but that was really cool.
I've seen most players try that little shot here. I hate this hole. Hate it with a passion unbridled like any other.
It's a toughie. This was one, so when the courses first came out, right, you had either 2-iron or 5 wood, and this is, oh my gosh. That's exactly what my playing companion Nate Stoll did. It was right into that tree. But, yeah, the setup would come, and you would just pray for the wind in your face 5-wood look, because that's the only club that you can really reliably use to get there. Other than that, you were bouncing off that fairway. So a lot more options here with 6-wood, 8-wood, 7-wood, and then bouncing off the fairway with even high clubs like 3-wood, 4-wood. But it's still really hard. It's really hard.
So Tom Shaw saying you're a Kansas City killer, and that's why there is no love for you.
I do have that moniker. It's true.
Oh, I got you.
He's not making that up.
Listen,
That's got to get out, Jason Elliott.
Oh, get on up. Get lucky. Wow. My goodness.
That's
Jason
quite a
Elliott.
shot. Quite a shot.
Holy cow.
Quite a shot.
Just like he drew it up, folks. Just like he drew it up.
Chris Yushik trying to get back in this game a little bit.
Yeah, he's got to get his head back in the game here. CJ's got to figure out a great place to lay up. And I don't know if that's it. It's not. That's what you didn't need to do. He'll be all right, but really just need to take your medicine on that one and put it literally anywhere in the fairway.
Huh.
Yeah. Zeke's going to get on up. Good shot.
So we've talked about the venue, and you said you've been here a number of times. I guess let me ask you this then: outside of St. Louis, you've been to a lot of tournaments, I'm sure.
You know, I've been to a few.
Cool.
I've been at the tournament scene for probably since about 2003.
Okay, favorite venue, favorite tournament,
favorite venue ever, probably Mazzi's in Atlanta. That was a terrific venue. But really, there's a long list of tournament venues that have been awesome to go to. And a lot of that's obviously, as you found out, even in just going to 2 tournaments, right? A lot of that's the people you're surrounded by, right? You could have a crummy venue and still have a really good time, and we have before. We've had a couple crummy venues too that I look back on those tournaments fondly, just because it was still a really fun time.
Yeah.
So the venue's a bit of a deal, but in the end, this community is just super fun to hang out with, and it's tough to pass up a fun weekend of golf and beverages with your friends.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm fortunate that I've had some very good Golden Tee communities that I've been able to be a part of. We've been joking with Tom Shaw. I traveled to Kansas City a lot for a number of years. Got to really get to know that group of guys. I missed.
Fan of the Wallabies there?
I like Wallabies. I missed out on the Minnesota crew when I was traveling Minnesota quite a bit.
Okay.
But just our Northeast Ohio crew was a pretty good group. And now, just in Findlay with myself and Jordan, we have established a pretty good group. And
good.
You know, it's a fun game, and it is approachable. It's not a hard game to learn. I think the price point sometimes is intimidating, but it's not a hard game to learn.
It has been ever since its inception, right? It's just how many quarters do you want to jam in, how many dollars do you want to jam in. That is a consideration. But you're right. For people that at least have seen a game of golf played in real life, they know the basics of how the game is supposed to work, and then it's just a matter of the mechanics on how you do certain things. But there's an example today or yesterday maybe, Facebook post from a guy who said, "Hey, I've got my home edition. I'm 2022. I'm playing, hitting really well, hitting, trying to learn, but I'm kind of capped out at 20. What can I do?" And then somebody looks at his profile and says, "Hey, you live by Lindenwood University. That's 10 minutes from a tournament that has all the major players, and it's by your house, literally 10 minutes from your house. Go to the tournament. You're going to learn more there than you're going to ever learn by us telling you anything on Facebook." It's 100% true. Coming in and playing with players that are better than you, it doesn't have to be a big tournament like this, although that does help. But playing with players that are better than you will get you better at this game way faster than anything you're going to do on your own.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think the moniker a lot of people say, and in joking, but also in reality, is play more, get better. But part of that is not just the what, but the how. It's not just playing.
And you're right. And what you can't do is just play more and continue to do the same thing that doesn't work.
Right.
And if you don't know either what works or why the thing you're doing doesn't work, then it's really tough to get better based on those two things. So this is the kind of community you can come up and you can approach and say, "Hey, by the way, doing this is going to not work because XYZ. Maybe try this instead."
You have played this game a very long time. I have some stories I can and would share, but I would love getting this perspective from long time and very good players, because we've all had that moment where we're playing Golden Tee or there's a machine in a bar and a guy's shooting casual and he's shooting 4 under and he's the best Golden Tee player that he's ever met and ever known, and it's his machine, and gosh darn it, Matt, nobody's ever going to beat him on his machine. And the cocky, casual Golden Tee player that we've all got to put in their place once or twice.
That is a thing.
Any stories that you can share without a lot of 4-letter words?
There are. I have a terrific one, and I'm up on my machine pretty soon, but I don't care because this is totally worth telling. So a lot of people in the community know my Golden Tee name used to be Beer Achilles. It was Beer Achilles for a very long time. I have switched it since then, but for a decade or more, it was Beer Achilles. And had a bar that I frequented, had records on the machine, and I was up at this bar with a bunch of people. But they were not Golden Tee people, right? So I was going to not play. I was going to just hang out with them, no big deal. And I'm at the bar, we're talking or whatever, and these two gentlemen were up at the machine playing. And at the time, my wife, she says, "Hey, you know what? Just go up and play a game with them, whatever. Just you like playing? Just go up and play a game. I was like, I'm not sure. She's, it's fine. We're just sitting around here talking. Go play a game. So I walk up there. I pseudo introduce myself. Hey, I'm Matt. I see you guys playing. Would you mind a third player? Sure. So I said, sure, but you got to. We play for the $1 for live play for contests. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do that too. That's no problem. I say, if you play the $1 for live play, you must be decent at this game. And this guy looks me straight in the face, and he says, yeah, we're pretty good. He goes, my name on the game is Beercules. And my buddy here plays as Ass Man, and that was my friend Jason, plays as Ass Man. He still plays as Ass Man as this day, but he straight looks me in the eye and says, yeah, I play as Beercules. And I go, really? And he goes, yeah. I go, well, you have a lot of records on these machines. You must be really good. And he goes, yeah, we're pretty decent. And so I says, okay, well, here's my card. I got to grab a drink real quick. And I walk back up to the bar to my night out. I says, you will not believe what these dudes just told me. He said, what? I said, he said he was me.
Now, to be clear, he wasn't you.
He was not me.
There wasn't like an
not having an out-of-body thing.
Okay.
I hadn't had that much to drink.
So do you play this game? Does this game happen?
This guy swipes my card in. It shows up on the screen as Beercules, and from by me, his buddy, I hear him go, oh, F. He didn't say fudge, guys.
I get it.
He did not say fudge. But that's got to have been at least 12 years now, and I still tell that story because it's just the funniest darn thing I think I've ever experienced in this game.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. Well, you are you, and
of course Country Kenny could come say hi.
We have Country Kenny off mic here, and again, this is good radio. We're announcing the things that are happening. Nice.
The best part is if you've listened to the stream once in a while, as long as the volume gets louder and louder, those vocals will come through the microphone. So somebody can hear me off mic saying, hey, could Country Kenny come say hi? And of course you have a conversation with them because that's appropriate.
Well, doing live radio is one of the harder but yet more fun things that you ever get to do. And generally we do have video.
So Rar and Zeke finished up 25-24. I tell you what, Rar, I was watching it, and I apologize. We weren't announcing that match very well at all. He seemed like he was in trouble the whole time and shot 25, so that's pretty darn good, honestly. Because it felt like watching this game he was going to shoot an 18.
Gordy goes in the water
Gordy
again.
Gordy caught the hill. I've seen a lot of people go in the water in exactly that same spot. Luckily for them, it gives you a drop that's just below the hole, and it's a putt. So the damage is not too severe here, but this is a pretty tough setup for a lot of folks.
I
with
like
the tears in the wind and all that.
I like this hole because I like the angles and the geometry of this hole. I always have. I hit a low. I think it was 5 hybrid with a little bit of bite. Got right nice, nestled in nicely.
Nicely done. Yeah, I went low 6, bite kind of sort of what CJ Jr. I laid it in the middle tier and let it run down the ramp there, and I kind of raced it by. I was very happy with my shot.
So with one more round of qualifying to go and not quite 5 o'clock Central, we're moving right along.
We're moving pretty good. We've got a couple of machines that are behind, but as others start to finish up, you will see those ones get moved off, so that won't be too much of an issue. I do foresee us playing doubles tonight. I think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's a fun experience for anyone who hasn't done that one before.
Every time I get a chance to sit next to a great player, and I consider you that,
this is all it took, huh?
I always like to put him on a spot and offer to play around later in the day. So I hope we do get a chance. I hope we do get a chance. I've really enjoyed chatting with you.
Skip the qualifier. Let's go play right now.
Okay. Oops, you got to send the radio.
That's one strike.
Hey, listen, LJ said it 33 times. I'm way ahead of the game.
It's okay. He didn't even have the producer doesn't even have his headset on. He didn't know you did it.
No, he knows he knows all.
And Paul won't tell on us.
Well, and the UFC is happening, and so we've lost Andy for a little bit of time now. But again, shout out to Paul and Andy and everybody who has put this on and allowed us to stand here and ramble on. We really appreciate it.
CJ looks just at 18 under. I can see why he's beside himself.
Oh yeah. I have to tell you, I've had a chance to play a few rounds with him and watched him play a number of rounds. This is probably the worst round I've seen him put up.
Well, that's probably what's running through his head right now too. Is like this might be the worst round I've shot in a long time.
I wouldn't want to be champ. I have a feeling he'll tear champ up. Nice shot there.
Nobody wants to be champ.
I don't want to play champ.
Champ doesn't want to be champ.
Champ is boring.
I cannot possibly tell you how disappointed I was to learn that Eagle didn't come behind champ in the lineup of courses.
Yes.
I thought for sure we were playing Eagle last, and I was ecstatic, and then I found out that was not the case.
Wait, you think they were going to
I'm back to being disappointed.
Leapfrog Eagle just to get a champ?
I honestly. My playing partner Nate and I says, we can make it the last course. We can just switch them.
Who's going to tell?
Who's going to know?
I won't tell.
All right, John,
Matt,
I have to go play my match.
Pleasure. We'll see you later.
I will leave you to be, and we will play that round later.
Yes, we will. So as Matt steps away now, I will carry the game here until LJS gets over here, and I'm sure he'll pick up the microphone soon. My name is John O'Donnell from Findlay, Ohio. Been had the pleasure of commentating quite a bit today. And again, we're brought to you here at the Funny Bone in Maryland Heights, Missouri, the Peg T event number 3. And we have 120 people qualifying, maybe 125, somewhere in that range. Some of the top qualifiers, Andy Haas, he won course number 1, and Joe Mazzaro won course number 2. I have not heard anything from course 3 and course 4, still finishing up. In the B group, we have one feature match. It's CJ Wengler, Gordy, and Elliott. They are finishing up their round, so we will have no feature matches going on here in a minute. Looking at some of the comments, CJ clean on Eagles right now. Mark Gomez, the comedian, here as we play at the Funny Bone. CJ, a tough round, as we mentioned. Kinsler, what happened to Kinsler, I do not know. And just kind of looking here through the comments. Some really good people providing some comments. Dave Sandmeyer, good to see you. Chris Anthony's been with us for most of the day. Want to thank everybody for listening on the stream. Want to remind everybody, please get out there and hit like. It really takes 30 seconds, if that. If it takes you 30 seconds, you're not doing it right. Get out there and show some love to everybody here. As we have a hole-in-one on machine number 9. I don't see who it is. Participating in the hole-in-one contest that we have going on. For those of you not familiar, there is an entry fee into the tournament. We have fantasy golf, where you can pick your favorite golfers and see how they do against everybody else. We have a Calcutta, where you buy golfers and you win based on their success. And we have a hole-in-one contest as well. Sean Tickner passes the booth. Love to have him on the mic. He is great on the mic as well. So we'll start our next match here. It looks like, well, we have a couple getting started. Looks like Andy Haas getting ready here. Look like Fox and Aljaz are going to jump right into their 5th round, as we may just be speeding things along here as we try to finish up the qualifying rounds. I'm qualifying with a local, Steve Celeste, who has been teaching me much about this game. Shout out to Steve. And really, he represents, in my mind, really what's part of this fun is getting to play with young players and players you've never played with before. Learn from them. They learn from you. Steve taught me a shot I didn't know. Of course, he did it after I hit my shot, so that wasn't very much help. But he's a St. Louis guy. Lots of great St. Louis guys as Andy Haas starts his round with a big cut. That is a full, and it just went long, so he'll have a chip. I would say it's a difficult chip. For him, it's probably routine, but it's not as easy as it could be. Chris Yushik coming over to the microphone. I have a question about your round if you want to jump on this microphone. Yeah, come on up, because I got to tell you, we were talking with Matt. He was on here earlier, and he and I both. So we were joined by Chris Yushek, sorry. And I got to ask you, because we were both looking at your round going, man, he is struggling. And then all of a sudden we turn around, you got 25.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you had a lot of ups and downs in that round. Tell us, walk us through that.
Yeah, I hit some trees, which is not great.
Bad.
Put some balls in the water, also not great. But yeah, I think that was like a 5 or 6 off. So I watered, I forgot what hole it was, and then I hit it like a lob wedge in there to save birdie. But man, that was just painful. There were some where it just barely clipped the tree, and then there's 2 strokes right there. So
well, I will give you this nugget of information. CJ finished with an 18 or with a 20. He had 18 going into 18. So
yeah.
So there are.
I saw Aljaz, I think, hit a 20 as well.
Yeah, there's been some tough scores out there, and the comments are, kind of jumping on the pros here.
Nice personal best. That's right. Yeah. I mean, the best I've seen, I think, was a 27 from Haas, which is not Haas-like.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't seen any high scores yet, but I also haven't checked the leaderboard.
I struggled. I had a good round going. I was 22 through 16 and went par. And really, for me to get a 25 would have been a very nice score to just kind of put in the bag. I've been shooting a little bit below my handicap all the day.
Yeah.
That was a little too far. Yeah, as Haas just gets with that one to hole out. And I have to get ready as my group finishes, it looks like 18. So you're going to have to carry the day, young man.
Oh, I got you, Chris. So you said that leaderboard. Yeah, that's probably on the website, right? I could check the actual live here.
Yeah, and again, for those of you who don't know, Andy Haas did win the first course. Joe Mazzaro won the second course. Have not heard the third course. Just finishing up Eagles now. So I'm going to have to jump off and go play Champ. And Chris, good seeing you again. And
Yep.
we'll see each other soon.
Okay, so there's a few 29s up there. Giuseppe shot a 31 on Eagles. Show enough shot a 30 with 0 points. So there is some good scores up there. It's definitely a qualifier breaker. Let's see if someone else could hop in here too. But yeah, based on how it's looking, I'm gonna guess the cut line is gonna be upper 120s, maybe 126, 127. So yeah, you see some people laying back here, just getting their club in versus banging it down there. A lot of times if you do that, you're between like a 9-iron and a sand wedge or something, so. Little of a tough look on Champ 1 there. So I think everyone's clean on the right. Got a chip here on the left stream. Oh, we need to pull it a little right there. Yeah, Kingfish. I wish Champ wasn't the closer. I mean, at the very best or worst, whatever, I think it'd be fun to do Eagles last, but I guess it is what it is. But I think entertainment-wise, Hollywood would have been more fun than Champ. All right, so we saved birdie there. Yeah, Champ is just kind of like a lot of non-drivable par fours, obviously, putting it where you want and trying to hole out like Haas just did. Thanks, Crop Dustin. I will try my best not to crap my pants on the last one. Yeah, most people have already threw Eagles, yep. If not everyone. Not sure if he wanted to be in the rough, but maybe he did. It's fine either way, probably. It's interesting to me, like some people have that 283 wood versus the 275. Definitely can be a big difference if you're trying to, you know, base shots of who you're playing with. Yeah, it looks like same strategy on the left, just laying back, getting the club in they want. So is Haas 2 better or 1 better? I must have missed something. All right, Chisholm's about to hop in with me, make this more entertaining. Sometimes it's tough with champ, especially front 9, to make it interesting, but here we are. So I believe Haas is at least 1 better, if not 2 better. Welcome.
What's up there, buddy? This is Chisholm Woodson. In case, I guess, yeah, we're not on the screen. How's it going out there, folks? How'd you finish up?
Eagles was not great. I had a couple water balls and stuff, so I shot a 25.
Yeah, still a 25.
Yeah, a lot of people struggling. How'd you shoot on it?
26.
That's good. I feel like that's going to be above the cut line for it.
I laid up on 10 and then what is it, 11? I usually don't lay up on 10, but it was dirty and I just didn't want to risk it.
It was a hard setup for sure. I told myself I wouldn't lay up and just go for it, and it didn't work out well.
What did you play? Did you play a high tee 5, or did you try to curve a naked 5 in?
On 11, the like 340 look. I tried to hide.
No, I meant the hole before that.
I don't remember. Short-term memory loss, I guess, with the beers.
So the one you were talking about, did you hit a high tee or a low like 8.5?
Yeah, on 11 I did a high 10.5 and try to just guide around, and I clipped a tree edge. 2, I underhit it, kind of missed the ball a bit. So I went back, and then so I birdied that one. I actually was on the green in 1, and it was like 84 foot. So I was like, I don't know how it's gonna turbo, and then just missed that putt. So it was just not not great, but
yeah, it wasn't explosive.
But there's not a lot of big scores out there so far.
Yeah,
there's a handful of 29s, I think a couple of 30s and 31s, but.
How'd you shoot on champ?
I haven't played champ yet, so I'll be up on the left machine here after Fox and Al Jazz and stuff. Okay, Tommy, it's a Haas just on 1 and then hold out. Okay.
Yeah, I shot just a clean, safe 25. 16 is nasty.
Okay, so you're done.
Yeah.
So what was your number?
Let's see. Let me get my calculator.
Before you hopped on, I was saying that I feel like the cut line will be around 127 or so.
Well, I'm definitely ahead of that. 26, 28.
Oh, nice. Gin and tonic just hold that out from the fairway there.
26, 45. I'm at 136.
136. Yeah, that'll do it. You'll probably be up there, I'm guessing, like top 16.
Yeah, I was going to guess in the mid-teens. Yeah, my first time ever, I got a top score in the course, a $50 gift card.
Oh, nice.
I got 31 on Nord.
Oh, that's awesome. 2 better then. That's great. Yeah, I went aggressive at 1 hole and missed a chip from the dirt. So the first kind of interesting hole there, I guess. 1 was a little tough, but that's a safe play, just crushing the 8. You know, if you underhit that at all, you're in the water, so.
Yeah, I did that in high teen 6. Was that 8 or 6? I can't read that.
Yeah, they're hitting high 8s there.
Is it? No, that's a 6. It's 241.
Yeah, okay, he's gonna hit the 6. It's probably a little like safer. I mean, because if you miss it or cut it, you know, you're gonna be short with the 8. So that was not a bad idea.
Thanks, Josh.
So we might finish qualifying earlier than normal. I want to say normally we finish like around 7 or 7:30 for most people. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah. What time is it? 5? Yeah. Yeah, our machine didn't have any threesomes, so we blazed through
That
it.
helps, yeah. So yeah, we got a twosome in Group B on the on the left machine. So we'll probably be done in about an hour.
I didn't see that. He just watered
Oh,
on
man.
this hole. Andy just watered.
Yeah, sorry. There's a lot going on, so we're not catching everything here. And
We're very self-absorbed people, so
yeah. We're obsessing over Chisholm's 136.
I can't believe he watered on this. I wonder what he was.
Oh man,
I'd be curious as
Can
to
we
what
get
he
a
was
rewind?
trying to do.
What happened? He like missed it, or he tried to go long? Let's see where he dropped. Oh wait,
It was super easy to go long. It was played really short.
Oh, you're talking about Fox.
Oh.
I
This
thought he meant
much
Haas,
more sense. Yeah. That was great.
Oh yeah, now I see it. Jeez. Okay.
Oh.
He must have. He must have
whiffed.
just whiffed it.
That was great when they were doing the Calcutta, and when Steve got to, he was like, Andy Fox, purple bracket player.
Yeah, some of his comments.
Yeah,
in
he
the
was
Calcutta
on.
are,
He was
are really
on point.
good.
He was
Yeah.
on point today. That's for sure.
You're good, Josh.
Todd Pennicoff, because he hadn't been playing, and he was like, Todd Pennicoff, it's like, you got yourself for 10? All right, he's got himself for 10. And then he goes, too much.
Steve is like a low-key savage. Like, oh man. Unfortunately, I missed my Zach Graham's putt. It was like probably like a 10-footer out of the fringe and just read terrible. So I had to go up and walk of shame. And thankfully, I didn't tell Steve, so that would have been even worse. Never would have heard the end of it. We got a lot of eyes on us. There's cameras filming and stuff.
I mean, we're going to have to
Chisholm-
hire security to keep the paparazzi away.
Yeah,
the
well,
fans,
we got a
groupies.
legend over here with the 136, so everyone's funneling to watch and take pictures and get autographs.
We got my self-proclaimed next great thing sitting next to me. See, more applause for me.
Something
Yeah.
big happened behind us. I'm not sure what.
Something with JoJo. That's not a surprise.
Yeah, he probably shot a 35, like as if he's playing the daily, but which is what's really impressive about him. Like I don't really see him in a lot of 18s or anything, but obviously he's winning every single daily. So
David Key.
It definitely translates. I would say that if you want to get better, grinding the daily definitely helps. Learning tough shots that you're going to see anyways, or getting your numbers down, your speed. Okay, that's actually.
He hit 11. Oh, probably hit. I did see the prop. I was like, are you
11,
kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna check the leaderboard. See if he. No, he's probably a game ahead though. I'm guessing he just played champ. What do you think the top qualifying score is going to be?
Let's see. I'm gonna go by how many mistakes I made.
11 hole-in-one in qualifying.
Let's see. So that was
I would
3.
be a little surprised.
3.
I could see
better.
like
And what was
6 or
this?
7 for sure, but you know.
3, 5, 8.
Maybe he's playing as if
8,
it's
7.
a Freaky Friday. Where
I'm gonna go 740.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go
Close to water again.
242. That's my
242.
142. I'm used to the qualifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be incredible.
The world's
Was that like a
yeah.
48 under? 144.
Okay. 142 is my.
Yeah, that
that's
could
my
be.
guess.
Because we had a 29 par, we had a 28, 29, whatever
Yep.
Eagles is. I was way far off, so I think 30, 31.
Yeah.
And then whatever 25, 26 champs. So.
Yeah. So what are you sitting at right now?
I'm at 110. 143 is par. Okay, yeah, I could see 144, 145 then. But there was, I mean, maybe JoJo's gonna get that. I'm sitting at 110 after 4.
So if you shoot a 35, or 35,
yeah,
you'll be at the top qualifier.
35 on champ. That's easy, right?
Now, if you shoot a 25, you'd be at 135.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go for 16. Actually, just get a hole-in-one, then you won't have to go for 16.
Oh, Haas almost hold that. You said 16 is not fun?
Not fun. Although Gavin, who I was playing with, he blew up on Eagle, so he didn't have much to fight for.
Right.
So he went for it and got Eagle, but it was by this. I mean, it was not high probability and almost went in the water 2 different times. Kind of hugged along the
Nick.
fringe.
One was there. I drove it too. I had like an 84-foot putt that I missed. So, yeah, I suppose you can count it.
Oh, here we go. So, Haas's machine is about to come up to 16 in 2 holes. So I'll be curious to see because he's going for it. I heard him say on Gino's podcast, I think it was on Gino's podcast, but he said the question was, how often do you eagle 16? And he said, and Haas goes, about 80%.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my God, dude, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think most people are going for 80% of the time, let alone actually making it and getting your eagle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this then. I don't know if I will go for it if it's that nasty.
If he does it, I don't think you'll be like, oh, okay, I'll just do what he did. Like it's brutal enough.
Yeah. It's not as easy to. Oh yeah, Haas did it. That means I can do it. It's not really how it works. So what we have on the left here, are they clean? I haven't seen the scoreboard.
Oh, we got Al and Fox. That's a good group. Oh, and Terry Haddock.
Except for Al Jazz. Everyone else is good though.
Yeah. Yeah. $50, baby.
There you go. Nice. Oh, no. I didn't see what happened, but Gin and Tonic just watered that one.
I thought I was supposed to, get a big trophy or something, a presentation. Dancing like Vegas girls.
Ooh, that was a great save though for birdie.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't won a first place on a course, but that's got to be exciting. And then you got cushion too going forward.
Yeah. I came in second in Richmond on a course, and David Duncan got me by shot points.
3 hybrid and elevated, yeah, and then clip the rock there. Makes sense.
All right.
16.
Here we go.
Haas is still one better, I'm
there
assuming.
you go. There's your look.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Let's
right.
see what's going on here.
I'm going to say he's going to hit a high 3-wood full. Nope, he's going to slide back and hit that 10.5. Yeah, see, what do I know?
See,
He's
that
gonna
wasn't
make
dirty
it.
at all. He almost drilled it.
Ooh.
Well, you can do that. It was
I
a
mean,
full.
That is kind of repeatable now that
Yeah.
I see it.
Well, he's doing. Key's like, I'm going to do something completely
Shoot,
different.
Yeah, and he's going to get it.
Oh,
That's a great shot,
okay,
too.
I stand corrected. Apparently, this hole was much easier than what I thought. I just took one look at it and said, okay, I'm laying up.
Yeah, keep practicing. You'll get good at the game one day.
Yeah, that's. I didn't see the risk reward for where I was sitting.
So he's going to go medium full.
Okay,
Jeez,
everyone.
That's great too.
Jesus.
Oh, my God.
All right, I stand completely corrected.
That's awesome.
I'm like, this hole is set up.
That was coming in
it
hot,
just can't
too.
be done.
That would have been 30 yards past the hole in the water. Coming in like lightning. I want to see that. Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
That replay, though. Yeah, that
Wow.
was real ballsy. You got to respect it.
All right, forget what I said. 26 is an easy par, or easy
Yeah,
GT par.
you had me scared there for a while, but, you know, I'll probably miss it still.
Well, now you almost have to go for it after
Yeah.
watching three guys do it. 3 different ways, too.
Yeah, that's what's great. I feel like Haas's was the most repeatable, or like the safest. If he probably underhit that, it might have stuck in the rough.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the third one, the hole-in-one style.
Yeah.
that seemed kind of all or nothing.
Ooh.
I wonder what kind of side action they got.
Yeah, they saw Haas do it. But what's interesting is
I mean,
they all hit different shots, too.
Yeah.
So they kind of were probably already thinking about their shot before Haas hit, or maybe base it off of his, but...
Yeah, but Josh, the interesting thing is that none of them played it. The other two didn't play it like Haas. Key was one left of there, so he didn't play a full. He just did like a baby cut. And the other guy didn't use a high tee. He used a 8.5?
Yeah.
And just screamed it in.
Oh, he's going to have some bush trouble there. See, if it's not dry, I mean, I get like trying to get in the bunker. But also, if, you know, you go in the bunker and you're going aggressive at the chip, you could water it, right, very easily with that pin position.
Yeah, I mean, I like being in the I ended up just to the left of the trap, but not in those trees. As long as you don't get in those trees and bushes, you're safe. But I like to, I mean, it's straight downhill.
Fox has hit a high 6 on 9 as well. Sometimes that 6 can get a little iffy with the trees.
Yeah.
But I like that shot. All right, let's see if he gets his 28.
Oh, get in the hole.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he knew it right there.
They should have just cleaned it up for him. It's just auto anyways. 31 handicap.
I think that ball was still hadn't landed on the green when he clapped his hands. He just knows.
Yeah, safe, right? Because if you miss that a little bit harder, that's, you know, it all goes off the back. So.
Good putt.
So nice finish for Hassan.
David Key couldn't have been pleased. I don't wonder what the rest of the scores were.
Yeah, 12 got him there. I think he watered that one twice and then chipped in to save his bogey, but I wonder. I feel like 28 could be the winner for it. I don't know if there's
Yeah.
any 29s out there.
Yeah, that's. I'll put my money on that.
And the tiebreaker is points, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think CJ and friends will be up on the stream on the right there in a second.
Where's your? This is your machine, right? After
Yeah.
Fox.
Yep. I think I'll be one of the last to finish. I wonder, are they going to do doubles, you think? Or they don't feel like it?
You're asking the wrong guy. They probably will, because they'll have time. It's still early, right?
Definitely have the time, yep.
Oh, yeah, it's 5:20. Thanks, Dwayne.
Yeah, yeah. Because as soon as this wraps up, I know Sobel and Paige like to get out and go to dinner and stuff. But honestly, doubles is one of my favorite parts of tournaments. I wish they had time for them more. They're just a lot of fun for me. Remember my first tournament in Orlando about 4 years ago, did a doubles tournament, and I got partnered up with Eddie G, and I didn't know who he was, and it was just like a funny time. But that's what's nice, right? If you're A player or B player, you know, they try to even it out, so you get to learn a lot too. Yes.
What just happened?
He asked if Champ was the last course.
I didn't know who was talking. I was like, am I hearing voices again in my head?
Oh, they got the camera fixed. I know it was like frozen.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were. Yeah, there's a celebrity waving.
My good side. Oh, baby.
Right, there he goes.
Andy Fox.
He's heating up.
Doing his Fox things. You met Terry?
Yeah.
Yeah, super cool guy.
Yeah, I don't know him well, but he's a very nice guy.
He had a good showing at Worlds last year. He made the main bracket.
Did he go deep in the main too?
I don't know. If deep as in, I don't think he came in like the top 8, but
yeah, but
still, I don't know if he went 2 and out.
Oh, back-to-back hole-outs there. Very nice.
But I think he qualified like around 20th or something.
What? Did he hit? Was that like a 43? That seems to have been happening to a couple people on that machine.
What's that?
He hit it like, I think it was said 43 off the tee, went like 20 yards. Elk, yeah.
43 miles an hour?
Yeah. Yeah, look, you can see kind of his ball there.
Well, that's just a terrible shot.
That's not really the layup spot you want to go for.
I mean, how do you keep playing? I mean, you'd just be in your head every single
yeah.
shot. I would be like, yeah, let's get
that
a new
yeah.
trackball. Or
I think I saw that happen another time too, where Key was like spinning it and then hesitated like a half second too long. Club head just came down and on Eagles, and it just went like 80 yards.
Someone just went in the water on this machine.
Was
that Al? I didn't see who hit it. I just saw the ball disappearing. Good shot. Get in the hole.
Oh,
look at Terry.
Is that back-to-back hole?
In your life.
Okay, definitely putting the pressure on now. People seem to be doing great on champ.
Yeah.
I was hoping to just, get a 20. But I guess I got to do better than that now.
Now you need like a 30 to really get any accolades and
well, according
groupies.
to you, I need a 35. And a 241 is the qualifying
these
number.
These are your goals.
Oh, Fox watered it? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, now Elk 2 is kind of behind that tree.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not sure if that 8.5 is going to stay under.
What are you looking at?
On the right, yeah. Yeah, so Josh said the club pulled back a bit.
Yeah, he should get.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
What up?
How'd you guys do, man?
Pretty good.
I'm waiting to play champ still. 25.
26. But I was going to say, you look like a man who's ready to.
Yeah. He came over just to brag. He's just like, hey, what'd you shoot on Eagles?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations.
That's not a question you ask if you follow up with 16.
I don't deserve to be here. You should take over the stream.
Yeah, you don't go, how'd you shoot? Oh, I shot a 16.
Yeah. Yeah, he walked over very proud. But, I mean, that's something to be proud of for sure. That's a great score.
Yeah, with that setup, too. It was nice of him not to follow up with, well, you guys suck.
Yeah.
I think I can say that word. I had to double check myself.
Yeah, so where is Fox at right now? Maybe Sobel's prediction kind of jinxed him. He might not make the cut. That would be a bummer. Yeah, I played him in Orlando. We were both in purple, and he knocked me out. So he sometimes just has like one bad game, and that's all it takes,
Yeah, and then he wreaked. Well, you would think he would wreak havoc, except Jamie just took him down.
Yeah, Jamie shot like I think it was like a one better on Nordland against him.
Yeah.
The whole bar like went absolutely insane. It was great.
Man, she played good. Yeah. And then that hole out for the hot seat, or was it to win on 17 a champ? Do you remember that?
I'm not 100%.
She like
I saw
she either backspun or floated in with bite.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but well, she got a hole in one on 17. That was.
So
that was either to win.
I'm not sure if they're going to try to reset on the right here. I don't know if they're trying to do a trackball change or something, but.
So normally if you have like an awesome player as your Calcutta buy and they happen to end up in the purple, you're like, well, that's good because I'm just guaranteed. But the problem is whatever first place for the Calcutta is in purple probably doesn't equal what he sold for.
That could be true. I'm not sure how much money is in it or the payouts. Sometimes they have it up on the screen, but I mean, I think first for purple is pretty high. But
in
yeah,
Calcutta?
Yeah. I want to say it's like 700 or 800 sometimes, but with a smaller tournament like this one, maybe not that much.
So 700 or 800, but what did Fox go for? Like 1,500?
That sounds about right. I think it was somewhere in there. So, first place in Orlando was 1,200. So yeah, adjusting for having 100 and whatever 20 people here. Yeah, sounds about right. So it could be like 800 or so. Which, still not bad, but you still have to win it. Like winning purple is still not no easy feat.
No. Man, the purple at Worlds last year was unbelievable. The players that were in that. I mean, Gervais winning it was like winning this tournament with the caliber of players that were in it.
Yep.
I mean, everyone at Worlds is obviously a great player.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was a great time. Good venue. And then I think, Brandon Robinson had the most, not surprising run because he's a great player, but he finished fourth.
Fourth, yeah.
And to do that and, the main and
Yeah.
all that is just incredible. So he's been playing really, really well. Purple First is 600, looks like, this tournament.
My favorite memory from Worlds, spectator-wise, and it was my favorite of any match that I've ever seen, including all power events, was that Ryan McCook shot on 18 of Tropical.
Oh, yeah.
To get a 31, he had to hold it.
Yeah.
That place went nuts.
Yeah,
it did not. On the stream, you could hear the people cheering, but it was not. It wasn't representative of what it sounded like in real life. It was.
Yeah.
Man.
And McCook is notorious for holding out on 18 to go to extras or to win it. Like, he holds out on 18 more than anyone I know.
And when he hit that, there was no reaction from him. He just turned around and reached for his card to start the overtime. He's just like a robot.
Okay, so it looks like they reset, starting over on the right stream machine there. So Elk is not screwed behind that tree there.
Now, did the other two finish out the hole?
I don't think so. I think he shot first, and then they just called it at that point.
Yeah, this isn't this is what I did, and then it had to chip in, but it's
yeah. I think that's
gonna
get a good hot. Oh,
we
right
hit the
to
pin.
the stick.
Oh.
I mean, that is not the worst thing. It may have gone long and
it's
probably a
an
putt
easier
from the
chip.
back end. Yeah. But yeah, I think that is the right shot there.
I don't like this chip.
CJ finish? Oh, he finished first.
Oh, nice.
So then they're just, I think they both eagle lens, so they're just playing to get Elk through it. So we got 16 again on the left. Let's see if they have different shots here.
Let's see if they've got the big cojones or if they've got the cojones like me. Just a little layup. His face says it all.
Yeah, he's definitely
like,
not
come
happy
on.
about this.
It's like, come on, man.
Oh, and he's
Up,
laying
there he
up.
goes.
He's really trying to hold that high purple spot. that was very weird. Yeah, Josh. Yeah, you don't see that. It's like, okay, looks easy enough.
Uh-oh, we got a caddy coming in. And he's like, will you please get away from me? I know what to do.
Just let him shoot his shot.
No, I say it in all kidding.
Oh, CJ just watered it. I think he wanted a little more cut on that.
So, in all honesty, sometimes when you see these elite pros go in the water, isn't there like a piece of you that goes, well, that makes me feel a little better?
Oh, yeah,
Because
of
I do
course.
it all the time.
Yeah. Like, they're human, too. They can make mistakes, believe it or not. A lot less frequently, but...
I don't pull for it to happen, but when it happens, it's, it's like, well...
I think CJ should drain this chip and save birdie. Oh, he caught the fringe on the way up.
Yeah, 2 was not set up all that easy either. You had to curve it in just a little because of the tree and the wind.
Aljaz did put himself in a good spot to hole out there. Almost got it.
Because we finished eagle, me and Gavin. And when we did, I turned to him and I said, I was like, eagle is good. I was like, not everyone's going to be doing that on those setups.
So Fox did water this, but this is not a bad drop, right? Because still decent chip at it. Ooh, close. We'll see if someone wants to hop in here. I'll be up on that machine again here in a second.
I'll just let my schizophrenia take over, and there'll be 3 of us up here.
It'll be a real show at that point.
Does it say how many viewers? I guess we'd have to go on our phone to see.
1 million. They're going viral.
It's yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to step
All
out.
right, good luck, man.
Grab
Hit 'em
another
good.
beer.
You know how to play all the shots now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll shoot my 18.
I better
and
not.
then-
I better not see you lay up on 16.
No, not laying up on 16.
I got to talk to the course champ here.
Ah.
I don't think we've talked before.
I don't think so.
John O'Donnell joining the booth again. Hey,
doing,
congratulations, man.
Thanks, man.
31.
I appreciate it.
Gee
Yeah.
whiz.
Yeah.
How many mulligans did they give you?
8.
I wish. Don't you wish?
Yeah, at only 3 cents.
We
pop,
have a
it was-
camera now. Hi, camera.
Yeah.
Been a long time since we had a camera. Me sitting in front of you, you've just disappeared. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
yeah, that's all
My
right.
bad.
It's all right.
So, no, this is great. Where'd he go? Can't find him. So, well, if we end up in blind doubles together, not that either of us are playing, but we'd be a heck of a team, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
So-
yes, we would. Yes, we would.
So what do we got going on here? Are you done? Are you finished?
I'm done. I'm finished.
Yeah, me too. I finished it up on Champs about 20 minutes ago. So
Yeah. So what was your total?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was 133.
Yeah. it was
Not terrible,
no,
but
no, yeah,
not where
that's in the main.
not where I need to be. Well, yeah, probably in the main.
Yeah.
So. But this is my second tournament. I've been playing about 23 years. I just don't get to tournaments.
Yeah.
And I have a
because
young.
those two statements did not add up.
Right.
Obviously.
I have a young friend, Jordan Cook, who I moved to Findlay, Ohio. I've been a 27-28 handicap for 20 years. I don't play tournaments. Jordan, 2 Christmases ago we started playing. He's at 28 now. He went to do tournaments, so
Yeah.
here we are.
Were you just morally opposed to them, or
Were we morally opposed? Yeah, you guys are terrible degenerates. Because no, you know what it was really? Family. Had a lot going on back then. I have 3 kids, and so so there was a lot going on. So, but
back
no,
then you had 3 kids.
Yeah, I got rid of them. I sold them at the black market. They're pretty pricey right now. No, it's a lot of it is for me. I don't have a lot of time on the weekends to do stuff, and so I didn't want to give up my weekends.
Yeah.
For my family. But this is amazing. The community is amazing, and I knew that. So I traveled a lot for work. So I would go to Kansas City, play with the guys from Lenexa, play with the guys, Solomon Franco, and all those guys. I played with some really good players. And I got better doing that. I actually am from New York, but I learned how to play in Akron, Ohio.
Oh.
A gentleman named Jerry Arney taught me how to play. And at the same time, he was teaching a young man, Andy something. Yeah. So I remember when Andy first started playing, and again, he was amazing from the get. But, So, I've been in this game a long time.
Are you still in Akron?
No, we moved to Findlay, Ohio. Home of Marathon Petroleum and pretty much nothing else. Cornfields.
Yeah, all right.
And I always tell people with cornfield on the left, soybean field on the right, you've made it. So,
all right,
So,
yeah.
How about you? Where are you from? I guess I don't-
Denver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a heck of a. I think you're probably the furthest west guy out here.
What's that?
You're probably the guy from the furthest out west, right?
No, Nate Stowell's from Seattle.
Okay, I didn't know he was here.
Washington State.
Yeah, he's from Washington. I didn't know he was from.
I'm not. There might be some other. Terry Haddock. He's from Idaho. Is that west of Colorado?
Yeah,
a little
I
bit.
think part of it is. I don't know.
Yeah, just a little.
It's
bit.
got that little isthmus or whatever.
It does.
Is.
Good word.
I've used it twice today. It's like how many times can you use this word? I think it's incorrectly there. I think isthmus is between 2 bodies of water, but that's okay.
It's tricky for the lisp. people. I heard this comedian. I can't remember which one. And he said, "Who was the a-hole who came up with the word lisp and decided to put an S in it?"
We have questions here. Let's see. We have cornfields in Indiana. Yes, there are that. There are cornfields in Indiana. We drove through Indiana to get here from Ohio, which you'd have to do because it'd be weird not to. And there were a lot of cornfields there. Looking at some of these games here. Your takeaway, let's see. So you shoot a 31 on Nord, right?
Yep.
What happens on Eagle? How do we do on Eagle?
26.
Okay, so you're a really good player, and I've been trying to kind of talk to really good players about this. What are some of the challenges that Eagle gives you? Like, obviously, we know there's 11 and 13, those big hooks that you have to figure out some. But just as a course itself, there seems to be a constant pressure on with the trees and the water, as opposed to Nord, where you don't have those constant pressures. You're really target shooting, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But with Eagle, like, what is your mindset? The difference is when you go into a course that you know is going to come for you versus a course you can really attack. What are some of those thoughts?
You mean when I'm home playing and just regularly, or here in this?
Let's go to the tournament. Let's talk about tournament.
In the tournament, for me it largely depends on how I'm sitting in the, like how my previous scores have been. And like I already told myself before I even showed up to this tournament, I said on 11, which is the big hook shot, I said unless I get the straight look through the trees, I'm laying up. I was like, it's just not worth the risk. And I figured that most people, the people that are going to consistently drive that, are not people I'm competing with. They're in the top 10.
Yeah.
And so, but the people I am competing with, that there's going to be enough of them that go for it and end up with par. And if I get my birdie, I'm going to make up a stroke there.
So it's interesting. So I was here watching a lot of, I think it was Group B, because I'm in Group A, watching a lot of Group B play that course, and so many people were going for that with like an 8.5 big hooker and going water and going off to Cleveland, and they were all over the joint. And these are really good players. I mean, CJ shot a 20. He had a really tough. He had a real tough round on Eagle. A lot of just so you're right. A lot of people, I think, like you and like me, and the same thing. If it's not straight through, I'm laying up. And again, I shoot usually around 25, 26 on that course. I'm not trying to shoot the 27s, 28s, but I knew in my head I'm saving myself a stroke among my peer group, which is what you were saying. So interesting.
I'm at 136.
Where's the number?
I don't know.
We are trying to figure out what the cut number might be. I don't know either. We haven't heard yet.
Yeah.
How'd you shoot?
6 off, I think.
6 off. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 142 would be par, I think.
Yeah, so I'm probably about 6 off. Yeah.
So we good radio when you're talking to somebody off camera. We're good at this. We are at the Funny Bone. Just a quick reset. We're at the Funny Bone. Peg T, stop number 3. Course champion Chisholm here. I might be saying that wrong. I'm sorry.
No, perfect.
Yep. And John O'Donnell, just kind of level setting. Please like us on the stream. That is big for the algorithm, and it really helps us drive the content. So please do that. And see Jay Ware. How did Jay Ware shoot? I haven't seen Jay Ware. He was out and about posting on Facebook at 4:30, and they were looking for him.
I haven't heard him recently, so
I'm not sure if
usually he's hearable.
He's hearable. That is a great word. Hearable. He is a hearable fella. So let's go to the action here. We've done a terrible job of following this.
Back to the
please.
Eagle. When tough courses set up tough, I think it's even more advantageous when you play a little bit conservatively, because most people aren't, and they're going to make the mistake.
Yeah.
And just like you were saying, like you said,
they're
like
always
good
right.
players, spray it in the water.
Great point to newer players, too. And on the stream, I always like to think about who's listening, and I know we have a lot of – Jay Ware's still in bed. I think we have a lot of not younger, but players who haven't played as much, don't have as much experience. Everybody wants to go for the Eagle every time.
Yeah.
Not the way to play this game. Not the way to play this game. It's the way to play this game 85 to 90% of the time.
Yeah.
But not 100. And there are holes like 11 where you can shoot a 27 without getting 11.
Yeah.
Do that and then try to go after 11 every shot. That's how I'm saying.
And completely different than on Sunday when it's head-to-head and you're down 2 strokes.
Now you
gotta
gotta
go for it.
Now you got to go.
But qualifying is a whole different mentality. That's for sure. So my 26, I messed up 2 careless mistakes. That short par 3 that's elevated with the water all around it, a flat green.
Yep.
I underhit it and went in the water, so I gave up a stroke there. I missed a putt, and so inside I was, I wanted to strangle kittens. But I stuck to my game plan and said, okay, don't all of a sudden try to make up those 2 strokes. Just accept that you've lost them. Play your game. Take those birdies, those gimme birdies instead of the hard eagle.
And very
tribes.
quickly to the ASPCA, no kittens were harmed in the playing of this tournament.
No, I
so.
wanted to, but I couldn't because I was busy playing video golf.
And I'd say we don't have any, but we had a puppy laying around here for about 5 hours. There's just some dog laying around the corner here. It was kind of interesting. But,
there it is in that
found him.
arms.
Found him. That gentleman has a dog. We're not sure why.
It is a cute
cute
little
dog.
puppy. It looks like a little baby husky.
He does. He looks tired, man. The dog's been sleeping for 5 hours. How could you possibly be tired? So, some Josh McDaniel qualifying is about playing bogey-free 5 courses. Listen, I think that's a little bit like saying, winning the lottery is like picking, 5 numbers. I mean, it's yes, of course. If you play bogey-free, I don't know if bogey-free. I think par-free might be the
par
key.
free. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know bogey-free. I think if you played par, I don't think you'd want to do that. So maybe par-free. But again, if you could get 26 every time, then you would be in the main event at every tournament, and God knows we're not that. So.
I'm going to guess when he said bogey-free, he meant GT par.
Gotcha. Which, again, we should explain real quick. GT par is what we assign to a course. So, obviously, if par is 70 and we think we can shoot 26 under, it's 44, bad math. But that we do that a lot. We say one better. We say GT par, par.
One off.
Yeah.
One off.
Yeah, one off, yeah.
It's like bogey.
So, Josh, we were just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're sorry. We offended Josh. We being John O'Donnell. So we're in a funny mode. Let me get your thoughts on this. I've asked everybody I've been up here with. Thoughts on the venue. For me, spacious. I mean, we've been in some pretty condensed areas, and this is very nice. I think the dark has been a little bit of a factor for me. I don't like playing in a dark room the whole time, but I think a lot of people have told me it's overrated. At least I overrate it. And then the two rooms. I don't know if you've been over there. Yeah, the sound over there is much different than the sound over here. It's a party over there. So.
Yeah, 2 rooms makes it different. It's like if you want a different atmosphere, you just walk over there.
You just walk over there.
Now, as far as the venue, I personally happen to love this because I'm big into, like, when I say mood lighting, I don't mean like I'm trying to romance my girlfriend, but this looks very similar to my basement/game room. Like I have maroon curtains on the wall. It has that homey feel to it. Like last year's, it felt like we were in a convention school building or hospital, just neon, or fluorescent lights above us,
which
very
is
bright.
Also weird,
and so some people like that. It's just a different. I don't know.
Chris,
yeah.
That went in, right? Yeah.
Shot Chris.
Yep. Chris hits his eagle, rolls that in. He has had an interesting round. Being in A versus B, I've gotten to watch most of his rounds. He had one on eagle where I was looking around and we were talking. I could have sworn he was having a horrible round. He was in the water here. He was in the trees there. Shoots a 25. I mean, it's just, and I talked to him afterwards. He's like, yeah, I messed up a lot of shots, put a lot of shots in the hole, and that's kind of how he plays. He is kind of up and down like that. But did you get a hole-in-one for the hole-in-one pool?
I've had 2.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
I did not get one today. I had 4 hole-outs. None of them were hole-in-ones. Oh, we see Gordy throw one over the top of the green.
You can tell that the Power Events crew was not used to that because I went up and because sometimes I get one, and so I went first one. And then when I went up and I told Paige, I go, a hole-in-one, and she goes, another one? And there was a lot of surprise in her voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not like, okay. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay, no problem.
Are we doing this correctly? Did you really get 2, or are you just telling me again
are
that
you
you had
repeating
one?
the first
Yes,
one?
Yeah. Because this seems much more plausible.
I don't know. I think you have a pretty good game. No, I have not had a chance to play a game with you. I always solicit everybody when we're up here together, so I'm now officially soliciting you.
Date.
Yes, absolutely. How about like in the next couple of days? Because we're here.
That's
and
probably
stuff.
be easier that way.
Because I'm not going to be in Denver anytime soon that I know of, and nobody comes to Findlay, Ohio on purpose. So, a little shot here. Hold on the green. Nice shot there. I always appreciate the people who go what I call on the pro side of a hole, who are trying to use the breaking green to make the shot as opposed to hitting center green, and that was a example.
And when I do that, it's usually accidental.
Yeah,
because I'm playing for the conservative
right,
side.
And then a little
like,
accidental
wow,
baby cut.
That was a really good shot. I'm like, thanks.
What did y'all go the year it was held at the Bluffs Golf Course? 114.
Oh.
That's probably not right.
That was like two years ago, I believe. I wasn't there. That was the year that Bob Ludwig fell and broke his shoulder.
Oh, okay.
And then showed up and played.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't in the year
He had
114. I'm pretty sure it was not in the year 114.
Yeah, 114.
Who's on the mic and where are you from? Well,
hello, Dave Sandmeyer. This is Chisholm Woodson, and I'm from heaven. No, I'm from Denver, but you know that, Dave, because we missed each other the last time you were in Denver.
Yeah, I don't think he was talking to you. John O'Donnell, and where am I from? I live in Findlay, Ohio now, which is just south of Toledo, but from New York and lived in Cleveland much of my adult life. So thank you, Dave.
You sound like you have some radio experience.
I've done this a long time. I've been doing the radio and video thing for a long time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now it's been a hobby for most of my life. I went to Syracuse as a football player and as a communications major, and I came out and did a little radio, but that doesn't make any money, so switched careers.
I had a radio show in college on our little free channel. It was once a week for 4 hours. It was a blast.
There's nothing more fun for me. And this is weird because a lot of people get so scared to be in front of a microphone. It's weird, right? Like,
yeah.
But I will talk in front of a microphone, no matter what the topic, what the subject, I can care less.
I'm not a big fan of public speaking, but if you put me in a mic or in front of a video camera, I have no problem.
Okay, so you don't like the audience. You don't want people in front of you.
Well, to be honest, the last time I did it in front of an audience was in college, and that was many, many moons ago. So maybe it wouldn't.
Yeah,
maybe
I think you do fine. I mean, for me, I again, it's a thing that I do well. There are a lot of things I do not do well, like golden tea. But one thing I do well,
are you kidding me? Come on,
is I speak well in front of a lot of people because I enjoy it. I like getting to know people, whether it's one-on-one like we're doing, and it just happens to be on a live stream where dozens of people are watching, or if it's in front of a group of 1,000 or whatever. I do a lot of public speaking in my real life, in my adult life. So
the thing that really sticks out is that you never pause or throw an in there. Yeah, you're just very fluid.
Yeah, that's because I got beat a lot with a ruler. Bad John. Bad Ogre. Stop doing that. So, but hey, we have the video back, which, okay, great. What I would like to mention, though, is they were doing a lot of those Road to the Worlds interviews. I am very curious to see how they turn out. So Andy and his team were working hard on that today. We didn't have the video because of that for most of the day. It was kind of a cool story. I can't wait to see how it turns out.
Are you connected with this at all?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm 6'5", and they don't want to try to take it away from me. So without a taser, and they only have one taser. No. So my first time at a PEG-T event was in Nashville last year. I volunteered to get on the microphone. They said if the microphone's open, start talking. So I have taken them up on it. I was actually in this qualifying machine, so it was great. I literally would finish, walk over here, get on the microphone. So
now, have you qualified for Worlds?
No, I'm not that good.
Yes, you are. You just shot a 133.
We'll see.
Come on.
I don't know how. Worlds, like I'm going to go. Well, now here's the thing. I'm actually going to Worlds regardless.
Oh.
I am a degenerate gambler, just by nature. I'm a degenerate gambler, and we go to Vegas quite a bit before the plague.
The plague.
COVID.
After I just gave you all
I know recession wasn't right. I knew plague was wrong, but I had to get there somehow. After the pandemic, we have not gone as much as we used to. We used to go 2 or 3 times a year. We go once or twice. We planned a visit during Worlds, knowing that Worlds would be there. So
you do know that Vegas is on full back to normal, right?
Yeah,
and
I'm not.
Records, yeah.
One of the issues is that, though. It used to be so cheap to go out there.
Oh, it's not anymore.
No. Unfortunately for me, I have some relationships with casinos. We mentioned the radio thing. I did a gambling show out there for a couple of the casinos. So I have relationships out there.
On YouTube? Is it on YouTube?
It was on. I did VSIN. I did Vegas Sports and Information Network out of the D, which is now also out of Circa. So yeah. And then I have done a YouTube show, so I know a lot of people out there. It's not the rooms; it's more just getting out there on the airplanes.
Yeah.
Because it takes. Ohio is hard to get. Where we live, it's hard to get to Vegas. So.
Oh, there's no direct flights.
There is, but we're 2.5 hours from any airport.
From your city?
Findlay, Ohio.
I don't even remember
Findlay,
the name
Ohio.
of it.
It's about as big as both of these rooms put together.
There's no 747s taken off?
No, none of that. So we have to go to Detroit, or we have to go to Columbus or Cleveland or wherever. So.
Yeah.
Colorado, an awesome place. Is that where you grew up?
No, I grew up in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah.
I've lived in Colorado since '94. I moved there for 8 months to be a snowboard bum, and never left.
That tracks. You have the hair of a snowboard bum.
Thanks. Yeah.
I don't mean that as a compliment. I don't mean
Yeah,
that as
no,
negative.
I took it
As
that
somebody
way,
else who has
yeah.
nice hair,
That's-
like nice hair is important in life, and a lot of people don't have it. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I'm what I lack in height and muscular structure, make up for in hair, I guess. I don't know.
We've been on camera long enough that Andy's like, we need to get you off of this camera. People are terrible. So let's see here. We have some comments. You both have a
20
face for.
minutes south of Charlotte. Oh, so let's see. Well, there's different places that are south. I was thinking of what is that little town? I used to go there. I used to play in pool tournaments there. Right on the border.
CJ Wengler with a shot in, and he goes deep. CJ
Rock
has.
Hill. That's it, Josh. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I used to go play
The
pool at Rock
viewers
Hill.
are on it. On it. Rock Hill, South Carolina.
I said thank you. I thanked him for telling me where he's from.
Well, and that's also where you were thinking of. It was Kismet. So CJ, and I was talking about this before, CJ's style on Saturday is so different than Sunday. CJ on Saturday, he there's almost a nonchalance to it. You can see he's just, I don't want to say going through the motions, but he changes on Sunday. He's more focused on Sundays.
Yeah.
And it's actually shown today. It's the first time I've seen it in results. Usually his results are top notch, and he makes that chip, but he's very excited. That's usually not a hole he has to chip in for Eagle. Usually it's an easy
that
putt.
was a joke celebration. I love
Yeah,
that.
I don't think he really meant that one. So we're going through here and see Juszczyk. He is 22 under, which appears to be par. Maybe one better, actually. That's a pretty good score.
Let's see. Is this,
there are
is
15?
this a par 5? 20?
So he's at 22 already. So I
Yeah,
think
because he had that hole out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So he's a one better. His opponent, Graham, would be just one worse. This is another one of those that I will predeterminedly lay up on at times, and that's why, as the ball goes in the water. Especially here, because I believe there was a really nice straight wind, and I almost hold out the approach. I do enjoy getting a straight wind approach from a five iron or 5 hybrid. It's a shot I have. It's a shot I can make. It's better than, this is where the isthmus is. It's better than throwing in the isthmus in this.
This, we were watching Andy Haas and David Key and someone else, gin and tonic pop. Anyway, so Haas goes first. He does a full with 10.5, puts it on the green, runs it by the hole. David Key doesn't do a full. He lines up just one to the right of here, does a baby cut. He puts it on the green. Then the third guy does a full, but uses an 8.5 that's not a high tee. It comes screaming in with bite, and he holes it. We were like, what just happened?
The proverbial, and again, no animals harmed in the filming of the stream, more than one way to skin a cat, right? It's amazing.
Yes, yeah.
It's funny, I was playing with a young man, Steve Celeste, out of St. Louis. Good young player. 23, 24 handicap. Gets in his own head. I mean, the first 2 games we played, he was all over the joint. Then he started to get his game back. And one way he did it was he hit everything deep, right? So we're playing on champ, and he's pounding the ball up to a 9-iron sandwich. He's put himself in between clubs, but that's how he plays. Yeah. Whereas I will lay back 5 wood, 3 wood. I mean, give myself. So it's interesting. He was trying to kind of follow my style. When he started to play his style, which was harder, quite frankly, because he had to hit some weird shots, he played better. So players out there who are trying to get better, play your game. Learn from players like Chisholm. Learn from players like myself and other good players, preferably players better than myself. Learn from us, but also incorporate it into your game, because there are more than one way to play this awesome game. So
yeah, I'm sure you've experienced this too, where there are people I play with regularly, and you know, pretty good players, you know, maybe like a plus 24 handicap, but they watch like the 2 of us that play much better than him, and he just doesn't absorb.
Sorry, the cut line was announced. That can't be right.
What do you say?
103. That can't be right.
That can't.
For
the purple?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Sorry about that. I interrupted you. So watching you two play.
Yeah, and so like he just doesn't absorb it. He's got this knowledge maybe knowledge available to him. This instruction,
access.
Yeah, and it just he just won't get better. And it's and we tell him, we're like, study your distances. Like don't just go on visualization. Know how far this go. And he goes, oh yeah, and then 2 holes later, he'll just blast something 50 yards away. Why did that go so far? Well, because you were only 270 yards away and you just hit your driver as hard as you could. I mean.
Yeah, good point by Josh McDaniel. It's 103 after 4 because we're not done playing the 5th course yet. So Josh McDaniel on top of everything today, and we do appreciate that. I love the point you made about access to information and not using it. I think for myself, when I started playing this game, and I learned from a gentleman, Jerry, who was very good at it but had a weird style, I took a lot of what he taught me, and I kind of changed it because it just wasn't going to be me. He'd hit fulls out of sand traps, and that's just not who I am.
Yeah.
So, but I've got people in Findlay, Ohio, and it's not a big town. There's 2 commercial machines in the entire town, and these 2 guys play casual all the time. Jordan and I will sit down with them. Like you just said, hey, if you hit this club in the air, it's going to go to that yellow line. And pulls back and blasts it into the atmosphere. And you're like, what are you doing? You had access to the information, and you just ignored it. So, I think that's important. So CJ is still playing here. I just noticed he had he was at 18 after 16. So he's had a rough round again. He'll make the main draw, but it'll be his second. Josh McDaniel predicting the cut will be 26-27.
Hey, did you see how Chris finished?
I did not. He went in the water. though, on 16. Yeah.
But he could afford to because he had that hole in 1.
Yeah, so he probably,
yeah.
I just don't know.
So he probably finished at 25.
So Josh McDaniel, I think that's a good prediction, 126-27, which would put me in Maine for the first time, which would be great. Maybe a chance to square off with my co-host here.
So you're 50% pace for making the Maine.
Yeah, I mean, 1 out of 2, I'm done. I'm done. If we're in baseball, I'm retiring and going to the Hall of Fame. 1 out of 2, 500, I'm done. Yeah, I actually hope my friend Jordan, and he was doing better than me, so he'll make his first Maine as well. What did you finish at, Chris? 137.
So did you drive 16?
He went in the water.
I drove right in the water?
He went in the water.
So what did you end up shooting?
27.
How'd you get 27 and going in the water?
I was 2 better.
He was 2 better.
Oh, you had 2 better.
We thought you were at 1 better. We thought you were 1 better.
I played safe on 18. I didn't go for it. I just got my birdie.
So Chris
so 2
Yushik.
better oh, yeah.
So 137. That's a good. That'll get you in the main. That'll do it.
Yeah. He's ahead of me by 1.
But he's probably not going to be course champion of any course.
No.
So
he's
not
that cool.
He's not that cool.
He's young. He's
got a couple years. He's got a couple years. You
you
and I are probably
seasoned.
Yeah, you and I are probably of similar vintage. I think he's got some years to get to us. So CJ here out of the trap, trying to chip in. I'm curious to see what he finishes at because, again, it's CJ. He's going to get in the main draw and he's going to do great things. But it's been 2 pretty rough rounds for him.
Yeah, someone is going to have a high seed and then draw, and they're like,
they're
going to
have a problem
right now?
Yeah. They're going to have a problem. So, and that seemed to end it. Oh, no, we're just kidding. See if we get the final. That is a 21 for CJ. That's low for him.
What was it?
21.
20. Oh, yeah. On that course that's.
Yeah, he had a 20 on Eagle. So that's 2 courses.
He might not make the main.
So it's a 126. 41 minus 126 is 85. So 85 across 3 courses is not easy to do. You're going to have to average over 28. He may not make the main. That would be the story of the day. And it would piss. And that would piss off a lot of people in purple because guess who your purple winner is, right? It's CJ Wengler. So I think we're done. Everybody's done. Yeah, we're going to do doubles later. Thank you for listening on the stream. And Chisholm and John. Oh, yeah, the kid's there. Hi. Bye, guys. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.